So good afternoon and welcome back to Donington Park for this BRSCC Caterham race weekend. Scott Woodwiss and Alex Goldschmidt back in the box.
Good afternoon. So yeah, looking to be a very well anticipated afternoon action of racing from my perspective, seeing Caterhams and MX-5s go at it hammer and tongs this very afternoon. Here's Scott.
They're about to do so, Alex, for the first race of the weekend. That is for the first two races of the weekend for the Caterham Academy Championship. This one first being for the Green Group, 20-minute race. The cars making their way on the end of their formation. That will quickly rattle through the grid to tell you exactly who is where. Sorry if I'm a bit out of breath, just running back to the commentary box after we heard the cars heading out of the assembly area. So, very quickly then, it is Alexander Conway, Championship leader, who starts this race with the Green Group on pole position. Alongside him on the front row is James Venning in car number 18. Row 2 is car number 77, Dave Curry, number 72, Benjamin Miller. Row 3 is number 2, Dimitri Melas, and at number 88, William Brunt. Row 4 is number 56, David Morgan, and number 14, David Gracie. Row 5 to complete the top 10 is Oliver Smith and Graham Hetherington, from Richard Horn, number 48, and number 22, Lydia Gould. There's Roger Gaunt and Peter Martin on row 7. From John Cox and Duncan Cook, Stephen Hutchinson and Michael Curley, from Nigel Atkins and Fraser Riddington, and then Stuart Peever, Peter Vincent and Simon Marlowe complete the 23-car grid that's set to line up here for this first race of the weekend.
So as the cars start making their way, the last few coming through Goddard's to complete our starting grid for the very first race of 8 this afternoon. Scott, the anticipation is now building as the number 41, Simon Marlowe, now takes position on the starting grid.
It does indeed, green flag in the air, and we're all set for racing here at Donington Park for the first race of the weekend. The Caterham Academy Championship Green Group is all set to go. Conway on pole, Venning on the front row, the sprint down to the break is going to be all crucial.
And the 28 at the back part of the field got a bit of a move forward there, unfortunately.
But it is now side by side between the top two down towards turn 1. It is going to be to Redgate corner. Venning going round the outside of Alexander Conway. You may have the line, the exit, being squeezed wide and possibly out of the AstroTurf and may lose out.
Three cars in the gravel going on the exit of Redgate there, Scott, and one trying to get themselves back out on track. Couldn't really make out who that was, but they are all now back on the asphalt as the leaders start to come through and field their way through, maybe 2-3 abreast at points.
As the leaders head out of Old Hairpin for the first time, it is now Alexander Conway from pole position, the championship leader, who leads the way. Up to second place, looks like it's possibly going to be Benjamin Miller, I think, in number 72. So Miller up to second place, it looks. But Venning's down to third. There's a battle on for fourth place already, so they turn up through McLean up towards Coppice for the first time. A little bit of battling behind. Remember, these drivers, these guys and girls, are in their first season of racing. This will be their first time they've ever raced at Donington Park. Now as they head down towards the S's for the first time, this is going to be even crucial here to try and get the braking point right to swing their way through into the complex for the first time. So down towards the chicane they go then, and looking for the entry into the S's, and it should still be Conway that leads the way then, and in still second place it looks to Benjamin Miller in the chrome pink number 72. He is Venning in third place. Into fourth place is Dimitri Melas in the orange number 2, and then the 88 of William Brunt up a spot from where he started in 6th position into the Melbourne Loop for the first time, and Conway still controls the lead with the second place. It is side by side as Venning tries to pull his way alongside Benjamin Miller on the sprint up towards the hairpin at the end of the first lap. He wants to be second by the time they get into the start-finish straight as they come level into the braking zone, but it's still going to be Alexander Conway in the bright fluorescent yellow number 6, that leads the way across the start and finish line. But it's side by side again, but this time it'll put Miller on the inside line for Redgate corner to start lap 2. Venning on the outside line, he's got slightly noses front slightly, but it's been the battle and the braking into the right hand of Redgate is going to be crucial. Miller has the line, he'll try and cut across, but Venning tries to go with him around the outside line. He's got a little bit more grip than Miller as he comes through into the crane occurs for the second time, and I think possibly, whether it is still side by side, if you look on the CCTV camera, it is still side by side, but around the outside has gone James Venning. He's back up to second place with Conway leading the way. It's now, as we say, Venning into second place. Into third place with possibly a transponder problem is Miller. And it's Brunt with Melas and Brunt rounding out the top 5 on the beginning of lap 2.
And some of the other drivers that have made their way up through the field, the number 80 of Martin up from 14th to 8th position, Hutchinson in the 69 up to 10th from 17th as Curley has also gone up.
And James Venning has gone wide at McLean's and lost 1, 2, 3 spots. He's lost out to Donington Benjamin Miller, but also now to Dimitri Melas and William Brunt, which puts him down from 2nd down to 5th position, running wide, possibly under attack again from Benjamin Miller as they came up towards the braking zone. So out through Coppice now for the second time, and on the sprint down towards the S's, which will take them onto the Grand Prix loop for the second time. Just cycling through our camera so we can find the right shot, but they come back into view now. A battle on now still for second place. This time now it's between Benjamin Miller and Dimitri Melas. So the number 2 car, Melas, is pulling in, and this now means that both Brunt and the recovering Benny could be in close proximity as well. 6th place at the moment for the number 48, and that is being driven currently by Richard Hoare, with Smith, Martin, Gordon, Hutchinson rounding out the top 10 as they come back into the hairpin.
Good three-way scrap towards the bottom part of the top 10 through the Melbourne hairpin. And slingshotting past looks to be the 42, I believe. And that is of Smith, who's looks to have gotten up into 6th position by my count, having been 7th on the last time they crossed the start-finish line. As the field starts making its way to complete lap number 2, on to lap 3 they go. Conway's got a 3.3 second advantage over the number 2 of Melas, with Brunt in third for the 1.3, also second, well, 0.875 of a second. Then it's Brunt down in 4th, Venning's down to 5th, or Martin, Gorn, Hutchinson and Curry round out the top 10.
I think Smith is going to be in there, but he was side by side with the 80 of Martin, but he's dropped down a little bit because possibly a bit of a faulty transponder. But Conway, as we say, leads the way now. The tried to extend his championship lead. He came into the weekend with a lead of 14 points over David Morgan in second place. Morgan, for the record, is back down in 15th position, so Donington Park, not a circuit that favours him very much, as the leaders come up through McLean's, with now, we think, Benjamin Miller coming under big threat from Dimitri Melas. Likewise, William Brunt for the recovering James Venning, going through McLean's and keeping it on the road this time, after he ran wide on the exit on the second lap. So about a lap ago, he lost out a few positions in the process. Now they come back down the back straight towards the S's once again. And let's see possibly if there's going to be any change for 2nd and 4th place. It looks as though it's very close. It's nose to tail for 2nd and tries to squeeze up the inside line. Looks to be Dimitri Melas, as Miller has to give him the room. Under braking into the S's for the 3rd time. And Melas does get the run through the first part of the chicane, but he's slow on the exit. This will put Miller back onto his tail on the sprint down toward the Melbourne loop. Meanwhile, James Venning has got past William Brunt in the meantime. Miller throws it back up the inside into the Melbourne loop, and the pink car goes back into pits position 2. But Dimitri Melas tries to get the cut back on the exit, which he does. So go too deep into the hairpin to try and defend his position with Miller, and that only puts him under threat once again from James Venning. It's back to what he was back in the 2nd place, only this time, Alex, it's a scrap for 3rd, with Melas into 2nd place and trying to pull away. As Conway sees all this in his mirrors and thinking, you keep scrapping, boys, let's see if I can extend my lead even further. At the end of lap 3, the gap between 1st and 2nd is now stretched out to a quite substantial 3.8 seconds already.
That's very much the case, Scott, and I'm just seeing a couple of other drivers a little bit further back. Hoare in the 48 still running in 6th position. Martin, Gaunt and Smith look to be battling over 7th place. Well, it is not the case now, because Smith has actually dropped all the way down from 8th down to 15th position. You could maybe even make that outside of the top 15, which it is the case, as Smith has dropped all the way down into 21st place from, make that 22nd from 8th position.
No, Smith has got a transponder problem because he's popped back up into the times in 9th place. So Smith has got some kind of a transponder issue by the looks of it. So he'll start yo-yoing up and down the times, but they'll put him back in where he needs to be. The 3rd place, he comes Venning back up the inside line. Remember what he tried the last time he tried to defend from Benjamin Miller? He ended up in the gravel trap. This time he's learnt his lesson, goes up the inside, and Miller is outside the podium places now, down to 4th position. Venning's up to 3rd, but all that battling has allowed Dimitri Melas to try and escape up the road as they sprint down towards the chicane once again to complete lap 4. And Conway's got so much of a gap, he can comfortably take the racing line into the S's. So he hugs the right-hand side of the circuit, under brakes, down a couple of gears, and then flicks it through the very high-speed S's. There is a rector cell barrier on the inside of the first part to prevent anyone from trying to cut the corner. There's now 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. They're pretty much all together. Melas has got a small couple of car length advantage over James Venning, who in turn is trying to pull away from Miller, who in turn is now under threat from the pale blue car of William Brunt. As now here comes Benjamin Miller making a big lunge up. He decides to try and close the gap on Venning. He does just about do that, so that did pay off. It also brings in the 88 of William Brunt into the mix. Behind them for 6th position, it's still the 48 of Richard Hoare, with Martin, Gaunt, Smith up there in 9th place, and also Curry rounding out the top 10. And that leader, Alexander Conway, again comes across the line. And His lead now was 3.8 seconds last time by. Split between himself and Melas has now increased to 3.9. So Melas with the personal best last time by. He was still 2/10 slower than Conway, but Melas is starting to bring the pace here, preventing Conway from pulling out any further.
I've just been keeping an eye on the times between Venning, Miller and Brunt. Venning is actually the quickest of the three battling over third, fourth and fifth. Brunt is second quickest on a 1 minute 57 flat last time around. Miller a further 3 or so tenths of a second adrift, but is still trying to keep in touch with Venning for that great battle for what is third, fourth and fifth at the moment. And just keeping an eye on, looks like Morgan in the 56 has jumped up from 15th to 13th, getting past Hetherington and Curley in the 60 and 99 respectively. Curry now up into 9th past Smith in the 42. So that's the battle over 9th and 10th position. Pair is separated by just over 2/10 last time around. So there's a lot of drivers a bit further down the order outside of the top 15. Gracie, Riddington, Cook, Cox, Peeble and Vincent have all made increases in terms of best lap times thus far. So they are setting their best efforts. But Melas, last time around, just did a personal best of 1 minute 55.912. Whether he's going to catch up to Conway remains to be seen as we're fast approaching 10 minutes and 50 seconds plus to go in this race.
He's got bigger things to worry about at the moment because James Venning is sailed right onto the back of number 2 on the sprint down towards the Melbourne Loop. There's a real chance he can snatch second place as Venning dives up the inside into the Melbourne Loop and gets the move done. Melas will try and get him on the undercut on the exit of the Melbourne Loop, which he tries to put himself alongside, but Venning has the momentum off the corner, holds the position, and he's back into second place. Melas stays in the slipstream, up towards the hairpin, into Goddard's once again. He thinks about an attack into Goddard's at the end of lap 5. Conway crosses the lines to try and increase his lead even further. He knows that if they keep on battling behind, it'll only allow him to extend his lead further. Across the stripe they go. The gap is now 6.1 seconds with a new fastest lap of the race from Conway, a 1:55.088. Just to record, the lap record in the Academy was set by Daniel Houston back in 2017. That was a 1:53.895. So it's good pace from Conway. It's not lap record pace, but I think the main thing that matters is he's 6 seconds up the road, whilst the guys who were second behind him squabble like anything.
And I've just been seeing that Hall, Martin and Gaunt are battling over 6th position. Martin had a run towards the outside of Redgate on the number 48, but had to slot back into position going through Redgate, heading down towards the Craner curves. So that's a very interesting battle that we're seeing develop right there. But yeah, Conway is quite literally on cruise control and is pulling a gap, a quite significant one, like you say, nearly 6.2 seconds, Scott.
I think something might happen to Nigel Atkins because he's a little bit slow off the exit of the Goddard's hairpin, so he's now battling at the back of the field with the 15 of Peaver, and that's about over 20th position. Leaders, Trevor Conway's already cleared Coppice, is on his way down towards the S's once again. This is on lap 6 as they head up towards the very fast S's section, and he holds the race as high as possible. Venning is still ahead of Melas, and I think what he's trying to do is keep himself in front and maybe signals to the guys behind, don't fight me, let's work together and try and catch the guy, Alexander Conway in front, because he knows that if they can all work together and start closing the gap, it might possibly be beneficial. Even that, already thought, forget this, I'm going to try and sail off up the road, which he's trying to do at the moment now, to the expense of Melas and also possibly Benjamin Miller, who may get an opportunity to close back in on Melas here. He closes back in under braking into the Melbourne Loop. And William Brunt's just biding his time as one in 5th position there, just at the back of that 4 car keeper second place. Meanwhile, behind, Richard Moore's under threat from, looks to be the 80 of Martin up the inside, that's a move to 6th position. And a scrap on for 8th also going on between what looks to be Gaunt and Curry. So there's good positions battling here at the bottom of the top 10, as Alex mentioned earlier on. So that is now number 80, Martin into the mix.
Here you come, as you said, Melas now closing on the back bumper of Venning, trying to go around towards the outside, heading into Redgate. Now, can he use the momentum to carry it through, or is he going to keep it planted around the outside? No, he sorts back into position. This is going to allow Miller in the 72, that great pink chromed Caterham there, as it's just going to be very interesting how this develops, because 2nd, 3rd and 4th are pretty much line of stone going through the Craners, with Venning ahead of Melas, Miller in 4th. Brunt, I think, is being dropped a little bit now, so he's decided probably maybe to have a good consistent haul of points in this race. So, but Martin's passed Hall for 6th position. Curry's got past Gaunt. That's a positional change for 8th place, with Hetherington rounding out the top 10. But Conway is just I think he's in another county. 8.3 seconds is the gap between himself and Venning in terms of the outright win here, with 7 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
And that last lap was another new fastest lap for Conway, 1:55.067. Again, he's still 1.2 seconds off lap record pace, but it might not be optimum conditions for him to set a lap time like that just yet. But we'll wait and see how the rest of the race plays out for him, as we now watch for Conway to swing his way through left and then right through the S's and up towards the Melbourne Loop. Here he comes down towards the first of the 2 hairpins on the Grand Prix circuit. For the rest of the order for second, third and fourth, here they come through the S's, still Venning ahead of Melas and then Miller, so no change in second, third and fourth. As you said, I think you're right, Alex. William Bright is starting to drop back a little further now, because he's just trying to bank the points as much as he can to secure a top 5 finish. And also making a dive bomb into the hairpins. Everyone stays line astern in order. Second, third, fourth, and fifth. Richard Hawes got back past the 80 of Curry, of Martin. Not only that, I think also possibly the 77 Curry's got through as well, because that group for 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th are now effectively nose to tail, battling amongst the bar. A big sideways slide for Richard Hawes down the exit of the Melbourne Loop as he tried to hold on.
And the number 99 of Curly has just slingshotted past going into the Melbourne hairpin. 4-way scrap for that positional change there. But yeah, 8.5 seconds between Conway and Venning at the lead of the race at the moment. And just seeing a couple of other cars coming across the start-finish line. It's 77 of Curry, followed by, looks to be Hoare there. So Curry's up into 6th position, as you rightly pointed out, Scott. So that's going to be a very interesting battle. And there's a 9 on 5 car train. And in the middle of that is the number 99 of Curly down in 14th. So that was Gould, Hutchinson, Curly, Gracie and Smith there. That rounds out the top 16. But yeah, Conway just absolutely flying away with it.
And he keeps on pumping in fast stats, and he keeps getting quicker, sort of by hundreds. I think 31's had a bit of an excursion somewhere. That was the 31 of John Cox, has a bit of a misdemeanour. He was back in 19th place. He's just learned the ropes of the academy the hard way this weekend. The scrap for second, third, fourth and fifth is kind of spread eagled a bit, because James Venning has got second place relatively in his pocket at the moment by about 1.2 seconds across the line. Melas holds third and Miller in fourth position. Brunt is a further 2 seconds back.
Someone's had a big off-track excursion there, right up at the top. I think it's that Coppice. I think up at the top there, someone went very, very sideways and actually kept it planted, throttle foot to the floor, and managed to get out of the gravel without causing any further issues. But may have at least dropped 1, maybe 2 positions. With the case with some of the battles that we're seeing, that they are slipstreaming, but you could find yourself second in that train, and then you end up fourth because you go off track by trying to push too hard or not taking the right line into the apex.
Yeah. Looking back, so Curry's now looking pretty secure in 6th position. Hawes now dropped back not only behind him but also behind the 80 now of Martin. So the 80 now of Peter Mars is now up into 8th position. So 7th position, sorry, 8th position now for what looks to be Richard Hoare now, who's dropped back another spot. And we've got Gaunt and Morgan around here at the top 10. Morgan back down in 10th position, who of course came for the weekend second in the points. So Morgan's got some work to do here. He's now not trying to chase him down. There is Morgan going down towards Goddard's hairpin, but look at the gap now. He's about 3 or 4 seconds behind the next place man in 9th place, which is the 30 of Roger Gaunt. Back to the leaders briefly for a second so we can keep tab on where they are at the moment. And Alexander Conway, I think, has not currently yet at McLean's at the moment, I don't think. But he'll be on his way very shortly as they come through. Yeah, there he is, coming up through Schwantz Curve and up towards McLean's. We've got just under 4 minutes to go, 3 3/4 minutes left in this race as the Conway turns his way up through McLean's. There's Venning still second, Melas still third, Miller in 4th position, and they really have dropped William Brunt. They've dropped him by a few seconds now. The last time across the line, the gap was 2.8 seconds. It looks a lot more than that, so I think possibly either they've found a bit more pace or Brunt's made a little bit of a mistake as he tries to keep station in 5th place. The closest battle appears to, was for a time being, was the battle for 6th and 7th, but again, Curry and Martin have really pulled away now from what was Hoare, and Hoare's lost another spot now, but it looks as though that the 30 of Gaunt's also got past, so what was a strong run in as high as 6th position, looks like unfortunately that Richard Hoare's dropping back towards the bottom of the top 10 pretty rapidly.
Even though Conway's still got a gap of around 8.3 seconds out of the top 3, he's actually the slowest, but he knows that he can just control proceedings from that vantage point, whereas Venning and Melas appear to be working a bit more together, but Melas has been dropped a little bit, I can see, by Venning, who actually went slightly faster by just over a tenth on Conway that last time around, but looks like Melas getting a bit more deeper into the braking zone going into the Melbourne hairpin. And I tell you what, I think Miller really is keeping good pace with Melas, and he was actually faster than the 2 in front. So Venning and Melas did a 1 minute 55.7 respectively. Miller just a fraction under 1 minute 55.7, 0.695 to be precise. As Conway's already gone through Redgate, with Venning, Melas and Miller There's quite a few Carlings between all three of them, but they're keeping very, very good pace, very consistent. As Venning puts in a 1 minute 55.269, and that's fractionally faster than Conway, whose lap is still pretty much equidistant at 8.3 seconds, as they are now on lap number 10 here at Donington Park.
Black and white flag for track limits has gone out to car number 69, which is Stephen Hutchinson. So Hutchinson running down back in 14th place, gets a warning for going over the white lines one too many times, as Trevor Conway's Alexander's father, but Alexander, of course, in the identically coloured car, liveried car to that of Trevor, who runs in the road sport category, still continues to dominate proceedings by 8.3 seconds. Everything seems pretty a bit of a stalemate between second, third and fourth now. They've successfully dropped William Brunt now back in 5th position. William himself entered the weekend third in points on 79, so he might lose a few more points to the likes of, I think, certainly lose points to Melas and to James Venning, certainly. I think this is it's a prime opportunity for Alex Conway to really stamp his authority on the Academy Green Group Championship here. He's going to come up, got a lap on, I think that's the 41 of Marlow. He actually easily glides past him on the run towards Melbourne Loop. The gap is still some 8 or 9 seconds. Here comes Venning in second place, being chased down by Melas. And they've both started to drop. Benjamin Miller in the chrome pink car with the yellow roll bar in 4th position. Then goes William Brunt in 5th place. The pale blue car with the black nose. So I think possibly Dimitri Melas has found a bit of pace on this track here as they come out of the Melbourne Loop on the sprint towards Goddard. I think Melas, if he's got some good pace and he's looking pretty quickly, the last lap for him was a personal best, but he was about 3 tenths slower than James Venning. So here comes Conway across the line. They've got last lap border's gone out on this one, so they're going to get one more time around the Donington Grand Prix circuit. So the gap between Venning and Melas, visibly it looks closer to come across the line. It was, or is now, 1.2 seconds, and he actually took another 3 tenths out of him. So unless Venning makes a big mistake, touch wood, I can see Venning will probably hold on to second place, unless Melas puts an absolutely blistering lap here to close in, and he has to take the fastest lap by some margin, or Venning would have to have a terrible run on the final tour to lose out on second place. Miller still holds 4th with Brunt 5th, and it looks like it's going to be Curry, Martin, Gaunt, Hoare, and then Morgan. But actually, Richard Hoare's dropping further back. He's dropped behind David Morgan now. Richard Hoare back down to 11th place. So his pace has really dropped off in the second half of the race, Alex.
Yeah, Hoare actually had a bit of a sideways moment coming out of Goddard's there on the exit, heading onto the start-finish straight. So again, that's going to lose the number 48 a little bit of time, maybe a tenth or so. So that's going to be very interesting to see. But Conway, has been ultra consistent with these lap times. 1 minute 55.2, 1 minute 55.3 on the last lap. Venning was a further 2 tenths of a second slower, whereas Melas was nigh on a tenth quicker than Conway. But I don't think it's going to be enough for him to try and catch up with Venning in that sort of aspect.
So coming up towards the S's now, what should be the final time will be race leader Alexander Conway out of the S's up towards the Melbourne Loop. Be down at the Loop, give him a cheer as he comes up towards the Melbourne Loop to cheer him onto the checker flag. This is another very dominant performance for Alexander as he turns his way through. And now just one more corner left to go to hold on to race victory, and it will be yet another win to add to his tally as he comes up towards the hairpin. He ends the weekend with a points lead of 14. Will certainly extend that, and how, as he comes out of Goddard's for the final time. And the first race victory of the weekend will be taken by Alexander Conway, who will flash the headlights in celebration, and he will win, but at a canter, the first Caterham Academy Championship race of the weekend. He is top man of the green group for the day. Second place will go to James Venning. Started second, finishes second. He'll be happy with that podium. Third to Dimitri Melas, who gives a wave of acceptance. Fourth to Benjamin Miller. And fifth will go to William Brunt. There's a lapped car going past them as well, the 41. So William Brunt gets fifth, and it should be for the rest of the top 10. The 77th, Curry. So David Curry will pick up 6th position by the looks of things. 7th place will go to Peter Martin. 8th place to the 30 of Roger Gaunt. And then it'll be the David Morgan, who managed to pull his way through up into what looks to be now 9th position. So a strong drive to get back in there in 9th, minus a left rear wing. And then rounding out the top 10 appears to be Richard Hoare. So it looks like Gaunt actually dropped a couple of spots on the last lap. He had a bit of a poor lap, or a poor couple of laps, because his last lap was 2 minutes 1, so he had a bit of a mishap somewhere. He's dropped a few spots in the last few races, but a dominant victory there, Alex. I'm going to quick run down and find the microphone to have a chat with our top 3 in a second, run down to the audio room, but I think we're going to hopefully stop the top 3 underneath race control, hopefully, and have a chat with them, particularly Alexander Conway, because that in itself was a very, very dominant victory.
I want to find out how he did it, so yeah, I'll leave you to that. But what a great race to start off the first of 8 races this very afternoon. The green group of the Academy Championship for Caterhams in 2019. Alexander Conway winning by, I tell you what, just as I say that, the number 3 of Atkins gets very, very squirrely coming out of Goddard. So Conway wins from Venning by over 8.8 seconds. Then it was Dimitris Melas in the number 2, rounding out the top 3 for the 1.7 seconds adrift. Miller in the 7 was 4th, ahead of Brunt in the 88, rounding out the top 5, all separated by 17.94 seconds. Curry, Martin, Morgan, Hoare and Gaunt round out the top 10, and Gaunt having a very difficult lap. I think it was a difficult couple of laps that Scott imitated to a bit earlier on with a 2-minute 1.473. Just waiting, so everyone has crossed the finish line. So from 10th onwards, it's the number 60 of Hetherington, that's Graham Hetherington, the number 14 of David Gracie, with the number 99 of Michael Curley, 14th, ahead of the 42 of Oliver Smith, who completes the top 15 as Alexander Conway makes his way down into the pits. That very bright, luminescent green Caterham. So he's just being stopped there. So they're going to pull the top 3, which is Alexander Conway in the number 6, the number 18 of James Venning, and the number 2 of Dimitris Melas, with Hutchinson, Cook, Riddington, Cox, Peavork, Vincent, Atkins and Marlowe rounding out the 23 strong grid. A few toots on the horn in the pit lane there, I hear from up here at the commentary position. A whole wealth and breadth of different colour schemes and bare brushed metal, but I think Scott might be down in the pit lane to speak to our top 3 very, very shortly.
Back up to 3rd, back up to 2nd. So yeah, it was a very exciting race for me. I had to calm down a little bit partway through.
Well, the vital thing is you got some really healthy points towards the champions, so they shouldn't be hoping you move a couple of spots as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've dropped a round already because I broke my hand just before Alton, so I've already missed a round. So this.
He broke his fingers at so yeah. You guys need to keep looking after your hands better.
I think the idea is let go of the wheel when you crash. I didn't do that.
Lesson for next time.
Yeah. No.
Good stuff, well done. Quick word with Dimitri for 3rd place. Dimitri, just talking to James, you had as entertaining a race as these 2 in front as well, didn't you?
Absolutely, it was a terrific race. I qualified 5th, which is my worst qualifying this year. I always qualified before 2nd or 3rd, so I knew I had some work to do some overtaking. But yeah, we had a very good battle with James, also with Ben Miller, so I'd like to thank these guys for giving us such an entertaining battle. I'd like to thank also all the marshals here at Donington. Thank you guys very much.
Good stuff. And you got Silves to come out next. You looking forward to that?
Absolutely, yes. It's Silverstone National, so it's only a few corners, but it will be a lot of fun.
Good stuff. Well done. Lee gets the podium. Well done.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Well done for the top three for the Caterham Academy Championship for the white group. And from Caterham's, I believe we're heading to our first Mazda visit. This will be the first race for Group A for the Mazda MX-5 Championship. And as I'm sure Alex will explain, based on the qualifying results, I will say it's very varied and mixed up from how we left it afterwards, Alex, isn't it?
Yes, Scott, I couldn't agree more, because we were having a brief natter during the lunch break, actually, as a matter of fact, but it's going to be very, very interesting what's going to happen over the thank you very much. I've just been given an amendment for this particular race. So it's race 2 of the meeting, the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship, Group 1. So it's going to be very interesting. It's been an amended grid, so we have literally been handed a new bulletin since which was published 4 minutes ago, or 3.5 minutes ago, as they're currently on their formation lap. So it's been very, very interesting how we are going to find out what's going to happen over the next 20 minutes. So Scott, as I was just, I'll wait for Scott to put his mic headset on, because it's been a quick jump from the pit lane back up into the commentary box. But Scott, we have 16 rows of competitors. There has been literally a bulletin that's just been handed to me about the new grid. There's been, I think there's been another change since we were last talking during the lunch break, but it's going to make for, I think, all the more action out on track. They are now starting to make their way. Well, the first 4 rows, by my count, are already ready and waiting to get going. So I'll start quickly running through the grid as they line the cars up. On pole position will be Steve Foden in the 77 with Joe Wiggin in the 41 alongside. Then it's the number 1 of Will Blackwell Chambers on row 2, and alongside will be the number 5 of John Lagridge. Charles Mogulstone in the number 96 and Oliver Graham from the 24 will be alongside on row 3. Then it's David Waters and Jason Greatrex in the 666 and the 33 on row 4. Then it's Dave Turton, Adam Bessel, Alan Hawkins, Sebastian Fisher, Lewis Cannon, Matt Pollard, Jack Rawls, Jack Moody, Charlie Rawls, William Hayden, Nick LeDoyen, Ian Blake, Oliver Jenkins, Ivan Leary, Michael Close, or Mike as we both know him, Adrian Burge, Oliver Attard, Fraser Fenwick, DeGabe McGregor, Callum Greatrex, Peter Tyler, Thomas Jenkins, Graham Rumsey, and on 32nd position, Clive Chisnell.
Look at some of the drivers who had some of their personal best grid slots because of everything that changed in the order. We won't go into detail with it. Basically, it's based on some things that happened in qualifying, so we'll say it's changed up the order no end. So some of the more usual Group A drivers will be starting in the Group B race, and as a result, and so it's moved quite a few drivers up as a result of all that. So what that's done is it's left some personal best qualifying for probably for Oliver Graham starting 6th. Charles Muggerster must be beside himself starting 5th position on the grid. That's one of his best starting positions ever. Then you've got Jason Greatrex, David Waters, Dave Turton with a good qualifying for him. He starts up in 9th place on the grid. Alan Hawkins is quite far up as well, because he must be thinking, how on earth did they get to 11th place on the grid, which is pretty good for him. Jack Rawls, actually, who we're told was pretty rapid, is not only qualified up in 15th place for what is one of his first races in the MX-5, he's qualified ahead of his sibling Charlie, so who's fairly quick himself. So, and Jackie's in what looks to be, if I'm correct, the spare car for Steve Foden, which probably explains the reason why he's so quick in many cases, because it's part of the car, but also Jack obviously has some natural talent with him as well. Ian Blake is also in I think, from what I understand, his first ever MX-5 race, starting in Group A up in 20th place. Michael Close is one of his personal best results on the starting spot in 23rd position. And
green flag has been waved at the back, Scott. I've just seen just out of the corner of my eye just a couple of seconds ago.
There's a bit of confusion because the green flag has been waved, but in terms of what's going on, okay, now they're in the 1 minute board and then the 32nd board. I think there was a bit of confusion because they waved the green flag at the back and they were like, well, are we going or not? I'm not sure. But they're finally decided to run the 1 minute board on the 32nd board. So this should be a pretty interesting race, because the main thing is we've got the main 3 championship contenders in this race. They're all at the front of the field with Steve Foden mixed in there as well. But other drivers that would possibly would maybe cause problems for those guys are not in this race, because, as we say, we've got drivers like Ollie Horwood, Martin Tolley and a few others to start the Group B race.
So they're getting on. Looks like they're getting their formation lap underway. Looks like the 177 had a bit of wheel spin going off the line out of the grid position as they make their way through Redgate. So it's going to be very interesting, as you say, Scott. This is my first experience of Caterhams. Now my first experience of MX-5s, and
you're in for a treat, that's for sure.
I've been watching a lot of the programming quite recently to give myself that jingle of anticipation ahead of this race weekend, and I tell you what, it has not disappointed one iota.
Well, it should hopefully be another great run. Just to reiterate who is where in the points, wherever I put my... Oh, sorry, I've got my programme here. If you've got a programme for the record, flick your way through to pages 16 and 17. You'll be able to find all the information. Coming into the weekend, this is how the championship sits. John Langridge in car number 5 has the championship lead with 1,462 points on drop scores. But it's Will Blackwell-Chambers who crucially starts, I think it's alongside him on the front run. But yes, he does. So the main championship contenders, the top two, are next to each other on the grid. But the man in form, who's in third place in the points, but has won 5 of the last 6 races, Joe Wiggin for Tucker Motorsport and Mercatak Racing. He starts on the front row. If he can get a better launch than Steve Foden, and if he's allowed to get out in front and pull out a lead, he may well be unstoppable, because he really has taken to these Avon tyres a little bit quicker, it seems, than the likes of John Langridge and Will Blackwell-Chambers, who have been, I guess, started the season on the Hankook, so they were allowed to use that for the first 3 meetings, and then everyone had to switch to the Avon tyres. So Steve Foden will be probably beside himself, thinking he's got a great chance to get his best ever result. A victory might be on the cards if everything looks good. He was saying to me in the paddock when we passed him that his car's feeling good, so he's obviously feeling good as well, so he's obviously very confident of trying to pull off a good result. It'll be interesting third row to see for how long both Oliver Graham and Charles Muggeston stay amongst the front runners. They have got pace, but I think it's fair to say ultimate pace may not necessarily be exactly as quick as the front runners. I think even they would be honest to acknowledge that, but I think to be up there as high as they are on the third row of the grid, it's going to be very interesting to watch out for. Lindsay goes from Mazda just run up here. You'll be careful, because she's also how many weeks pregnant?
6 months.
6 months pregnant. She has
6
to run
months
up here.
pregnant. Still looking after these boys.
So,
someone's got to keep them in check.
Yeah. I think the best thing to say after qualifying, it's been hectic, to say the least, trying to sort these guys out on the grid. But we've got them on the grid now, and we've got at least the main championship contenders are still in the field and at the front of the field. So cars start to line up on the grid then. So quick ID check for who is where then. So it's the black and gold number 77, Steve Foden, on pole position. Alongside him is the black and fluorescent pink and yellow number 41, Joe Wiggin. Double defending champion Will Blackwell-Chambers is the blue and white car with the green wheels, number 1. The dark grey car with the green wheels, John Langridge. Row 3 is Charles Muggeston in the red and white Mike Conway racing machine. Alongside him is the sort of two-tone blue striped number 24. Row 4 we see David Waters in the 666, which is kind of the hand graphics on the side of it, the blue and black car. We've got Jason Graytrix in the red and white red line racing machine. And it's Dave Turpin in the all blue car number 30 and the blue and white machine of Adam Bezel rounding up the top 10. Last couple of cars getting into place. The last car that will run up is going to be Clive Chisnell and Graham Rumsey. Graham flag waves at the back any second now, which it does, and we're all set to go. So, race 1 of Group A for the Mazda MX-5 Champion here at Donington Park in the sunshine on the Grand Prix circuit. All set to get underway. Lights go up, and we are underway right now. Good start for the first couple of hours. A cracking start for Foden, and also from the second row of the grid from Blackwell-Chambers and from John Langridge. Langridge slots in behind Blackwell-Chambers, who's already up alongside and past Joe Wiggin. Wiggin has to come across to try and cover up in the tap from Langridge down towards Redgate Corner, but it is going to be Steve Foden who gets a good enough start to lead into turn 1. His teammate Blackwell-Chambers is there in second place. It's still side by side for third as they come up through the Craner curves and down for the first time. So Foden leads the way, still side by side for third and fourth place. Wiggin on the inside line, but it'll put the outside for the old hairpin. So a little sideways, possibly might have been Oliver Graham there as they come down towards the old hairpin. Everyone nice and steady as they turn their way through. I think Muggeston's held on to 4th or 5th position, out of the old hairpin up towards Starkey's Kink, and Foden does still lead. Blackwell-Chambers in second place. He's nose to tail for third and fourth. And a good start, admittedly, from Charlie Muggeston has kept him and Oliver Graham in the mix. Also a good start for Adam Bezel, up 2 spots from 10th to 8th. They turn up through McLean's for the first time. Everyone keeping a nice one big pack together. And so far, touch wood for the first half of the race, everyone's survived. But we still got to get to the end of the first lap. We've still got the 2 hairpins to get to, so it's not certain just yet. Out of Coppice and on the run down towards the S's, breathe, hold your breath, everybody, because hopefully they're going to get through nice and safely. But Foden, as I say, after a cracking start, is on genuine pace, is holding the station in the lead here, ahead of Blackwell Chambers as they go possibly side by side for the lead. But Foden turns his way through, and only Blackwell Chambers falling back for second place. He's under threat from John Langridge up the inside line. Here comes Joe Wiggins to go with him as well. The three main championship contenders are going to be together into the hairpin and up towards Melbourne Loop. Wiggins gets one place, Wiggins gets two up the inside. Langridge passes both Blackwell Chambers and Langridge into the Melbourne Loop and up into second place at the expense of the top two in the title race. And Johnny Wells is not too far away. Look at that, we've got John Langridge versus Jason Graycock just behind him. I was thinking his team a bit of a nudge into the Goddard's hairpin. Come on, we'll get on with it. He's supposed to be leading the championship. Into the hairpin for the end of the first lap, and Foden does indeed lead the way. He's got a lot of confidence. He could possibly be on his way to trying to get himself into his first ever MX5 Group A victory. Still the second place for Wiggin now. Langridge now under threat from Blackwell Chambers. Here they go again, side by side into Redgate Corner. Muggerson not too far with the key. He can make it three abreast if he's not careful. Into Redgate Corner. He's trying, but the top to go around the outside ahead of him. Sixth place for Greatrex, then the rest of the top 10 is Basil, Turton, Cannon and Graham. An energetic first lap, but thankfully, thank goodness, they've all got through safely. One car's at the back of the field is Oliver Attard, who might have had a bit of spin, but apart from that, everyone survived. Nobody can breathe a sigh of relief for the time being.
I had to hold my breath that entire, 2.5 minutes. But Graham was very lucky not to hit the outside of the barriers just off the Melbourne hairpin, because it was nigh on three abreast going through that corner, but yeah. Well, I mean, I do recognise the colour scheme of Wiggins' car, because for the C1 24 Hours, he was with Mac Attack Racing there, who actually went from 99th to first. And
he ran that same colour scheme in the BMW Compact Cup, where he was quite successful as well. Of course, that's the reason why he's been able to adapt to rear-wheel drive so well, because he was so experienced in the BMW Compact Cup, which are actually this weekend racing at Anglesey, the other BRSCC meeting. So, whilst they're racing on the Welsh coast, where the weather is apparently just as good, surprisingly, here as it is at Donington Park.
That's a surprise.
Whereas yesterday it was pouring down with rain, as I heard it was yesterday. Anyway, enough about the weather. We've got a race to look at. So, into the S's for the second time come the leaders. Still Steve Foden, who leads the way then, has got a couple of car lengths over Joe Wiggin, and both of them are trying to pull away here from this scrap for the championship lead between John Langridge and Will Blackwell Chambers. For fifth place, it's now Greatrex versus Buggers. The Buggers are trying to make a possible dive up the inside of P5. He's going for it into the Melbourne Loop. And I'll tell you what, he's got it. So that's really brave stuff from Charles Buggerston. This is really good development. He's actually, I spoke to you soon, he's run too wide on the exit and back through goes not only Greatrex, but Alan Bezel says 2 for 1. I'll get the pair of them on the exit if you don't mind. Into the hairpin at Goddard's for the second time. And on pure pace, and I don't mean to sound so surprised, but Steve Foden's doing a grand job here leading the way. We said his car was spinning good. He wasn't kidding. He still leads the way. It's the first proper flying lap. He's matching the pace of Joe Wiggin. There's a big scrap going on between Matt Pollard, David Waters, Lewis Cannon, and Oliver Graham, who's trying to squeeze up the inside of Waters when there really was no gap to get up the inside of the Redgate corner. He sits back to the outside line. It's almost 4 abreast into Redgate corner. Round the outside goes Oliver Graham. So Lewis Cannon and Oliver Graham tries to get past David Waters in the process, but can't do that. The rest of the field goes pouring past into Redgate once again at the start of lap 3. So 2 laps in the books. So far, no major incidents. Everyone's got through nice and safely. But so far, Foden is the man at the moment. So far, great job at the moment. 1 second lead to Wiggin on the same pace as Joe. He's flying out there.
He definitely is, but there's still plenty of this race left to go. I mean, you've got Langridge, Blackwell Chambers, who are battling over the title, but also battling for 3rd and 4th. And there is definitely no quarter given as the top 2 starting to break away. Langridge still has Blackwell Chambers hot on his heels by about 4 or so tenths adrift in 4th position. Bessel, Greatrex in the 33, Mugglestone still running in 7th position at the moment with Turton, Pollard and Waters, who've got past Cannon and Graham, the 8 and the 24. And Pollard and Waters round out the top 10 at the moment. But it's still, every single driver in this 32 car field is making personal bests with Foden and Wiggin basically on pace 0.02 of a second apart.
I think the main thing is for John Langridge, he just needs to finish ahead of Blackwell Chambers. Just pray that Will doesn't get the fastest lap of the race, because you get 2 extra points for fastest lap, which means that even, for example, if you come second, you get 98 points. If you get the fastest lap, you get as many points as the winner, which is 100, so that can be a benefit. So John Langridge basically needs to make sure he can hold on to Blackwell Chambers. If he can snatch the fastest lap of the race, even better. That's currently held by Steve Foden. But if he can get that, it'll be an extra couple of points towards his tally. And what's intriguing here is that Joe Wiggins found a bit of pace in this lap here, and now he's caught the slipstream with Steve Foden. He's smelt a little bit of blood in the water here as he goes up towards the outside line to Redgate corner. Foden knows he's there, and I think Wiggins, for a second, thought, should I cut to the inside? No, I shouldn't, because I'm far enough alongside on the outside line. Foden defends, but Wigan might get him back on the undercut through the exit of the corner, and he might try and put himself alongside. Look at the CCTV cameras. It may well be side by side if they come back into Craner curves, and the answer is yes, it is. But looking on the CCTV cameras, now Foden's going to be in the non-prime position here, and in fact Wigan has gone round the outside of the Craner curves. That's a little bit audacious from Joe Wigan, but that shows the pace he's got. But what that's also done, look at the two cars behind, because out to the old hairpin, Langridge is there, and Blackwell Chambers is just keeping pace there in fourth position. So those four are holding station. Up to fifth now has gone Adam Bezel. Sixth is now Jason Greatrex. Kudos to Charlie Muggleton, still seventh place at the moment. This is by far his best performance of the season of his MX5 racing career so far. Never mind the weekend, in seventh place, and some more battling going on towards the bottom of the team. I should also mention that for Lindsay's sake, her other half is 20th at the moment, so he's in Group A and he's surviving. So at the moment, if he stays there, he'll be still in Group A for the second race. So he's surviving. He's doing pretty well. He's battling away with Charlie Rawls and Fraser Frenwick and Oliver Jenkins. It's a very good battle at the moment as they come through.
Scott gets a brief hug from Lindsay there. But yeah, what I've noticed is the fact that Wigan actually took a hell of a lot of time. But look at the train. It is, well, hang on. Foden's down into...
not anymore, he's not, because basically Langridge got second place. He was looking to the inside line to get past Wigan. Foden was sailing around the outside of Langridge.
That's
on
right.
the outside line. But if he's got enough grip, he will hold the inside line, possibly get himself through. It's now side by side for second place. Foden has the inside run for Goddard. There's nothing really Langridge can do to try and break it around the outside line.
That's getting close, really close indeed. But Foden sends it up the inside of Langridge, going into the entrance of Goddard's.
And he's got it just about, although he might squeeze one on the exit, and here comes Blackwell Chambers to get benefit from that move there from Steve Foden. And of course, Foden and Blackwell Chambers are both teammates. They're running the most stable of White Comber Racing. So Blackwell Chambers crucially powers past Langridge, slots in front of a number 5. But as the two championship contenders continue to battle, Wigan and Foden continue to chase after each other. But Blackwell Chambers is up to third place, crucially, and now scoring a couple more points to try and regain that, bring that championship lead back down to what would be 2 points. Yeah. Although that said, no, Langridge has taken the fastest lap of the race. He's got it with 156.6, which means that the gap would still be 4 points. Because it means that even though Blackwell Chambers is in third, he still gains that point back, so he would score exactly the same number of points, which means it would be 96 each, if I'm correct.
Crikey, but I was having a look a little bit further down the field, and David Waters in the treble 6 was definitely getting an opportunity trying to get past Lewis Cannon heading down into Redgate, but hasn't made it happen yet. But has that been that Langridge and Blackwell Chambers are just battling amongst each other? That was a great move from the number 5 up the inside of the number 1, going through into McLean's there. So that battle's going to allow both Wigan and Foden to actually have their own battle up front, and they are starting to pull away just out of our line of sight.
Did spot just behind a little bit further back that Matt Pollard and Charlie Muggleton were battling over what was 7th position. I think Pollard did possibly try to sneak around the outside, exiting McLean into Coppice. I think he might have just about got through. So leaders turn their way into the S's once again. This is on that 5 with Steve Foden now back on the tail of Joe Wiggins. Joe's not been allowed to get away here. Steve Foden's back on the tail. He might possibly think about a move into the Melbourne Loop. Also, could be Blackwell Chambers having an attack on Langridge. And also, look at this, just behind them, because Adam Bezel is also joining it, and he's bringing Jason Greatrex with him as they come out to the hairpin. Foden trying an outside line to try and possibly set him up for a move into Goddard, but he's not far alongside. I think he tries to make a dive, which might be a bit brave, but we'll see if he can try and make his way through. Into the Melbourne Loop he goes. Does he go up the inside line? No, he stays on the racing line to try and hold behind Joe Wigan as they turn up through Goddard once again to end lap 5. But also, again, it's bringing John Langridge and Blackwell Chambers back in. Of course, at the moment, Langridge has the fastest lap of the race and would outscore Blackwell Chambers by 4 points. He'd get 2 more points for his position and also the extra 2 for the fastest lap. So that means the lead would increase to 8 points, possibly on drop scores. And also Adam Bezel might be a bit of help here to Blackwell Chambers. Of course, he's another Mike Comber racing car in the mix. Further behind them, Matt Pollard is up to 7th place. Turpin's now 8th. Charlie Muggleton's now 9th. 10th place for Oliver Graham. Meanwhile, further back, an update for Mike Close. He's in this battle for sort of 20th place going on. He's got Oliver Jenkins, Nick Ledoyen and Alan Hawkins and possibly Ian Blake in there. He's scrapping. But he is still in Group A contention. He's still there, so I touch wood, I don't want to curse it, but he's above the top 5 drop zone, which is the main thing. So leaders are back into McLean's once again for lap 6, and Foden is right on the tail of Joe Wigan here. So Steve Foden's pacing this second half of the race now, starting to come back to him here. The tyres are starting to come back to him, and in many cases, this now means that Wiggins' pace, he might be quick, but Foden's right there. He will pounce at any opportunity because he's right on the rear bumper of the 41. I think possibly could be a question of when rather than if he starts to strike and make a move.
That's very true, but obviously, even though Langridge and Blackwell Chambers are battling each other through, for third and fourth position, if something happens with the top two, as they now come through into the S's, it's looking very close now because it looks like Langridge has actually dropped Blackwell Chambers by a few kart lengths. He has, and he's closing on the back bumper of Fodden there in 77 as they go through towards the Melbourne hairpin. But Wiggins still leads. Foden, Langridge and Blackwell Chambers, Bessel and Greatrex are really coming into this right now, as that's a great run from Langridge to try and close up to Foden on the approach onto Goddard's, with more lightness vandals going through. A little bit further down the order, 7:22 there I spot, and I think, have I just seen, Mike Close still there in 22nd position at the moment, but that might change when they come across the start-finish line very, very shortly. But they've started to drop. They're trying to.
You almost catch it because you've got little Simons on the exit. That puts him with the threat from Ian Blake in 95 on the end. Makes a bit. Mike shuts the door. Don't think so, Ian. Get back behind me. Oh, we've got a car. We've got a car in the gravel trap. We've got a car. I think it's one of the AB Motorsport cars that has dropped down the time. Dropped down the order. I think we have to wait and see which one it is from when they come past the timing screen. I think it might be. Who is it? I think it might be Blake actually. No, it's not actually. Sorry. Who is it that's off the road? Hasn't come through. Basically, there's a car off in the gravel trap. It might be it's Peter Tyler actually won the 180. This could be interesting because there will be wave yellow flags down there. Now it's late. We've got 7.5 minutes to go. Is that going to warrant a safety car? Now for second place, there's been a change. John Langridge has got past Steve Foden. They'll come out through Coppice Corner. Now the question's going to be, if they cover this with double wave yellows, there can be no overtaking whatsoever, and the drivers have got to spot this, otherwise, because that's in a very precarious position on the exit of the second part of the S's. That's right on just on the edge of the gravel trap, almost on the AstroTurf, so that's going to be very pretentious indeed. But there's got to be double wave yellows down there to make sure. Tyler's going to try and jump out of the car, but you might want to stay in the car for a second, because you might not want to get out there just yet, Peter, because the cars are making their way through. Wiggins pulled away.
Sorry to cut across you there, Scott, but Wiggin has got an absolute huge lead. So obviously there's been battling between Fodden and Langridge for second position. So whether there's been something that's impeded the pair of them, if they've had to go past about Marcus, they're now battling over second, third. And at the moment, Wiggin has got a huge lead. It was nearly 6/10 last time around. I think it's going to be closer to a second as he comes around Goddard's.
And also what's interesting is Adam Bezel standing up the back of these four saying, can I come and play too? Because I'm back in fifth position. And he's right on the tail of his teammate, Will Blackwell Chambers, as they turn their way out of the hairpin. So Wiggin continues to lead. There's more black and white flags going out, this time for the 65 of Will Hayden and the 24 of Oliver Graham. And they're both being warned for track limits. They've got to be careful this time by. 6 minutes to go in this race. Just further back from that top six, Greatrex has fallen away in sixth position. Matt Pollard is seventh, being put under pressure from David Turton. Ninth place for Sebastian Fisher. 10th for Oliver Graham. 11th place now for Charles Muggleston, who's still doing well in 11th place. 12th place for David Waters. 13th for Lewis Cannon. Then it's Jack Moody, Jack Rawls, who's running ahead of Charlie, which is a great job on his first, I think one of his first races here. And we've then got Adrian Burge, Will Hayden, Fraser Fenwick, Charlie Walsh, and Nick Ledoyen. And an update on Mike Close. He's still 23rd, but having a good scrap with Hawkins, Oliver Jenkins and Chisnell. The leaders come back towards McLean's, and I think you're absolutely right. I think whatever happened and all the battling that was going on between for second and third place, it certainly allowed Wiggin to sprint up the road. At the moment, provisionally, it looks like he's on course for his 7th victory from 8 races, which would be... 6th victory from 7 races. They've got that was the case next time if he wins the next race, which is tomorrow. So if he can hold on to this lead, it'll be 6 wins from 7 races, and it'll really catapult him even further up the championship order. They come down towards the S's once again. This will still be covered by yellow flags because of the stricken car of Peter Tyler, who's out of the car, but his car is embedded deep in the gravel trap, so they can't make a move into there's no passing here. The Langridge have to try and set him up for a move into the Melbourne loop, which he might possibly look to do. He's close enough to possibly think about a move, but Foden will try and go defensive on the inside line. They hit the brakes into the 183 hairpin. This is a downhill braking zone, which is very tricky for the MX-5, so to really stand on the anchors and try not to lock the fronts as much as possible.
I'll tell you what, Langridge actually had a good run of momentum coming out of the Melbourne hairpin there.
And that gap looks a little bit closer between the lead and second place. That was 2 seconds. That looks a little bit closer this time by, so not necessarily 2 seconds. I think the Foden might be bringing Langridge with him here. He's only got 4 minutes to go, 4.25 minutes. Across the line they go. So Wiggin leads Foden there. Yeah, the gap's 1.4, so look at that. So he pulled in half a second, and he's bringing Language with him, and both of them are dropping the battle between Blackwell, Chambers and Bezel, who are scrapping amongst themselves for 4th and 5th. But the frustrating thing is that Language still holds the fastest lap of the race. It means at the moment, Language would outscore Blackwell Chambers by 4 more points, but to being a position ahead, which gives him an extra 2 points, and the extra 2 points for the fastest lap. It means he scores 4 more points. The gap, in theory, should go up to 8 points, but of course you've got drop scores to factor in as well, so we've got to watch out for that. The rest of the field goes pouring through. The 5 drivers for the record that are in the drop zone to be into Group B, apart from Peter Tyler, who's out of the race, are Oliver Attar, Graham Rumsey, Neil McGregor, and Thomas Jenkins. Dougal McGregor, who's in that car. He's sharing it with Neil as they come out through Coppice Corner, the leaders, with 3.25 minutes to go.
Mugglestone's back up into the top 10 now, so up into 10th position. He's been battling away with Waters in the treble 6 for the last few laps, but I've just had a look at the times in terms of the last laps, and Mugglestone did 1 minute 59 as the leaders are really starting to close together. So Foden and Langridge are working together, it seems, to close the gap on Joe Wiggin, and that gap is being truncated, but I think Foden has actually decided to drop Langridge and go after Wiggin, all on his Jack Jones. So this could be really interesting, just seeing how differently they approach the braking. So Wiggin very, very steady there, Foden going a bit deeper, I think, into the braking zone, as was Langridge. Blackwell Chambers, I think, will need to just consolidate some really good points in this race as they go towards Goddard's. So
they're going to get 2 more laps to go because the clock says 2 minutes 20. You get 2 more times around the Grand Prix circuit. A 5-second track limits penalty has gone out to car 26. That's Charlie Roll. So he's transgressed the track limits 1 too many times. The gap at the front is down to 1.2 seconds. A new personal best from Steve Foden. He's got 2 more laps now to reel in 1.2 seconds, and of course you'll catch, as we know the saying, you can catch Joe Wiggin, but passing is going to be another different ball game altogether. So trying to get passing is going to be very, very difficult. So we can track them on the camera and see where they are. Here they are through the Craner curves and up towards the old hairpin. Wiggin's car looks pretty in good form through the Craner curves and through the faster corners as Foden tries to keep chase with him. And I think that you're right with Steve Foden. So he basically said to John Langridge that either keep pace with me or just let me go off on my own. I think the latter seems to be happening, although Langridge is starting to pull that back in a little bit more again, although he lost 4/10 on that last lap. So fastest man on the circuit last time by certainly was Steve Foden, as the leaders head their way out of McLean's up towards Coppice, a little bit further back to check in with them. Jason Greatrex has not only been dropped by the top 5 completely, he's now come under threat from those cars in the second half of the top 10, because Matt Pollard leads that charge, followed by Sebastian Fisher, Dave Turton, and then Charlie Muggleston. Oh, one car's off the road. Who's that?
And hit the barriers.
That is... Who's that off the road? That is... Is that possibly Adam Bezel? Is that possibly... I'm trying to zoom it in. No, it's Adrian Burge is off the road. So this Adrian Burge is off the road, and he might possibly be out of this one. Now, with the lead gap, look at this. It's much closer than possible. That's not a second. That's less than that to come down towards the hairpin. Foden is really going after him in the second half of this. He seems to be stronger in the second half of the lap, and he's right on his rear bumper as he comes out of the Melbourne Loop. There's a lap and a bit to go. This is going to be a really nail-biting finish for this first MX5 race of the weekend, because Wiggin leads, but Foden and Langridge are there to pounce. If there's any small mistake, and Foden's car appears to be stronger at the top end of the circuit in the second half of a lap. So this is going to be very close, Alex, with 1 more lap to go.
Definitely. So Wiggin not out of the woods by a clear mile. And I tell you what, both Foden and Langridge really have a good amount of opportunity to close the gap heading into Redgate, as just keeping an eye on further battles down the order. And it's just really... Well, you've got the, excuse me, the number 33 and the number 55, I believe. That's Greatrex and Pollard battling over position. And looked like Pollard was going to try and go round the outside of Greatrex going into Redgate, as the leaders are pretty much line astern going through the Craner curves, down into the old hairpin. Oh, Foden is he's biding his time. You said it might not be enough, but I think it might be. He's run on the back bumper of the number 41, the 77, and Foden really now looking to strike on this particular lap.
He knows what's at stake. He knows his first ever Group A victory is at stake here. He got his first ever Group A podium here last year in October at the end of the season. He wants to go one better. Wiggin is under pressure. To give you an idea of how quick they were, it was a 158.1 for Wiggin last time, a 157.4 for Foden, a 157.1 for Langridge. So Possibly Wiggins' tyres might have gone off too much. We're not sure, but Foden now only has the S's, but he can't pass there because there's yellow flags. He's only got the 2 hairpins to go now. He's got to get this job done pretty quickly. He's only got 2 chances to get past now. He can't do it here at the S's. In they go. Look at this. First, second, third are line and stern. They've dropped Blackwell Chambers and Bezel. Here they come. Down to the head. It's a strong exit from Foden. He's closing in on the sprint down towards the hairpin. Here he comes. Wigan has to go defensive. Which way is he going to go? Left or right? Inside or out? He's going to try and get the undercut on the exit if he can. Forces Wiggins to try and go deep if he possibly can. Try to throw it back up the inside line.
Here comes Langridge. He's going up side by side with Foden, but Foden's going to have the inside line going into Goddard's.
And this isn't going to help him trying to get past Foden, past Wiggins to come back into the hairpin for the final time. Into the left hand, and Langridge to try and get for second place. A lock up, Foden up the inside line. And he almost makes contact with Wiggins, but he just about holds on, goes too deep, and he somehow gets back on top in second place. But Joe Wiggins does make it 6 wins from 7 races in the Mazda MX-5 Championship in a row. Second place for Steve Foden. How he held on to that in the final corner, I've no idea. John Langridge is third and holds the fastest lap of the race. He gets the extra 2 points for that. Fourth place for Blackwell Chambers. Fifth for Bezel. It'll be 6th for Matt Pollard. 7th for Sebastian Fisher. And on the line for 8th position, it goes to Jason Greatrix, who really fell off in the last couple of laps. 9th place for Dave Turton. 10th for Oliver Graham. 11th place goes to Charlie Muggleston. 12th for Dave Waters. 13th for was Lewis Cannon. There's Moody and Jack Rawls. Jack Rawls finishing ahead of Charlie is very impressive, even regardless of the top of the penalty. And I think one thing we can also be pleased of is that, especially Lindsay was, that Mike Close will come through in Group A in 22nd place, which means he will stay in Group A for the next race tomorrow. And I think there's going to be celebrations all round in the Close Racing Camp, I think for sure on that one. Right, I'm going to quickly run and have a chat to these 3 drivers, because that was a mega race between all 3. I think there's going to be 3 massive smiles on their faces. Foden, I think, might be a slight disappointment. He missed out on the win, but that's still, by far for me, his best performance I've ever seen him in Mazda MX-5s.
I could see the emotion because when Joe did the Mazda Royal Wave, and then Steve just went, yes! You know, you could see the left arm. He punched the air, and that was just a great expression of emotion to see from him.
It was.
And I have to say, how he held on to that through Goddard's, my goodness me, that was heart in the mouth moment there.
That really was. Right, so I'm going to quickly have a run down. If you want to run down the provisional finishing order, I shall run down and have a chat to our top 3 when they're ready.
Thank you very much, Scott. So, by just over 1 second, Joe Wiggin makes it 6 out of 7 by very, very aggressively charging Steve Foden. Scott makes his way down to the pit lane to speak to the top 3. I have to say, though, John Langridge, that was a great effort. He was closing in, he got closer and closer. Will Blackwell Chambers rounds off a very, very good points haul in 4th position. Knew that the top 3 were going to start getting away and just consolidated it. Bessel in the number 4 in 5th place, ahead of the number 55 of Matt Pollard, with the number 81 of Sebastian Fisher in 7th, ahead of the number 33 of Jason Greatrix from Cardiff, actually from not too far from where some of my family actually live, just outside of there in Penarth. Turton in the number 30, and the number 24 of Oliver Graham from Norwich, of all places, as the first of the top 3 come through, with Joe Wiggin, Steve Foden, and now also John Langridge down in the pit, so they're going to try and stop them. So Scott can have a quick word with it, which they're just doing now at the moment. So Turton, Graham, Mugglestone just outside of the top 10 and 11th position, but the number 96 should be pretty happy with that sterling effort, having qualified 7th. The number 12 in 12th was Waters in the treble 6, Cannon in the number 8, Moody in the 544, Rawls in the 177. That's Jack Rawls rounding out the top 15 ahead of Hayden, Fenwick, Rawls. That's the other Rawls of. Sorry, my apologies here. I'm just trying to look through the. So it was the other Rawls in 18th. Hawkins, Ledoyen, Jenkins, Mike Close finishing in 22nd, so he'll be still in being Group A for the second race tomorrow. Blake, Chisnell, the other great treks in 25th. Leary, Jenkins, Rumsey, McGregor, Burge, Attard and Tyler, with the bottom 5 of Rumsey, McGregor, Burge, Attard and Tyler actually not making it through to Group A for tomorrow's earlier race. So, but what a battle between the top 3. Really couldn't count on what was going to happen, and very, very sure enough, Wiggin, Foden and Langridge, but we have Scott down in the pit lane, ready to speak to our top 3, including our winner, Joe Wiggin.
Plenty of hugs, plenty of celebrations for that top 3, which is fantastic. We've got the podium down here, we'll quickly welcome up onto the podium. First of all, we're going to get him up, so
he's first to pick up his trophy. So, of course, the winner, his 6th win out of 7 races, goes to Joe Wiggins. So well done to Joe. Congratulations. And we'll get second and third up. Second place, of course, to Steve Foden. Well done to Steve. That's arguably his best performance ever in MX5 with second place. He almost missed out the win. And third place to John Langridge, championship leader. So he continues to lead with the fastest lap of the race. He gains 4 valuable points on his championship rival, which is crucial. And be a quick couple of pictures for social media. There is that we might sort of bring them away from the building so we can have a chat to them. A couple of cars to recover, I think, especially with the hardest car. And that's done. Guys, if we bring you across here so we can have a chat. Joe, first of all, you're getting the hang of this, aren't you? 6 wins out of the last 7 races. That thing's a monster, isn't it?
Yeah, no, there's other monsters out there who are a bit quicker than us at the moment, but we just seem to get them in a bit of a race. So I knew I had to lead to win. I didn't have the pace to follow. I thought Steve was going to drive away from me, but he was too busy looking in his mirrors, and it just meant that I could chase him down. And I knew I had to make it a race because his car's so quick, and so's John. So as soon as they get in the tow, I'm a sitting duck. But backed him up and just let him have a race behind me, and hope for the best. But yeah, thanks to Tucker Motorsport, and the car's pointing in the right direction, and it's finishing first. So I can't complain really. But yeah, thank you.
You're becoming a factor in this championship now, aren't you? With 5 races to go.
Nah, not a chance. It's between John and Will really. We just want more podiums and more wins, and just to finish the year in one piece would be great. We've had a great year so far, and let's hope to carry it on for the last round.
Never say never. Well done.
Nah, cheers, thank you.
Good stuff. Steve, let's get you over for second place. I'm sure you thought it as well. There were times when you were that close, but I think by far that's your best performance to date in MX5. That was a cracking drive.
Yeah, absolutely best performance today, without a doubt. I mean, the one last year was a little bit by chance, but I think the pace that we had this morning in qualifying and the car that I've got underneath me, just want to say thanks to my dad, Mike Comber, for the continued support all year, and Rob Boston for the help with the car when we were setting it up initially.
That was very up and down. You said at one point Joe got away from you in the closing stage, you managed to catch it back up again, and you were that close to him at the end. But I mean, overall, you've got plenty of reasons to be happy about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I had a great start, had a few laps in the lead, and I noticed that Joe was catching me in the tow, and there's not really a lot that you can do. You can just drive as hard as you can, and I did. He managed to get the moves done from poor defending by myself, and he just drove an excellent race. I think the double wave yellows at the chicane kind of helped his cause a little bit.
So you've got to do it again now from the front row for tomorrow, haven't you?
Yeah, it's all a little bit daunting still being this far up, but we'll take every race as it comes.
You'll be fine. And John Langridge, third place. Have a quick chat with John. It's third place. The main thing is that's some more valuable points towards your championship lead, isn't it? I think you should be, Michael, he's possibly 8 points ahead now because you've got the fastest lap as well. So strong race.
That's lovely. Thank you very much. The main thing was a cracking race. It was really good fun. I think we all had, the top 3 of us were just going at it, and the last few corners were particularly interesting.
Good stuff. And I think it's crucial that you finished ahead of Will, because of course it means that you're still in control at the moment in the championship, but of course you've still got 5 races to go, and with everyone yo-yoing back and forth, it's proof anything can happen.
Oh, absolutely. It's so close. With 100 points for a win, a gap of whatever you said, 6 or 8, it's really inconsequential at this stage. We've just got to do the racing and see what happens at the end. But, Blink prepared such a great car for me that it was going really well, and I'm super pleased to do well in front of Fresh Cold here today.
Get them tomorrow?
Yeah, why not?
Well done. Good stuff, mate. Well done to the top 3 for Group A, and we'll see them.
Yes, thank you very much, Scott. Good to hear from the top 3. Excuse me. So, race 3 of the meeting, and it's the first race of the Motul Caterham 7 270R Championship here at Donington Park, with myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Scott Woodwiss providing you with the commentary throughout the entire weekend. So we go into the first race for the 270Rs. One today this afternoon, and then their second and final race of the weekend tomorrow morning. And the grid is as follows. James Murphy will be on pole position with Tom Allen alongside on 3 and 17. Then we've got the number 5 of Gregory Monks. Daniel Housted in the 36 will line up alongside on row 2. Row 3 will be the number 25 of Neil Fraser and Daniel French in 25 and 77. Ollie Pratt in the 74, and Justin Heath in the number 6 will round out row number 4. Chris Moore and Matt Shepherd, that's numbers 11 and 80, round out the top 10. ahead of Lewis Thompson in the 79. Andy Morgan in the 23. Toby Close in the number 12, and Johnny Jarrett in the 21 on 14th position ahead of Paul Fielder. Jim Ireland in the 28 and 56. Mark Treadwin in the 44 starts on row 9 with Jimmy Bevel in the number 9 alongside Simon Goodwin in the 68 and James McCall in the 88. Complete row 10. That's your top 20 completed with James Leusnan, Graham McDonald in the 86 and 19, Alistair Melton in the 95, Mark Smith in the 72, Richard Clegg in the 76, Alistair Curry in the 29, with Scott Parker in the 63, John Isherwood in the 8, Neil Evans in the 64, and James Gilmore in the number 10. So this is race 3 of the weekend, and we've got a total of 21 races all in all here at Donington Park. I think that's probably the biggest amount of grids that I've actually... the biggest amount of races that I've commentated on in terms of a circuit capacity, not including karting, Scott. It's been... I'm looking forward to this one. Another fantastic championship, the Motul Caterham 270Rs this time around.
I've just been told that for podiums for Caterhams, they are going to do them... They can't stop the top 3 anymore now because of batches for the TV coverage. So if our audio guys are listening, I want a bit of extra strength on the on the signal for the microphone, because apparently it did work for the GTs a few weeks ago. So I should give it a try. And possibly might have to leave the race with a couple of laps to go to get down there.
Well, the good thing is that for those that are wondering if you can listen back to it, apart from TSLtiming.com, we are actually pre-recording this for Downforce Radio as well as we speak. So you'll be able to relive all the action with sound, not necessarily vision, but we'll do our very best to make this as exciting as possible, as I know Scott is always excited about Caterhams and MX-5s, as I know from many years before.
So this first race for the 270Rs, of course, just a quick recap of who's where in the championship just before we get this race underway. So Daniel French leads the way with 263 points, and Justin Heap on 260. Daniel Housestead is on 242. Matt Shepherd on 227, and then Greg Monks with 221. Well, by Neil Fraser, James Murphy, Chris Moore, Toby Clues, and Ollie Pratt rounding out the top 10. But it will be interesting to see how James Murphy and Tom Allen get on. Of course, James Murphy hasn't won a race so far this season. Tom Allen is fresh off the back of winning the first race at Spa a couple of weekends ago. Greg Monks is one of his better qualifying performances, up in the third place on the grid. Housestead's also a proven race winner. Also watch for Daniel French and Neil Fraser. Justin Heap, second in the points, he's starting back in 8th on the grid, alongside Ollie Pratt. And we've got Matt Shepherd and Chris Moore. So all the front-running drivers are what they should expected to be amongst the top 10. That's the last few cars into position. Graham McDonald starting back in 22nd place was the Caterham CEO. Got some work to do for the 11th row of the grid. Last couple of cars in position. And then we're all set for 30 minutes of Motul Caterham 270R Championship action. So Murphy on pole, Al alongside on the front row, who will get the whole shot into Redgate corner. Red lights on, revs rise, and the 270Rs are, after a long hold, they're finally underway.
Blinding start there from the 79 there. That's Thompson off of position 11. Got an absolute flyer just from 11. So probably could make up a couple of positions, as it is 3, maybe even 4 abreast at points going into Redgate for the very first time there, Scott.
But it's James Murphy who leads the way into and out of Redgate corner through the Crater curves. It looks as though it's going to be Alan holding on to second place. They turn their way through. Everyone appears to be getting through pretty safely. There's some people are going 2 abreast, almost 3 abreast through the Crater curves. Into the old hairpin first. There's a little bit of lock-up from somebody on the exit, the second part of the Crater curves. But into the old hairpin they go. And it's Murphy still leads the way. Alan in second place. It's side by side. It looks in between possibly Justin Heap, is it? And scrapping up, or it might be either. It's either. Apologies. It's either Daniel Housestead. It's Daniel Housestead. It's either possibly Greg Monks or Justin Heap. I think it's possibly Greg Monks battling with him. Dan French, meanwhile, I think looks to be up to 5th position as they turn out through Coppice for the first time and up towards the S's, and on the run down towards the complex. The S's for the first time, and we'll see possibly from the run down the back straight there's any chance for any position changes here. A couple of drivers moving out to try and possibly get a move, but they slot back into line as they turn into the S's for the first time, and the lead is going to be, on the first time of asking, it will be this time, it's Neil Fraser, in fact. So Fraser's up into the lead of the race. So my budget is Tom Allen to lead the race. James Murphy going back up the inside, possibly with the lead. Daniel Housestead closes up under braking, as does also Greg Monks. In fact, the outside of Greg Monks goes Dan French for 4th position. former Academy champion and vice champion largely road sport category. He's having a good battle with Greg Monks. Neil Fraser is in 6th position, 7th place at the moment now for Justin Heap. They will turn their way back into Goddard's for the end of the first lap, but it is going to be Tom Allen, who won the first race at Spa a few weeks ago, who leads the way from James Murphy. He's in the slipstream down towards Redgate Corner, moves out to the inside line. They are side by side in the sprint down towards Redgate Corner, but Murphy has track position. And the brakes into the right hand. It is Murphy spotting back into the lead here at Donington Park at the start of lap 2. Behind them, Daniel Houston checks up Greg Monks, which in turn now starts to bring Dan French into play, and also possibly just behind them, Justin Heap is in there too, as they now filter through the Crater curve. So there's 2 for the lead, it's 5 for second for third place backwards. The rest of the field goes pouring down the Crater curves into the old hairpin once again. And it is still Murphy holding on, but he's got a very feisty Tom Allen all over the rear end of his number 3 DPR run Caterham, turning the way through Schwanzkerve back on towards McLean's, and again slightly tighter entry into the right hander at the top of the hill. That allows House to close back in, but he loses a bit of momentum and now puts him under threat from Greg Monks, who looks for a possible move into Coppice, out through the right hander and onto the back straight. And of course, with the long back straight, it might be a good opportunity to try and make a move into the S's here. So a good clean start for the first couple of laps, Alex, but still plenty of battling and shuffling going on in the first few positions at the front of the field.
Yeah, definitely good. Looks like nearly 3 abreast for 3rd, 4th and 5th between Houston, Monks and French as they go through into the Fogarty S's. But the 2 leaders line astern. I tell you what, Murphy's got a good run on Allen. Could he try to go up the inside of the Melbourne hairpin? No, thinks better of it at the moment. But it's absolutely concertinaing behind the top 5, going through the Melbourne hairpin on the coming out of the exit of the corner, heading down the short blast down to Goddard's. And the number 11 of Chris Moore was going a bit side by side with Ollie Pratt there, heading into Goddard's. But let's just see what's happened. Allen's still in front, Murphy trying to charge, but French now up into 3rd position and has pulled away from both Monks and Houston there, I believe. So the top 2 is quickly becoming a top 3 battle for the lead at the moment.
Yeah, and Daniel French is straight onto the tail of the top 2 as they come up through or down through the Crater curves. Someone's had a bit of a spin on the exit of Goddard's and had an incident. I can't quite tell who that is just yet. It's number 8. That is John Isherwood, who has had a spin. And also, if you look at the time history, ignore the fact that Dan French's time is at the bottom of the table, because he's probably got a bit of a faulty transponder, so ignore that. He's definitely in 3rd position in that lead. You see 2nd now because he's got past Tom Allen and is straight onto the back of his Road Sport Championship rival from 2018, James Murphy. Also in there too is Houston, and also Greg Monks is in there too. Justin Heap's not too far away in 6th position. The rest of the top 10 populated by Fraser, Shepherd and Pratt. Chris Moore's in 11th place, so in 10th place. As you said, Thompson's up there in 11th. Up through Coppice now for the 3rd time. Fastest lap of the race has gone to Dan French, 1 minute 49.281. And looking back to the lap record, that was a 1:48.5 set by Dan Quintero a couple of years ago at the Caterham Festival here. So relatively similar conditions, because it was fairly bright and sunny there.
Hang on. French is now in the lead. He's actually got a front of everybody, and he's now going down into the Melbourne hairpin first. Looks like someone trying to just put the feelers out, trying to go a bit more deep on the brakes, but good thing is no one's locked up or overcooked it, or ending up going straight on into the gravel there. But French now leads from, looks to be Murphy in 2nd position. I think Allen's now dropped down to 3rd place. No, make that 4th.
What this is now doing is also bringing the second half of this top 10 back into play here, because Justin Heap, followed by Fraser, Shepherd, the 11 of Andrew Perry, and also Ollie Pratt in there, that's rounding out, and also then the 10 of Andy Morgan. They are all starting to get themselves, 23 of Andy Morgan are starting to pull themselves into the mix here at the end, lap 3. French now leads the way, still with the fastest lap of the race by only 0.1 of a second, so as they come up through the Crater curves again, it's still nose to tail. I think possibly is that Murphy back in front. It is Murphy back in front, so managed to get him on the run into Redgate Corner, and on the exit managed to slot back in front. Remember, these 2 went at it hammer and tongs for the Road Sport title last year. Murphy only came out on top because even though he got caught up in a last lap incident at the last lap of the race, someone else stole the fastest lap, and French goes sliding back up the inside through Schwanzkerve to get the lead back around as he holds the outside line to sweep across into McLean's. And now Allen's got back past Houston, who was putting him under threat in the battle for 3rd place. Now up to the top of the hill, exiting Coppice, and now as they sprint onto the back straight, and it is still Murphy. No, so it's French now. He's now back into the lead, as we said. But now Murphy's sort of pulled back out to get himself back past. Everything's clear at the chicane. They're going to be side by side into the braking zone. But Murphy's just slotted himself back in front by the time they turn back into the left, right of the S's. So Murphy's back in front now. French into second place. It's still Alan in third place, but here comes down French. Where's he going to go? Inside or outside? He thinks better off making up because he makes a dive with 20 minutes to go in this race. Still plenty of time to go here as they come up through the Melbourne Loop. Houston in fourth place, followed by looks to be Greg Monks in fifth, Justin Heap in sixth position.
It's 3 abreast coming out of the Melbourne hairpin just then, and in the middle of that was the number 23 of Andy Morgan from Ash Vale. And that's the battle for round about 9th to, I count, probably around 13th positions. That's the bottom part of the top 10 and just the lower third of the top 15. So definitely getting very, very interesting out there.
Morgan's now got up to 9th place with expensive Ollie Pratt. Up into 11th place is Toby Clues. It's Lewis Thompson. And also a little bit further down the field, Caterham CEO Graham McDonald. Not exactly on Spark pace because he's back down 16th place. So it's worth to get us a bit further up the field, I think. As they come back through the Craner curve, still Murphy ahead of French, who's managed to slot his way back past as he had a couple of laps ago. Back into the old hairpin come the leaders. And again, this top 3 is starting to bring the rest of that top 6 back into play. We've now got Halstead, Monks and Heap right on their tail as they turn up through the left-hander. 7th place now, we said, for Shepherd. 8th place for Morgan. Fraser and Morgan right out the top 10. French is coming under threat now from as they come up through McLean's. And now it's all starting to close back up again between the top 3 up towards Coppice now at the top of the circuit. And of course the run, as Murphy did a couple of laps ago, slotting back past French on the run down towards the S's, there's a chance here that French might do the same, and it might also bring Tom Allen into play here as well to come back down towards the S's once again at the end of lap 5. So
that's 3 abreast coming into the S's there, and is that French that's just got in front of someone on the lead there? Yeah, like Allen's up into second, Murphy down into third now. But with them is the number 36 of Halstead. He is right on the back bumper and it's going to be close to being 3 abreast. Well, now who's that? So we've got Allen up on the inside of French
into the lead. So he's now taking the lead now. It's now side by side in second place between Murphy and French, almost banging wheels on the sprint down towards there's no love lost between these two after their battle in the road sports last year, is there? Round the outside to get second place and to hold on to it goes James Murphy. Dan Rich says, I don't think so. Tries to pull himself back alongside on the exit, but Murphy's got momentum. He's headed straight onto the slipstream with Tom Allen. Darts out to the outside line. It is side by side for the lead. French thought about making it 3 abreast, but thought, no, I won't risk it. I've got a champion's battle for here. Down the outside line, and Allen holds the inside, but he goes possibly 2 deep on the exit. Murphy tried to sneak back up the inside on the exit, but Allen was having none of it, covered off the potential move, and back into the lead he goes, but now it's possibly 5 for the podium as they turn their way through. Side by side for third and fourth. Here comes Halstead round the outside into the Craner curves and into the old hairpin for third place at the expense of French, and he has got through. So into third place at the exit of the old hairpin it goes. Daniel Halstead with a beautifully orchestrated move around the Craner curves. Also in there now looks to be Greg Monks. Justin Heap's trying to bring the next group between himself and Matt Shepherd into play. Alan now goes defensive on the inside through McLean's. House is now in there. Look, this is 5 of them all together. It's almost like a 20-wheel 270R by that close on the run up towards Coppice. It is that close they sprint up towards the right-hander at the top of the circuit. And now the sprint down towards the S is going to be possibly 5, 6, even 7 cars trying to be the leader as they come back down towards the S's. Something's got to give, and it's not going to be pretty if it doesn't come off the right way.
That's definitely, I definitely agree with you there wholeheartedly there, Scott. But it's 3 abreast going into the S's yet again. And was that French going up the inside for second place? Yes. That was. Nice move there. So now Murphy's in the lead, and Allen's trying to go on the outside. Slingshots past French. That's brilliant there.
Yeah, that was. Now French was playing safe and smart because he knew that both Allen and Hassel were going to try and get it. So he thought, right, you two scrap amongst yourselves. I'm backing out of this and holding on to my position. That in some case, even though he lost that 2 spot, that was smart driving for French to get back out of that move when it could have been the start of a 3 abreast. 2 by 2 for third and fifth. Halstead gets back up the inside, possibly for second place.
Big lock up on the outside there. That could have been French. I'm not too sure, but Halstead and Monks were battling between each other over 4th and 5th position. It's side by side between Heap and also
Dan
French as well.
That's the 2 championship contenders, and Heap has got the advantage for the moment. So now they're all shaking themselves out, exiting through Redgate Corner for the time being. All this battling is just benefiting James Murphy. He's up the road now by 1.1, almost 1.2 seconds. Allen now holds on to second place, we think he does anyway. Into third place it's now Halstead, 4th is Monk, 5th is Heap, 6th is now Shepherd. No, sorry, French is going to get back up in the order because he's got a faulty transponder, so he'll pop up back in the order somewhere in a second. out through the old hairpin. This is on lap 7, and we haven't even hit halfway yet. We're coming up to 18.5 minutes to go. There's still plenty of action left in this first race of the weekend for the Motul Caterham 7 270Rs. But now Murphy's lead appears to be quickly evaporated, because now Tom Allen's chasing after him, and he's bringing down Houston and also Greg Monks with him. As for Dan Frenchie, he's up into 5th position now, but back down to 5th, with Heap, Shepherd, Moore and Fraser in the mix as well. Up now through Coppice again. This is the conclusion of lap 7 on the sprint down towards the S's, side by side for 3rd between Houston and Monks. Houston will have the inside line, but Monks might have that little bit better momentum on the sprint down towards the S's. And Allen thought about darting out on the outside line to get past Murphy, which he might have done actually. He's got into a lead. Yes, he has. So Allen's into the lead now at the expense of James Murphy down the outside line. Murphy tries to come back, and where's he going to go? Inside or outside? Considered the inside line, holds back in the braking zone. Everyone tries to be 5th position behind them. There's 3, 4, 5 cars going for the same apex. Houston, Shepherd, French is in there as well. So was Ollie Pratt, and they're selling so many others. And I've got Andrew Perry's in there, and also I think as well we've got Neil Fraser. And it's 3, almost 4 abreast. Look at this, up the inside line goes. That's Andy Perry trying to make the move, and Ollie Pratt's in there as well. So at the end of what's now lap 7. It's still Allen from Murphy, then Heap in 3rd place, followed by Monks in 4th. French is holding on to 5th position. Houston 6th, and it's Shepherd, Fraser, Moore, and then Ollie Pratt rounding out the top 10 as they all head into turn 1 together. It's a good battle for 11th place down, was also scrapping between Toby Clues as well as Lewis Thompson and James DeLusignan. That's a scrap for the best of the rest outside of the top 10 as they come back down towards the Crane of Curves. Is still, from what I can see, Tom Allen who holds the advantage, and again these two trying to break away as the other cars start to scrap amongst each other, although there has been a breakaway with Dan Houston. I think it's Dan Houston, no, it's Justin Heap, sorry, in 3rd place. He's broken away from that big scrap going on for 4th place. He's trying to charge up the road after the top 2 through McLean's corner, and it's just about the moment, it's for everyone trying to be 4th in whichever order. It changes every single corner.
I can't keep up with it if I'm completely honest, but Allen and Murphy have pulled a gap of around 1.1 seconds over Heap in 3rd position at the moment. But it's going to be very interesting to see as the leaders now make their way towards the S's. I mean, could it be close to being side by side? No, it looks like...
I think Murphy's got back in front, I think.
Yeah, that looks to be the case. So Murphy ahead of Allen, going through the S's, and actually gets a car about 3 to 5 car lengths in front of Allen, heading towards Melbourne. 3rd is still Heat, Monks, Houston, French, as everyone tries to dive bomb each other going through... and that's in the lower half of the top 10.
That was Neil Fraser going up the inside of Matt Shepherd. He managed to get the move done, so that's Matt up into, I think, 6th or 7th position. But also the mix there too is Andrew Perry in the grey car with the white yellow roll bars, and then the yellow and blue car, which is the 74 of Ollie Pratt, who's up there in what is currently 10th position. So top 10 are pretty much all in the same group together as they come across the line, and it's still Murphy who leads the way. Allen in 2nd place. The gap between the top 2 is points is about 3/4 of a second. Allen has the fastest lap of the race at the moment. He'll get the extra point for fastest lap. That's a 1:48.307, and that's a new lap record. New lap record. It's fallen. Dan Quintero's 2-year-old lap record has fallen. That's a 1:48.307 for Tom Allen then. So impressive for him. Not only is it a fast lap, it's a new lap record. So that now falls once again. And
after just over 2 years, which is quite impressive. But yeah, it's still interesting how Murphy's now starting to drop Allen. Even though Allen's done the fastest lap of the race, but it was over a second quicker on that last tour alone, Scott.
Absolutely. Scrap continue to go on. French has got something to think about on the outside. I think that's possibly that Neil Fraser or Dan Houston, one of the two, having a scrap with him over 5th and 6th position. They're still... We've just only got into the second half of the race now for this 270R, so plenty of action still to go. We're on lap 9 of this first race of the weekend. Down the sprint towards... down the straight towards the S's. And still between, I think Alan's got back in front now, because it looks as though it's the brighter coloured car that's in front of the black car with the orange roll bars, and indeed it is. So Alan's back in front, but James, we're getting back on the exit now on the sprint towards the hairpin. Blast pass on the run down towards Melbourne Loop, and have the braking zone and the line into the hairpin onto the place. Again, everyone trying to be 3rd place. Looks to be that it's going to be Greg Monk is up in 3rd place now. He's now 4th. Houston 5th. It's side by side with Neil Fraser pulling ahead of Matt Shepherd. But the one that faltered off the corner there was actually Dan French. He's down to 9th by the time they get into Goddard. So the man who's currently leading the championship is falling away here and actually losing out to some of his championship contenders, particularly Justin Heath and Dan Houston in front of him. But of course, being 9th at this stage of the race means there's the nature of the racing in Caterham, it means that if you get a prime chance to get yourself back up the order, as your friend's demonstrated now, try to get up the inside of Andrew Perry, but number 11's got the line he needs and holds on to the position. So top 10 at the moment, with still 13 and a bit minutes to go. Murphy leads the way, Allen in second place, then Monks, Heap and Housestead, followed by Fraser, Shepherd, Moore, French and Pratt rounding out the top 10. The fastest lap of the race still with the new lap record holder, Tom Allen, at 1:48.307.
Yeah, it's and the gap between Murphy and Allen at the moment was just over half a second last time around, but Allen was actually slightly quicker by just over 2/10. So Murphy is not out of the woods quite yet. There's still plenty of this race. There's about 12 minutes and 40 seconds left to go with Murphy, Allen, Monks, Heap, Housestead, Fraser, Shepherd, Moore, French and Ollie Pratt rounding out the top 10, all separated by just under 4.5 seconds. Fraser, Shepherd, Moore and Pratt have all had their personal bests, and they've been running in around about anywhere between the 1:48.5s to the 1:48.8s, and they are actually lapping quicker than everyone in the top 5 apart from Monks in third position at the moment.
So Tom Allen back into the lead now, so if this ends, constant back and forth between these two is continuing to rage on. Change of fourth is on the card now between Justin Heap and Housestead. Has that inside line, a big dive from Neil Fraser going past 1-2 cars on the apex of Melbourne, got past Andrew Perry as a result of that. Fraser trying to get also Matt Shepherd into the bargain as well, but couldn't get around the yellow number 80. Dan French is at the back of this 10-car group now. He's at the bottom of the top 10, back in 10th position, and lacking a little bit of pace. So, in this coming to the second half of the race, there's still plenty to go. Still 11.5 minutes left in this first 270R race. And hitting Murphy again, trying to chase down Allen into Redgate, but just keeps on his tail. Think about making a dive up the inside line to scrapper his position. Further back, it's a good scrapper going on for 11th place downwards. That's between Lewis Thompson, Toby Clues, Andy Morgan, James Elusignon in there as well. That's a good four-car scrap going on for 11th down to 14th place as they now work lap 11 of this first 270R race of the weekend. But the top two have a clear advantage. But watch out for Greg Monks in third place. He has dropped that group for fourth place downwards, and he is starting to charge after the top two. So the personal best last time by was on 48.701, and he was at least almost a second quicker than the cars in front. So all the battle between the top two is only going to hold them up, and it's really showing the fact that Monks is on a charge, and he hasn't won a race so far this season yet in the 270s. It's only his second season in racing after coming straight out of the academy, just like both Chris Moore and Justin Heap did after they won their respective championships. But Greg Monks is one of his better performances of the season so far, running in third place, and the leaders are in his sights.
Yeah, he's in exactly the same position where he qualified earlier on, so it's going to be very interesting how he closes the gap over the next 10 or so minutes. And I'm just keeping an eye, we just come out of VS's, and he is closing. It was 1.361 seconds last time around between Murphy and Monks Monks is on a flyer. So Allen looks to be back down in second position. So Murphy leading, Allen in second, Monks in third as they make the short blast up to Goddard's, as Allen looks for a move up the inside of Murphy. Can't go for it because there wasn't enough to do quite there.
And behind them it was three abreast for fourth place because Housestead, Shepherd and Heap all went for it at the same time and thought better not, otherwise he won't end well with it. I'll be the fourth place, possibly could be Shepherd. He's looking to the outside of Housestead. Heap may decide to make three abreast. In fact, he does. He's three abreast into Redgate corner. Heap passes the inside line. Shepherd goes round the outside and gets a pair of them. So Shepherd's up to fourth. It's still side by side for fifth position between Shepherd and Heap. Who's going to come out on top of that one? I'm just looking at the run through the crane curves and into the old hairpin they go, and it is now, I think it's Housestead. No, sorry, it is Shepherd in fourth place. It's still Heap in fifth position by the looks of it. Sixth place for. So it's changed. Shepherd's now up to fourth place now because he did get him. Then it's fifth place for Heap, and Heap's now going for fourth place on the outside of Shepherd now, round the outside of McLean. Then he has got through. So it's a bold pass round the outside for Justin Heap to get past Matt Shepherd. Sixth place now for Daniel Housestead. He's dropped back a couple of spots. Dan French, meanwhile, has only got back past Chris Moore and is now trying to pull himself back up the order once again to hold on to what was currently in ninth position, and then trying to get past Ollie Pratt now for eighth place. If he can try and pull himself further up the order, he's still got 8.5 minutes to go. But in any case, he's got some work to do to try and keep up with these front runners. Otherwise, it looks as though possibly it'll be advantage Justin Heap by gathering a couple more points to close that gap in.
And Murphy slingshots past it up the inside of Alan going into Melbourne, and I tell you what, Monks is right there with them. So Alan has to relinquish as everyone else tries to battle their way to go into 4th position. 9 on 3 abreast coming out of that corner. Could have been 4 there if my eyes are not deceiving me at the moment. The number 80 of Shepherd leading that, but Murphy, Alan, Monks now literally line astern. The gap is going to be less than a second between them, I think.
And
0.8.
And Dan French is on the move. He's taking 1, 2, 3. Can he get a 4th goal, which could be Justin Heap? He's side by side with Neil Fraser on the sprint down towards Redgate Corner, which is done on the start of lap 13. He go around the outside of the 25. He's going to try. He's got good grip around the outside. He has got through. So he passed 3 cars in the space of 2 corners. He got 2 on the inside line of the left-hander at Goddard's, and they managed to get around the outside of Fraser to pick up another place. That's from 9th to 6th. A black and white flag has gone out to car 28, which is the 28 of Paul Fielder. That's for track limits, so he's been transgressed them one too many times, and he's been giving a slap on the wrist in the form of a warning. If he does it again, he'll get himself a 5-second penalty for that one added on to his race time. Top 3 are all together now, and unless my eyes deceive me, I'm not sure either. Just everyone's still close together, but it looks like possibly either James Murphy's leading, or it could be possibly a change now, and Greg Monks has found a way past both of them into the lead of the race. But we'll have a look and see if that's the case when they come back through into the S's. But of course, because the run down the back straight towards the S's is a prime chance to get a slipstream and run down towards the chicane. They're all together, they turn. It looks like it's possibly going to be Alan that leads the way, but in second place now it is in fact Greg Monks who got through. Murphy won't stand for that, he's going to come back on the exit. On the inside of the street could be 3 abreast again for the lead of the race. And Monk was very, very deep to try and hold on, but he was way too deep into the corner. Murphy gets the inside line and says thank you very much Greg as he sails off into the distance. And now we've got inside the second place down the top. Monks is back to 3rd. 4th place now for Matt Shepard, who's trying to pull away. 5th place now for Justin Heat, with now Dan French trying to defend from Dan Houston on the run into Goddard's corner, which he tries to do. Houston tries to take the outside line, which he does go for, but French just sticks to the inside line because he gets the better run off the exit. Now makes the sprint down towards Redgate Corner, right on Justin Heat's tail. So top 3 altogether still lead to Redgate. Murphy goes back into the lead, as we mentioned. Alan 2nd, Monks 3rd, then Shepard, Heap, French, Houston, Moore, Fraser and Pratt. That's the top 10. It's Thompson, Clues, DeLesion and Goodwin still battling over 11th to 14th place, and some further progress behind. Graham McDonald's currently sitting in 16th place, having a good scrap with Johnny Jarrett over the 16th position. Number 21 coming just behind him, with McCall, Fielder and Bevan rounding out the top 20.
It was a good move from McDonald actually up the inside to take 16th from Jarrett, going through Goddard, so he's making some good progress there. But last time around, just keeping an eye on the times, the top 3 were running the 149.3s. Shepard was actually a little bit further adrift at 149.6, equal 149.588. Housted is actually the first of the top 7 that is actually running in the 150s, more like a mid 150.5. Moore's running in the low 150s, so the top 5 or the top 6 are running at pretty equal pace at the moment, Scott, to be completely fair with you.
Yeah, 5 minutes to go then, so after what's been a pretty intriguing race for the first 25 minutes, the last 5 could possibly be even more explosive as they come back down towards the head. And here's Murphy again, making that dive of the lead into the Melbourne loop. Monks is there to try and pick up any scraps between these two, battling away into the 180-degree right-hander. Still the top 3 all together. It was a bit more civilised into the hairpin for 4th place backward. It's still Shepard, followed by French. And we've got just Heat, followed by Houston side by side with Perry, who loses out on the sprint house to the corner. Now on the run into the hairpin, going with the battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th. So we've got, look at lap times, possibly another at least 2, maybe 3 laps to go here at Lawrence Park on the Grand Prix circuit.
Alan, in the meantime, is right on the back bumper of Murphy going through into Redgate. So they now go on the approach down towards the Corona curves. So Alan definitely wanting to keep in touching distance, figuratively speaking, not literally speaking here. So they both still going down into the Corona curves, into the old hairpin. Still the top 3 have just really broken away now. Between Monks and Shepard is now an incredible gap of just over 4.5 seconds. So the top 3 now able to have their own little squabble.
Whilst we've been talking there as well, just to move into that, Dan French has laid claim to the new fastest lap record for the 270 yards, because he's pumped in 1:48.053. That takes, obviously, overall now half a second off the original lap record from Dan Quintero from a couple of years ago. So Dan French now is the new owner of the lap record, but there's still 3.5 minutes for that to possibly change if anyone else decides to go quicker.
And out of the corner of my eye, we have our first mechanical black flag of the weekend. The number 25, I think, has just been given the black flag, mechanical black flag there, which is just on the.
And that's Neil Fraser, who's in that lead group.
His nose is hanging off.
Oh, his nose is hanging off. Thanks for that, Simon. So his nose is hanging off the front of the car, so obviously that could be a danger because if that falls off, if you get stuck with the car, it could cause a problem for the cars behind. So Tom Allen then continues to lead the way now. It's Monks up to second place and James Murphy up to third. So Allen wants to get his second race winning 3 races so far. He stood at the race winner of the first race at Spa. And of course he wants to pick up another race victory if he can here. Now French, meanwhile, is now holding station in 5th position ahead of Justin Heap. His efforts now going to try and catch after Matt Shepherd now in 4th position.
And French has actually just taken the fastest lap of the race in 1:48.053.
Yeah.
So on lap number 14.
That was on my last time by, but before this one. So the lap record has been broken now been lowered by half a second thanks to the original owner Dan Quintero from a couple of years ago at last year's Caterham Festival. So we now look towards our leaders who are making their way into the Crane Curves. They've got, I'd say, this is penultimate lap. I think they've got one more lap to go because after this one's finished, because I've got 2 minutes to go on the clock, and the lap time is about 1:48 for these front runners. So we've got plenty of time to get around and set another one. Top 3 still together. Here they come out through it, and Alan he's now defending from Monks, who's probably going to get a good exit from McLean's on the run towards Coppice. Try and catch it on the cameras up at the top of the circuit as they run round towards the back straight towards the S's. And there could be a bit of a shuffle going on here as they come out of the right hander onto the back straight, which is where slipstreaming is at a premium. And has to go to the racing line, but it might have been too soon because he's possibly opened up the gap for both Murphy and also for Monks to try and slide through. It's almost 3 abreast on the run into the S's as they come back into the left-right chicane. And who comes out on top is going to be one of the black cars. It's going to be James Murphy comes out on top, but Monks may well snatch it on the approach down towards the Melbourne Loop here. He goes up the inside line. Monks hasn't won a 270R race yet in his career, but he possibly could be a lap away from doing so. But nothing's ever safe until he gets the checkered flag. So he needs to be battling amongst each other. Shepherd is bringing the gap down slowly, but not quick enough to trouble the top 3. And likewise for French, he's not catching Shepherd quick enough to be a threat for 4th place, it looks as though. So out of the hairpin for the second to last time to get the last lap board, and here at Donington Park, still showing the black and orange flag to Neil Fraser, who looks like he's severely dropped back down the order as a result of that. So as they come into the right-handed red gate once again, Neil Fraser is just making his way out. I think he's seen the black and orange flag. He's thinking he's struggling. There he is.
We've had a little bit of a coming together, I think, there, just through the quality S's there, Scott.
And that was Neil Fraser who had the nose hanging off, which is where the black and orange flag came from. So he's obeying that and deciding to come in and get that taken off before he finishes the race. So we've got a track limits penalty for car 28. So that's another warning came through for Fielder, who did the first time. So he's basically obtaining once again. Top 3 and nose to tail once more, with Monk still ahead of Murphy, with Tom Allen in the mix as well. Shepherd looks relatively comfortable in 4th place. Likewise, French from 5th. 6th place now with another new fast lap race. Dan House has now pinched it. Another new lap record, 1:48.015. So we snatched it by another 400th of a second. So House, the lap record has changed 3 times now. Between first it was who did it go to? I can't remember who it went to first. It went to French. So they went to French.
Went to Tom Allen.
Then to French, and now it's gone to Houston.
So 3 different drivers in this race.
Absolutely. Right, down towards the party after the last time. Any of these 3 guys are going to win, but they should all stand on the podium, in which order is going to be crucial, because that means time for the final Toyota James Murphy to make the move from the lead into the hairpin. Monk kind of then he's gone deep on the exit. Monk gets it back on the sideline. It could be 3 abreast the exit. Here comes now Tom on the outside line. It's going to be 3 abreast again down towards the hairpin. James Murphy's forcing the issue down the inside line into the Goddard's hairpin for the final time. A little bit of a lock-up there from Dreg Monks. We'll try and get it back on next if he can. Here comes possibly Tyler, but it's going to be James Murphy who will finally win his first 270R race of the season. It's Monks with a personal best 2nd place, and 3rd place goes to Tom, and after a brilliant race, 4th goes to Shepherd, 5th to French. Across the line, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th all together. It goes to Heap, Pratt, Moore and Houston in that order. And Toby Clues in the number 12 will just hold off ahead of Lewis Thompson, with the rest of the field coming through being DeLucignon, Morgan, And looks like Graham McDonald will take the top 15 spot. Looks like because obviously Neil Fraser dropped back, so Graham McDonald will come home in 15th place ahead of Johnny Jarrett. It's Fraser, McCall, Fielder and Bevan. Audio guys, if you're listening, I think I need a bit of extra strength on the microphone because I'm going to now try and head down to the part of the to try and do a catering podium at the other end because obviously just for convenience of TV to make sure that they don't sort of walking up and down and missing any footage. So a great drive for James Murphy, or as I like to call him Superman, for reasons why he was charged with the field.
Where's his cape?
That's exactly. He needs a cape. In fact, now he's winning races again, he needs a cape. So, right, I will take it at the top three. I'll quickly run down to as fast as my rather fat legs can carry me, down towards the part third where the podium is, and hopefully, if the microphone does stretch, we'll be able to give you the top three and have a chat to them. If it does, I'll try and run it through as much as I can, but if for some reason the grids are heading up, I guess I'll just cut in and whenever you guys, I'll try and rattle through it if the next race comes on, which I think should be the next race for the MX-5s, which is first race for Group B. So I'll quickly run down now, and hopefully you'll hear from me later on, hopefully with not too much interference, from our top three from that excellent 270R race.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Scott. So that was a great three-way scrap pretty much all the way through the race, with Murphy taking them from Monks and Allen. And it's quite interesting how my eyes have quite literally been open to the world of racing Caterhams, and I'm absolutely loving every single second. And I tell you what, Scott, I'm looking forward to all the fun and frolics of what's going to happen later on this afternoon. So that is our third race of the day completed, with another 5 to go. Next up will be Group B for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 Championship. But James Murphy just literally did the absolute business there to get one over on Gregory Monks, and then Tom Allen in the 17. That's your top three, with Shepherd and French rounding up the top 5. And it was very, very difficult to call who was going to be. And there we go. James Murphy gets a big old high five as the rest of them get some random applause from certain members of the teams and the people that are in the garages down here on the pit lane. But that was an intense battle that saw, I think, probably both mine and Scott Woodwiss's hearts on our mouths at one point, because we didn't really know how it was going to pan out as they now make their way through into the paddock. All 30 vehicles, as just seeing there is a few more making their way around the Melbourne hairpin. So that's race 3 of 21 of the meeting completed. Another 18 to go, with another 5 this afternoon, and then we have our penultimate qualifying session actually of the weekend, which should be a little bit earlier than the provisionally timed 6:40 p.m. 20-minute qualifying session for the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and SuperSeries, and then we have the Teekay Couplings Production GTI Championship with both Marks 2 and 5 represented for tomorrow. They'll have a 15-minute qualifying session, and they will have 2 races on Sunday afternoon. So just keep an eye out, waiting to hear through my headphones on the commentary headset, to wait and see when Scott is able to get down to speak to our top 3. But there'll be more fun and frolics with the Motul Caterham 7270R Championship tomorrow morning. Provisional time at 10 past 10, with the actual race day getting underway with the BRSCC Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and SuperCup Series having their first of 3 races at 9:35 tomorrow morning, with 2 in the afternoon in rapid succession. So I'm just going to keep an ear out for Scott to see where he will, well, if I do actually hear anything from Mike, we'll just see if the audio signal is strong from the roving microphone that he's got currently on him at the minute. And we'll just wait to hear if there is anything from him as soon as he gets down to the Caterham podium, which is actually a little bit further down than where... Oh, brilliant. Well, let's hand over to Scott with our top 3 in that fantastic 270R Caterham race.
There's plenty of room to do so. So, another exciting race. I was quite hoping that Superman, but I'll certainly call him up as Superman when he comes up on the podium. I think, as I say, for Gregory Monks, that seems to be his personal best of second place, and Tom Allen will take another strong podium after he picked up a victory, as we mentioned, at Spa. And the fact that record changed 3 times in that race, of course, it went to eventually Dan Halstead. So welcome up on the podium. It might be worth it possibly if I sit at this stand at this distance, so it's more in a range of people being able to hear the microphone. I think it seems to be it's a bit easier. It's much easier than it was before. I was told by Peter Daly, the Caterham permanent clerk of the course, that it did work a few weeks ago for GCs. Seems he was right, so good to see. And so hopefully we can gather up our top 3 quickly enough. So one thing I do notice, I've said it all the time with racing drivers, that even when there's trophies at stake, they like to talk after a race. They like to... You would have thought they'd get their trophy first and then talk, but then they tend to do it the other way around. They talk for 5 minutes about their race, then they think, oh, I've got some silverware to pick up. So they will come up and grab it eventually. As I say, this podium might cut into the start of the first Group B race for the Mazda MX-5 Championship, but hopefully we can rattle through it pretty quickly and at the very least have a chat to our race winner, James Murphy. So I think they're just being shepherded now around to the podium area, and moving position, so hopefully I'm in a okay position to still be... Yeah, I can still hear myself on the microphone, that's good. So everyone just making around to the front of the podium. I might possibly have to stand by the side somewhere so that I'm not... I've still got some signal coming through. And... But it's quite a bit of interference coming in, so I'm going to try and stay in a position where it's not going to cut out too much. A couple more TV interviews going on at the moment. And so... Race when if I get my microphone back, which it has. So a little bit of interference, but we'll work what we've got. So I'd like to say, where's your cape, James? Oh, it's long since forgot. He's bring it with you next time. So, but we'll get him up on the podium in a second if we're good to go in a moment. I think we're possibly good to go. Simon! So Tom, the third place. Second place goes to Greg Monks, so he will jump up on the second step of the podium and gets his trophy from Simon Lambert at Caterham Motorsport. And the winner, is it a bird, is it a plane? No, it's Superman himself. It is James Murphy with his first win of the season. So he jumps up onto the top step and grabs his trophy and his Avon tyres and BRSCC hats. And the photos will now start in earnest with John Elsey from Snappy Racers to take the pictures as everyone gathers up onto the top step of the podium. Round of applause, and I think we know what's coming next after this one. Everyone's now going to run for cover because It's do get soaked. Hopefully I can hear Mike cutting out a little bit, so we'll try and possibly, at the very least, try and get a word with James, if we can. There's more conversations going on. Everyone back to the top step of the podium for a few more photos. And if the signal stretches, apologies if it's cut out. I might try and brave getting through the crowd. Get down and have a word with James if I can. And there's another award coming through. Just see the clock of the course in race control. We'll see if I can possibly have a word there. The microphone stretches. It was good to see you back on the top step, but once again, you had to work for that one.
I really did. It's good to speak to you too. I have to tell you, it has been a while. It's so bad that it's so long that I've forgotten how good bad carver can taste. But no, it was great. I had to work really to catch Tom and I in particular. It's a podium, and it was really the last gap. I'm sure. Snuck it down the inside, kept it clean, and yeah, delighted, really delighted.
Bring your cape for next time.
Will do, mate, will do.
Well done. Let's have a chat with Greg Monks for second place. Greg, that's by far your best result in a Caterham so far. Second place up there. That was superb. Well done.
It's not my best result so far in a Caterham, but
so in 270 hours. That's what I meant.
Yeah, no.
Road for race 2. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, equally delighted. So hopefully.
Good stuff. And for third place, Tom Allen as well. Tom, off the back of a strong weekend at Spa, you got a victory there last time out, but a third place. So you're making a habit of these podiums, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, the season started really well at Silverstone, and then I had accident after accident after accident. So got my mojo back at Spa and had a good quali here and really good race. So super fair and clean with James and Greg. So really pleased to have a good starting spot for tomorrow, and same again.
Yeah, third in the grid, but you want to be on the top step next time.
Exactly. I mean, we'll see if we can. As long as it's a good race, we'll all have a bit of fun.
Repeat Spas on the cards.
Yeah, I needed to rain in sort of biblical fashion like it did in Belgium, but it's a little bit lucky if you might be in luck. Well done to Tom with that. One on top, there were 270 hours. And who knew? The microphone actually does stretch down here, so we'll try and get down for a couple more. But I'm guessing that we're getting ready, if not they haven't gone out already, for the first race of Group B for the Mazda MX-5. So whatever stage they're at, whether they've started or not. Alex, back to you.
Thank you very much, Scott. Well, actually, they're underway with the formation lap ahead of our second of 6 total races. And the grid is as follows. Thomas Mallet will be on pole position. Alongside will be the number 82 of Michael Nibbs. Toby Owen and Matt Fletcher in the 42 and the 21 line up on row 2. Ahead of Richard Bartlett and Christopher Ginn in the 78 and the 20 as they're making their way towards the Melbourne hairpin. So I'll make this as quick as possible. William Bream and Bruce Robinson round out the top 10 behind Peter Lancaster and Christian Dan on row 4. Ashley Heath, Jonathan Fieldsend, Andrew McGregor, Bill Rawls, Rob Mugglestone, Luke Souch, Mark Bond. I've seen an empty grid slot as well on the outside of row 9. That's Dougal McGregor in the number 16. Not too sure if Dougal is a non-starter on this particular occasion. Row 10, completing the top 20, it's James Love and Dale Whiteman. Andrew Dean and Anthony Pettigrew round out row 11 ahead of Oliver Allwood. Martin Tolley, Jack Brewer in the 93 on the inside of row 13. We'll have Tim Dorr on the 37 alongside. Marcus Bailey on the 54 and Adam Craig on the 29 round out row number 14 with Steve Fodden and Matt Luff in 77 and 72 completing the 30 strong as the final few cars as they're starting to bunch up now, getting ready onto the grid, into their positions. Ready to get the Group B race underway here. Race 4 of the meeting. 4 more to go after this one, and this one will be 20 minutes in duration around here at Donington Park. So the last few getting into position. Five-second board is out. Red lights on the starting gantry. We anticipate for the start here, and it's lights out and off we go here at Donington Park, and it's nearly 4 abreast from rows 2 and 3 as the 38 a little bit further down the grid was definitely a bit slow off. Well, it looks to be the 58 maybe of Dale Whiteman there. The whole field now goes through Redgate, and we've got one definitely trailing in the back part of the field, not having the greatest of getaway. A lot of dust coming through Redgate at the moment. So a few of them getting through quite cleanly through the crane of curves into the old hairpin, and we've had at least a couple of stragglers. There is one very, very slowly making its way down towards the old hairpin. So through McLean's up towards Coppice, as it's quite literally everyone for themselves heading towards the back part of the circuit itself. So they're making their way to the Fogarty S's for the very first time, lap number 1. So it was a 4-way scrap for round 3rd position when we went lights out, but leading the way, heading down towards the Melbourne hairpin. That is the 82 of Michael Nibbs that leads the way, as everyone else, well, the 4 behind, are battling over what is 2nd position on the road, 2, 3 abreast at points. Some people, well, there's a couple of lock-ups. There was definitely one down towards the outside of the top 15. That particular driver just waiting for it to come into view. And that is the 246 of Bill Rawls that looks to have had the lock-up going into Melbourne. So lap 1 completed. Nibbs leads Fletcher by just under 0.8 of a second. Mallet, Dan, Bartlett ran out the top 5, heading into Redgate for lap number 2. So down the hill they come, heading towards the crane of curves. So Nibbs going to try and eke out a little bit of advantage, but both him and Fletcher have started to break away from Mallet, Dan and Bartlett. You could also probably add Allwood into that mix as well, as there's 4 drivers battling over what is 3rd to 6th place. So we did have one non-starter in the form of Dougal McGregor, who would have lined up on 18th position. So that left Dale Whiteman with very good opportunity, but as a result of that, Whiteman has actually dropped down the order, had a bit of a slow start after lights out, and dropped all the way down to 27th. Has Nibbs really started to break away? That's a huge gap at the moment. It was 8/10 as they start making their way through. So down to the S's they come. Just going to keep an eye as there's definitely a good three battling over 4th position, and the lead is still pretty much in the hands of Nibbs at the moment. Fletcher looks to be, well, Jack Brewer has absolutely shot through the field. He started 27th. That looks to be at least 9th or maybe even 8th. Well, actually, no, probably even top 6. 6th position from Jack Brewer, starting all the way down from 25th on the road. So Brewer just absolutely scything his way through. Obviously, there have been some that have had a few dramas along the way. So we come round to complete lap number 2 here. Nibbs not getting away. I tell you what, looks like Allwood's actually got up into 2nd place, ahead of Fletcher, who's now down in 3rd. And Allwood has put in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 58.670. Brewer is on a charge. He's actually he's the second fastest out of the top 6 with a 1 minute 59.153. 3 seconds off the lead at the moment as they now make their way through red gates. And Nibs and Allwood. Now, has Allwood made the change? He has. He definitely has made the change. So Allwood and the 63 now up into the lead of the race ahead of Nibs, who actually started alongside Mallet on the front row. Mallet, in the meantime, down in 7th position thus far. So Allwood trying to break the toe from Nibs and Fletcher. Brewer at the moment just trying to keep an eye on where he is, because he is trying to catch everyone in front, but looks to be in a deep battle there for what is effectively 6th and 7th position. So looks like a good positional change there. Couldn't really make out who that was, but it could be either Mallet up the inside of Brewer or probably vice versa whilst they've been swapping positions, but that's going to allow the top 5 to break away there. So Allwood really has started to move away, and he's actually really got away now from Nibs and Fletcher. And so there's a great side-by-side there a little bit further back through Coppice. So they'll be heading down towards the S's. Well, here comes the leaders right now, and Allwood still leads. Nibs in second. In third, that is Tolly now, who's got past Fletcher, down into 4th. Jack Brewer up into 5th place and is chasing the quartet in front. Oh, nice side-by-side battle there between... that was Fletcher going up the inside of Nibs, I believe, for 2nd position. That change has been effected. Or no, not quite.
No, that was Martin Tolley who's made a replace not only Matt Fletcher, but also Fletcher's now going up the inside of Nibs there to try and make a move for 3rd position up the inside of the 82. I noticed that car's actually the ex-Stuart Simmons car, so he actually bought that car, which is a pretty handy car in itself. It's a couple of changes in decals there. And here comes Jack Brewer, sidling his way through the middle of both Fletcher and Nibs. Takes us from 5th to 3rd in the space of 1 pit straight, so up in the top 3 now, almost really, it has drivers that were regular in Group A, so Ollie Allwood leads the way, Tolly in 2nd place, now it's Jack Brewer in 3rd position, and possibly trying to make his way up to the Allwood next cars, where we're going to be passing both Brewer and, Fletcher and Nibs. It's probably going to be Matt Luff, I think, in the 7th position, because he's looking pretty good pace-wise. Fastest lap of the race has actually been set now by Martin Tolley, which will be good for him in terms of an extra couple of bonus points, and also towards any point which he wants to try and recuperate for his Masters points tally as well, as the leaders now make their way up towards McLean's. And looking at it now, Wood's got a nice clear advantage here of a few seconds. Crossed the line last time by, it was 1.7. Brewer's now safely into 3rd place. Matt Love now has got Marcus Bailey, the company, just behind him. Christian Dan's also running pretty well. He's up there in 8th position, but he's outside of the top 5 promotion spots. And I think really Matt Luff really, I think both Luff and Bailey here, they've got enough time. They've got less, 12 and 3/4 minutes to get themselves up into the top 5. I think realistically, all due respect to Michael Nibs and Matt Fletcher, who are doing very well to stay up at the moment in what is now currently 4th and 5th position. I think realistically the top 5 may well be on paper, all with Tolley, Brewer, but then also possibly Luff and Bailey, because those 5 arguably the fastest men on the circuit right now. Brewer is now starting to close back on Tolley here. Nibs, meanwhile, is trying to pull away from Fletcher, who in turn is under attack now from Matt Luff. He gets diving up 1, is with 2, squeezing up the inside of Nibs. Thought, he actually tagged the rear end of the 82, a little bit of contact, a little bit over 2 from the former Cadets junior racer. Then tries to squeeze his way up the outside line to drag race up towards the Goddard's hairpin. Also trying to pass Fletcher now with Marcus Bailey in 54. They go 2 by 2 into the hairpin, and looks as though Luff has been forced to capitulate, and well, not quite. He's trying to go around the outside to hold the grip. But crucially, he's got the inside line for the sprint down towards Redgate Corner. He's on the inside line on the right of Nibs to come down towards it. Meanwhile, for 2nd place, there's a change on. Jack Brewer's 93 up the inside of Martin Tolley. There's a change on for 2nd. Change on for 4th. Up the inside, and Nibs tries to fight back, taking the outside line to Redgate, but to no avail. He has to capitulate and let Matt Love through into 4th position. The next car's probably going to make his way through is probably going to be Marcus Bailey. It's side by side for 2nd place, I noticed, through the crater curves and into the old hairpin. There goes Ollie Allwood, and it's going to be, I think, still Martin Tolley who holds on to 2nd place ahead of rather feisty Jack Brewer. And now that Matt Love's got through, his next task is to try and catch up to these guys and possibly look for a Group B podium.
That was very, very close. I mean, Brewer nearly had the measure of Tolley there, to be completely honest with you, but Tolley just kept it nice and planted as they go through up into the Claims, and he's about a couple of car lengths behind now, but right behind around sort of 5th, 6th, 7th position. That's Luff, Fletcher and Bailey. Nibs, Fletcher and Bailey, my apologies there. Battling over 5th, 6th and 7th, going into the Claims through Coppice. And Brewer is still not letting Tolly go by any stretch of the imagination. He's about a car length and a half behind, but Allwood was 3.3 seconds ahead of the pair of them. And whilst they're battling, he's now started to move away and could consolidate a very, very hefty lead as Brewer's side by side and slingshots past Tolly going through the S's, heading into Melbourne. So Brewer's going to take the tighter line. Tolly's going to try and get the switch back. But I tell you what, Brewer was very, very quick and very wise to that as they go up the short blast towards Goddard's. And I think Allwood's probably looking in his rearview mirrors and going, oh, they're battling behind, I can just eke out that gap.
Yeah, I think realistically, Allwood's got this race already in the palm of his hand. We've just ticked over into half distance now. 10 minutes gone, 10 minutes still to go. But Allwood pretty much at the moment has this race under his control. Last time by lap time wise, he was almost a second quicker than Brewer last time by. So he's got the advantage now of 4.5 seconds. Tolly, who still holds the fastest lap of the race, is still in third place, and Love did a personal best of 1:58.5, which is at least just over 1.5 seconds quicker than the cars in front. Nibs and Fletcher are battling. That was a scrap that was going on between the 6th and 7th place because Marcus Bailey has got past both of them. Toby Owen's a little bit slow on the exit of the hairpin. He's now also just behind them. There's a good battle between Luke Souch, Jonathan Fieldsend and Ashley Heath, and that's going on for 20th, 21st and 22nd. The leading group are making their way now out up towards, well, always into McLean's already. Second and third are together with Brewer now, as we said, ahead of Tolly. Tolly had a small sneak up the inside into McLean's, but has to sit back right on the tail of the 93. It's Matt Luff in 4th and Marcus Bailey in 5th, and realistically this is now the top 5 that will get promoted back into the Group A race at the back of the field, no less, which means they'll have some tasks to try and pull through. I mean, I hate to say it, but obviously given the fact they are in the Group B race, yes, they'll be in the top 5, but importantly in their particular championship positions wherever they are, they have lost crucial points to the cars behind, to the cars around them in the point standings. And other drivers who benefited from those, probably the likes of Steve Foden and others who have really built up some momentum and picked up some more points as a result. So Ollie Allwood now, with 8.5 minutes to go, has to throw into control. Matt Love actually is actually not been caught, but he's having passed on the exit of the S is Jack Brewer. So Matt Love is really carrying on. He put on a pretty good performance. Last time I seen him drive this well, I think actually was when I saw him at Pembrey, when he took lead of the race and dominated by about 14-15 seconds up the road. That just shows how talented he really is. He took a break about a couple of rounds due to exams. Now he's got that out of the way. He's fully back into racing mode, and Brewer wants to try and get back down the outside of him into the Goddard's head, but he has to sit back. Bailey's not too far away either. He's one of these drivers in the since the start of the season. He's been on these Avon tyres and actually pretty much got the most out of them. Brewer comes back at Luff on the exit of the Goddard's head and will sprint down towards Redgate. All of this is giving Tolly a chance to try and pull away in second place. Brewer swoops across to take the line and hold on to third place, which he does, into Redgate. Luff follows it back up the inside line. It's a great battle, but all it's going to do is slow them down on the efforts to try and catch Tolly, but also to put the back one up into Marcus Bailey if neither of them are careful to try and settle this one as quickly as possible. They have to start working together. Don't try to tell them that now, because they are side by side through the Carrera curves. They're wheel to wheel, door to door on the run down towards the right hand at the bottom of the old hairpin. They're still side by side into the old hairpin. Luff has the line, he has the track position, and he's into the lead, into third position. Or is he? Because Brewer's coming back in him again on the outside through Schwann's curve, and look who's coming to play. Knock on the door, ding dong, who's that? Oh, it's Marcus Bailey been in the mix for a position in third place, if you can try and get through. And again, Martin Tolly thinks, see you later boys, I'm going up the road for second place. So all sorts going on in the top 5. Brewer, Luff and Bailey provide the biggest source of entertainment. Just behind them, it's Nibs and Fletcher. But at the moment, Ollie Allwood just having a casual Sunday afternoon drive. It's a Saturday afternoon drive. It's not Sunday yet. Steady on. And it's a Saturday afternoon drive, looking to try and get himself back into Group A and take basically as many points as he can. He's got the fastest lap of the race now, so he'll pick up as many points as he can to try and damage limitation. But he'll still get some silverware. It'll be a Group B race in the silverware, rather than what he possibly should have felt originally could have been a Group A winner's trophy or a podium trophy. Doing everything he can that he needs to get back into Group A. 6.5 minutes to go, and he's got a lead of just over 6 seconds as he comes up to the end of lap 7.
Yeah, I've been having a look down a little bit further downfield. A great battle between the 312 of Lancaster and the 78 of Bartlett for 16th position. Lancaster actually took the position going side by side into Redgate as the quartet at the front of the field, well, the four quartet battling over second, third, fourth and fifth, still being led by Tolly. As Allwood's already crossed the line, the gap now between second and first is nearly 8 seconds. Allwood is on cruise control, but Brewer was actually just over 0.2 of a second quicker than Tolly in the 23 and is closing, but I don't think it's enough. But Luff and Bailey definitely having a good battle over 4th and 5th.
Well, you say cruise control, but Woodwiss' pace, his last lap was a 57.8, which is 0.3 off his fastest lap of the race. No, 0.2 actually. So you say it's cruise control, but effectively he's doing enough in terms of pushing. I think he's trying to make a point that he is one of the fastest guys out there this weekend and making it using all the clear track to his advantage. Let's have a look at the leaders to come back into the old hairpin. Still Tolly in 2nd place, Brewer trying to chase after him in 3rd. It's Luff in 4th, then Marcus Bailey 5th. Behind them, it's still a nose-to-tail battle between Michael Nibbs in the ex-Stuart Simmons car. Now it's under his ownership, thankfully. Looks like because he runs with NHA Motorsport, which is Paul Austin's outfit. They bought that car now, which was originally an AB Motorsport prepared car. So whether they found out any secrets, I don't know, but I doubt it. But even so, they're still pushing on as much as they can. Quick shout out to the rest of the top 10 because we focused on the top 7 a lot. 8th place is Christian Daniels in a strong run. Well, it was, but he's now been overhauled by Adam Craig, who is now into 8th position. Christian Daniels down to 9th. And Bryn Griffiths, who did have to do those 3 laps in the lunch break to get himself qualified on the back of the grid. Where did he start? He started at the back. Where did he start? 31. Where's 31 on this grid?
I was trying to find it earlier on, to be honest with you. That's the thing with all these pieces.
I think it looks to me possibly as if he got tacked onto the back of the grid by virtue that he did 3 laps behind one of the course cars. So, but if that's the case, even so, it's a good move from him to be up to 10th place now. And his last lap time by, he got past Tim Dorf, who is still there. Rick Griffiths actually wants to talk about him. Is they made a possible dive up inside into the Melbourne Loop on Christian down the right wheel of the 27 car. Dan goes deep, forced him into a mistake there because he's lost 1, not only that, but 2 positions because. Also, the past him goes Tim Daw in the green and gold 37. I say green and gold because he's from Australia, it's Tim Daw.
And Brewer's actually up into 2nd past Tolly, who's trying to go nearly side by side with him through Redgate there, Scott. That's very close.
He's very close. He's side by side again, and Tolly's breaking down around the outside line. He's a gutsy driver, Martin Tolly. He will literally give as good as he gets. Are they still side by side the run through the Craner curves? The answer is yes, just about. Luff is in the mix. Bailey watches on getting the popcorn. I think this is brilliant to watch this one. I'll just sit back and wait for the fireworks to happen in a minute. Into the old hairpin. Is it still going to be side by side? Yes, it is. Luff is in there too to almost make it 3 abreast, but Tolly runs a little bit wide, slots in behind Brewer, who now is up into 3rd place. Luff is right on Tolly's tail now as they come up through Schwanz Curve, through Starkey into Schwanz Curve, and now Marcus Bailey's in the back. Is that Bailey? Yeah, Bailey's on the back of those 3 cars now, right there. So this is now for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Only 2 of these guys can stand on the podium with Ollie Allwood, but it's 4 into 2, simply doesn't go. So it's like an automotive musical chairs. These guys have got to sort out exactly what positions they're going to land on when the music stops, or in this case, when the checkered flag falls. Allwood, meanwhile, his gap is now almost 9.5 seconds. He's now going to come up to pull a lap on the 38 of Andrew Dean, one of our newcomers this weekend. And that's the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place battle. He's almost 2 by 2 hurrah into the S's. Who's going to come out? I think it's Brewer's come out on top of all of that, and the answer is yes, it is. Jack Brewer's up in 2nd place. Luffy's now 3rd, and for 4th, here comes Marcus Bailey shooting up the inside line. That's also pretty crucial for the Masters contest because he's going to try and finish ahead of him as the top Masters driver. Tolly tries to fight back around the outside line into the Melbourne Loop. Tolly be gutsy. He's certainly trying to hold the outside line through the Melbourne Loop, but Bailey slots in front, takes 4th position. Now Tolly will try and get him back, and there's still plenty of time. There's still, well, I say plenty of time. About 2 minutes to go. There's probably time for 2 more laps, including the one that Ollie Allwood's just started. So 2 more laps to go then. And out of the Goldschmidt hairpin they go. Brewer in 2nd place, Luff 3rd, Bailey 4th, Tolly 5th. That's the order. So he now closes back in the slipstream. Looks at the outside of Bailey, tries to put himself into 54's mirrors. He might catch a small toe from Luff on the run down towards Redgate, but Luff's comfortable in the racing line. Meanwhile, just behind them, it's a brilliant scrap still going on for 6th place, side by side between Michael Nibbs in the 82 as he slots back in front of Matthew Fletcher, moves back in 6th position. 7th place for Fletcher, 8th place for Adam Craig, 9th place for Bryn Griffiths, and Tim Daw, the Australian, rounds out the top 10 with 1.5 minutes still to go.
Yeah, I mean, Brewer's got a bit of a gap now between himself and Luff, so Luff, Bailey and Tolly will start, continuing to battle. But actually, as I say that, coming through the exit of the old hairpin, Luff has now actually gotten away from Bailey and Tolly, who are now fighting over the scraps to the 4th and 5th position, whereas Brewer's a little bit further up the road. Last time round, he was 1.1 seconds ahead of Luff. It's coming across the start-finish line just now. There's a quintet of cars being led by the 291.
Luke Souch
in 20th position, so that's a 5-way scrap for 20th. So it goes to show that even in MX-5s, you can have great battles wherever people are in the field. And just seeing who was in the middle of that, looks to be loving the number 9 that might have tried to go up the inside, probably field sim there maybe, and had to pull out of the manoeuvre through Redgate.
Yeah, that was Luke Sats battling the number 9 of James Love, the 53 of John Fieldson, the number 11 of another newcomer, Mark Bond, and Andrew McGregor, who's won the 3 McGregors this weekend. Back to back in third place. Down the outside comes Matt Love to try and get the undercut on the exit of the Melbourne Loop, but Brewer parks the car on the apex. A bit smart from that. Love try again, Sunshine on the exit. Now the sprint towards Goddard. Although has he outsmarted because Jeff Brewer possibly misses the shift and gets a poor exit from Goddard from Melbourne up into the Goddard's hairpin, and he's through into the left hand at the final corner to end the penultimate lap. The last lap board goes out because Ollie Orr has already gone through to start his last lap. The clock hits 0 now, but they'll get one more time around. Luff is up into second place. They've got the back mark of Andrew Dean to try and get through. Bruno looks to the outside line. Luff will hold that inside line to be as defensive as he can be. We'll try and park the car on the apex as best he can. The back marker might play a bit of an effect, particularly if they're going to catch him at the worst possible point. Next in the crowd curves, but looks like Andrew Dean's managed to pull just back off a little bit and let the cars through, which is smart driving from Andrew. Well done. That's good driving to let the faster cars through, which he has. Well done, Andrew, keeping way off the racing line. So it's good driving from him. And second, third, fourth, fifth. Bay's been sort of dropped a little bit now as Martin Tolley tries to close back into this scrapping podium places. He is right there with the battle of second and third. So now it's 3-2, Alex. And even though at the moment Ollie Orwood's win looks virtually assured, second, third and fourth isn't done by a long shot, even though we've got simply corners that have to go this first Group B race.
I sense that air of unpredictability. I think that was the word I started off with this morning before the racing got underway. But I can't really call between Loughborough and Tolley who is going to end up in second position. And with the fact that they were covered by just over a second last, on coming across the start-finish line last time round, it's getting closer and closer. And Allwood's checked out by over 14.1 seconds. It's going to be probably a 15-second winning margin by the time he crosses the start-finish line as he heads towards Melbourne for the final time, it looks to be. But yeah, Brewer, not too sure if he's going to be able to outsmart Luff. Not quite at the moment, but they have dropped Tolley. Tolley's a little bit further back. Brewer is actually closing on Luff in towards Melbourne and doesn't have enough to actually sort of try and go up the inside, but he gets the switch back. He's going side by side nearly with Luff coming out of Melbourne.
And whilst that happens, Cookie Ollie Allwood does take the victory in race 2 for Group B. Meanwhile, for the second place now, it is side by side between Luff and Brewer into the final hairpin. Tolley's not too far away either as they turn through Goddard's for the final time. Brewer gets a little bit of a tap from Matt Luff and he gets sideways on the exit. That was a bit cheeky from Matt, but I think he backs off to leading through. Warner sprints for life for third place. I think Matt just backed off to try and avoid a penalty. And he just beat Martin Tolley to a line by 25 1,000 of a second. I think in Matt Luff's efforts to try and make sure that just to give Brewer the second place and to avoid getting any kind of reprimand for that, he decided to back off. He didn't realise that Martin Tolley was that close, so he almost lost out on third place and his podium spot. So what that means is Ollie Allwood then wins the race by almost 16 seconds to prove just how quick he was. And to show how quick he really was, he set the fastest lap of the race on the final lap of the race as well. 1 minute 57.592. That's how quick he was. He'll be determined to pick his way through the field from the back of the Group B, towards the back of the Group A grid to try and get himself back up into a top spot, hopefully to be in a front-running position by the time they get towards the final Group A race later on tomorrow afternoon. Jack Brewer gets second, Matt Luff gets third, but also with Martin Tolley and Marcus Bailey. Those 5 have confirmed they were the trial drivers moving up to the back of the Group A grid. I think essentially, Alex, and more than fair to argue, that's exactly where they belong, because of course the pace they set was more substantial than pretty much arguably anyone else in this field.
I couldn't really agree more there, Scott. I mean, to be honest with you, I wasn't at all surprised with how quickly Jack Brewer was actually controlling that little cheeky nudge from Luff behind, obviously with the ice driver training over in Norway, where he and the McKenna family go every year. But I kind of expected Jack to come flying through the field, but he did a really good job to get second. But Allwood, just what a dominant drive.
Yeah, and that I think it'll be a mixture of satisfaction that he was that quick and knowing that he's that quick, but also a bit of frustration due to, without getting into too much detail about it, because it's not something we need to get into detail about, but basically whatever happened after qualifying, shall we say, we'll just leave it at that. But the fact that he had to be in the Group B race meant that he had to try and fight back. He did. I think he's proved a point, which means that he knows how quick he is. The fact that he was that quick in qualifying shows how quick he is, so I think he's certainly something to watch out for. But I can see Ollie Allwood, hopefully they're going to stop him just at the top bottom of the pit lane, which I think they are. Yes, they're just... Ollie Allwood just completely missed the signal, or is he going to try and stop and...
do a Yui?
Possibly. Oh no, I think I'm not sure he's always in the mood to talk. I think after everything that's happened so far, he's going straight into Parc Fermé. I think he's more focused on getting himself a good result for tomorrow. I think, because I just got the signal of a no-go from Ali Bray in the pit lane. So, but I think they are hopefully going to stop both Jack Brewer and Matt Luff. Hopefully.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from the pair of them. I mean, that was a great little battle between the pair.
Hold on.
Oh, hang on.
Okay, right. Well, they've pulled them through. So. Oh well, we can't have a chat with the top three then. We were going to, but they've all just got confused. And I think what it was because Martin Tully was ahead of Matt Luff. There's a bit of confusion in the order for them to come and stop, and the marshal did ask them to pull in, but fortunately, no go on this occasion. So we can at least confirm the result. So Ollie Allwood takes, I think, a victory which he probably expected to take in many cases. In all fairness, he wins by almost 16 seconds from Jack Brewer in second position. Matt Luff gets third. Then it's Martin Tolley and Marcus Bailey rounding out the top 5. And they're the 5 drivers that will move up into Grid Pace on the back of that grid for their second race tomorrow morning. 6th place goes to Michael Nibbs. From 7th place, Adam Craig, who had a strong run in the last part of that race. 8th place for Matthew Fletcher, because he shares that car with Chris Malloy. So Chris, I'm sure, will be in that car at some point tomorrow. 9th place for Bryn Griffiths, who's a good driver. I'm guessing starting from the back of the grid due to his lap he did at lunch to get through to 9th place. Very strong drive from Bryn in the Monza Sport machine. 10th place for Tim Doyle, the Australian. 11th place for Tom Mallet, who started on pole. Am I correct? He was on the front row anyway, I think, if I remember correctly. 12th place for Christian Dan, who fell away a little bit in the closing stages of that race. 13th place for Bruce Robinson. 14th place for Christopher Ginn. 15th place for Bill Rawls. 16th place for Peter Lancaster. 17th place for Richard Bartlett. 18th for Toby Owen. 19th for William Breen. The top 20 completed by Luke Souch. 21st was Jonathan Fields. 22nd was Mark Bond on his first start with MX-5s. James Love was 23rd, then Andrew McGregor, Rob Muggleston, Dale Whiteman, Ashley Heath, and Anthony Pettigrew. The only car that I think did finish, but was a lap behind, was Andrew Dean, in one of the NHA Motorsport run machines, who meant that thankfully we had 29 cars start and all 29 cars made it home, which is good to see.
Bizarre.
So, from Mazda's back to Caterham's, and the fastest cars of the weekend, which is the Avon Tyres Caterham 7420 Championship, and John Byrne using a bit of extreme tyre warming techniques as he gets a bit of a slide on the exit after Goddard's hairpin.
That's a good way to light up the rears.
It is, and I think he's probably keen to get going because, of course, no wonder he does start from pole position for this first 420R race. There is a grid walk for the second race tomorrow, which I will try and do tomorrow during the lunch break and have a chat to some of the drivers, including possibly, if I can have a word, possibly with either Graham McDonald and also James Blake Baldwin, because I want to have a chat to both of them about their further experiences of the 420R. But maybe Matt Topham as well. I think he's possible first. 420R. The grid for the 420Rs for this first race 5 of the weekend. If you want to find the 420R information, if you have a programme, turn to pages 14 and 15 where you'll find all the information, including who's won the most races, who's got the most poles, the fastest laps, the lap record, information about the Super Pole, which we had earlier on this morning, information about the championship, tech specs, the car in the entry list as well. The only known changes as far as I can see in the entry list for the 420s, no withdrawals and no amendments and no additions. So the grid is as follows. John Byrne, who has got 6 wins to his name so far this season, will be starting from pole position after taking the Super Pole and earning 3 extra championship points as a result of that. William Smith will start alongside him on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is Henry Heaton in car number 10 and Justin Armstrong in 23. Just a reminder, the numbers for the front row, numbers 3 and 27. 3 is John Byrne, 27 is William Smith. Then 10 Henry Heaton, 23 Justin Armstrong. Tim Dickens will start from 5th on the grid in car number 44, alongside him the red machine at number 47, Alexander Kerbel. Row 4 is number 83, Matt Higginson, and number 15, Luke Stevens. Row 5 is Russ Oliver in 55. The man who this time disallowed due to track limits in the Super Pole, Aaron Head. He starts back in 10th, but knowing how quick he is, don't expect him to stay there. Row 6 is where we'll find David Henderson with a lot of work to do for 11th on the grid, but I'm sure he'll try and work his way up through the order, as I'm sure will also Richard Ainscoe in 58 from 12th on the grid. Row 7 is where we find in 13th place number 80 Alex Jordan and number 45 Chris Bates. Row 8 is where we find number 9 MX-5 SuperCup star James Blake Baldwin in his first ever Caterham 420R race. He starts 15th after he retired from the qualifying session with some mechanical problems. He's got that car back out once again. He'll start on the 8th row of the grid alongside the 82 Stuart Calder. Row 9 is number 52 Gary Bate, number 14 Matt Topham. Then it's row 10 where we find Caterham CEO turned racing driver Graham McDonald, who's starting car number 7. That's That's the car which Sir Chris Hoy regularly drives in this championship. It's one Scotsman in, one Scotsman out, one Scotsman in to replace him. He drives that car for the first time in 420 yards. He starts alongside Harry Kramer on the 10th row of the grid in car number 21. Row 11 is number 53 Matthew Welch and number 24 Chris Aubrey, who's got some work to do after he's 10th of the points at the moment, but way back on the 11th row of the grid. And at the back of the field is car number 73, which is Duncan Stain, at number 22, which is Paul Drowse, and that's the 24 car grid. Everyone appears to be on the grid and ready to line up, which means they're off on their formation lap. And as a plane from Eastbourne Airport flies overhead, we're getting set for what should be a very entertaining race, because 420 yards, they're fast-paced, very frantic, very entertaining, and very energetic, because of course they are the fastest cars of the weekend. And I would expect nothing less than a very intense race at the front of the field. There are, looking at the strength of the field, looking at it, I think arguably there's about at least 6 or 7 drivers on there that have the capability of winning a race. I think if you want me to name them out loud, in all honesty, you're looking at John Byrne, Will Smith, Henry Heaton, Tim Dickens, Aaron Head and David Henderson. All due respect to everyone else in the top 10, because of course Alexander Kerr was quite quick, Matt Higginson was quick at times in the regular qualifying session, as with Luke Stevens. Russ Oliver, I think he's starting with one of his better qualifying results in the 420R, starting in 9th. Richard Ainscoe's normally quite good. He's had a few ups and downs throughout the last few years, but he has had some good moments, starting from 12th. And of course the other ones we have to watch out for, of course, is I think another one to seriously keep an eye on, if he can move his way out of the field and get to grips with the style of 420R racing. Certainly, I'm going to keep my eye also on James Blake Baldwin. 15th on the grid, having seen him race in SuperCup and know how competitive he can get, and how determined he can be at sometimes, he might be a dark horse one to watch. It may only be his first 420R race, but don't count him out, because I know from SuperCup, having watched him Mazdas, when he's on form, he is quick. He is very quick. So how quickly he can adapt to the 420R with its substantially higher power to weight ratio, lower weight, more power on the engine. It's got about at least 50 more horsepower than the maximum horsepower allowed for a SuperCup car. It has about 140 is the maximum. These cars are 190. We worked out the power to weight ratio is about 300 brake horsepower per tonne in these cars. And they're proper thoroughbred racing cars. They've got a sequential gearbox, limited slip diff, they've got racing springs and dampers, racing brakes, they've got proper Ace Racing Avon ZZR tyres, and also they have a Ford purpose-built Ford Duratec 2-litre engine. So these cars sound the part, they look the part, and certainly they race the part as well.
With a combined overall horsepower of over 4,500 on the grid here. That sounds a lot when you think about it, but then just to hear these literally fly off the line, it's going to be quite interesting as we're waiting for a couple of the cars to actually get into position.
I think we're missing 2 cars. We're missing Paul Browse, and we're also missing, I think, as well, Gary Bates off the start of the grid. But anyway, so we've got 22 starting at the 24 that were set to line up. 5-second board is up then, and the sprint towards Reigate Corner is all crucial. It is John Byrne on pole, Will Smith alongside him on the front row. Red lights are up for 420 yards, race number 1 at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit. They're on for a long time, but they go out finally now. It's a decent jump in the second row. They're good for Henry Heaton, trying to squeeze the gap between Will Smith and also John Byrne. Is going to be almost 4 abreast down towards Reigate Corner. Round the outside line possibly could be Justin Armstrong. Close your eyes and look through them as they come into do your hands as they come into turn 1. It looks like it's possibly going to be John Byrne that leads the way. It is second place, I think, between Justin Armstrong and Henry Heaton as they come down to the Craner curves for the first time. Top 4 all together as they come up through towards the old hairpin, snaking their way through. Williams should look to try and get back up the outside of 3rd place, possibly Henry Heaton or Justin Armstrong, one of the 2. But John Byrne makes 6 races. 1 car's off on the grass on the exit of the old hairpin. That is possibly Will Smith, I think. So he's lost out a few spots, it is. And Tim Dickens is up to possibly 3rd place, going side by side into the top of the circuit in McLean's with Henry Heaton. But it's now Justin Armstrong up to 2nd place. But John Byrne in the lead, they come up towards Coppice Corner. A strong start, but everyone else is trying to scrap to be 2nd place behind him. And again, 3 and 4 into 1 just didn't go.
I think Will Smith has actually just ended up towards the bottom part of the top 10, but I had to say, great commitment, kept it planted out of the exit of the old hairpin and still kept it going. And I was just like thinking, just please get on that track safely.
Well, coming through the chicane, I think there's been a change for 2nd place, and indeed there has. Henry Heaton is up past Justin Armstrong. And look at David Henderson, he's all the way up to what's 4th, 5th position, started 11th. We said to watch for him up the inside lane. He's up to 3rd place already, up the inside of Justin Armstrong. There's a little bit of bumping and barging in the bottom end of the top 10, but John Byrne leads. David Henderson has literally got away like a scalded cat. Starting 11th, he's up to 3rd place already. 8 spots made up on the opening lap so far. Into Goddard's for the first time. And so Byrne will lead the way, Eaton 2nd place. Henderson is up to 3rd already and trying to chase after the top 2. Armstrong's 4th, and it's 5th place for the car 15, which is, get this right again, Luke Stevens. 6th place also now for Tim Dickens. 7th for Ainscoe. It's Kerbal Smith and Head back in 11th place. So Oliver 12th and James Ball in 13th place. So a good start from the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup regular. Up 2 spots from 15th to 13th place. Down to the Crane Occurs for the second time they go.
So looks like it's going to be more than just a 4-car train for the lead of it. But that was just absolutely brilliant driving from Henderson, just literally getting a great start. But he's already pressurising Heaton for 2nd place. This is going to get very, very interesting very quickly. Or if it all goes wrong, it could go south very shortly. But let's see what happens as we go.
He pulled the pin. He's up the inside for 2nd place, so he's managed to get the move done. So he's driving it to the front, and now, of course, I think arguably his main rival in the championship is now right in front of him, and he's going to try and pull his way through. If he can manage to pull off his victory, that's a big if, because of course we've still got plenty of this race still to go. It'll be a fantastic achievement, and Henry Heaton is not letting him get away, because on the exit, McLean's there. Number 10 was right on the tail of number 5, the two-tone car, which is grey on one side and red on the other, so it's almost like the split BAR livery in many cases. But
yes,
they come through the S's for the second time. Justin Armstrong's having a good run so far, holding station 4. Under attack the 5th now is Luke Stevens diving up the inside of Tim Dickens, who lets him have the place for the moment. He'll try and get it back if he can on the exit towards Goddard's. And the second half of the top 10 is pretty populated. We've got now Matt 58 of Ainscoe's in there in the mix. Is it side by side for the lead and up the inside possibly, or defending in the lead now was John Byrne. But Henderson made a big attack into the hairpin at Goddard's to try and get back, and he's going to be in the slipstream down towards Redgate Corner. So already Henderson, at the start of lap 3, is taking him 2 laps to get from what was 11th place into possibly the lead into Redgate Corner, and just like that, from 11th on the grid, Henderson, it's like it never even happened, up into the other race. He now leads the way from the main man of the championship so far at the moment, 6 wins, John Byrne. And coming into the weekend champion leader Tim Dickens back in 6th with a lot of work to do, and that's how quick Henderson was, making up for a poor qualified, missing out on the Super Pole. 1:40.528 on his first proper flying lap. Henderson is the man on the move. He is the man in 4.
You know what, Scott? He's only less than 4/10 off of the lap record from Aaron Head.
It's not over between these two, because John Byrne tries to go back down the outside line. Henderson is trying to defend. Also, this brings Henry Heaton into the mix. He hasn't won a 420R race so far in his career in the past season and a half, so he wants to try and get himself onto the top step, but he has taken a couple of podiums, so he wants to try and get himself onto the top step for the first time. Henderson and Byrne have won races, of course. Now they make the sprint down towards the S's now for the 3rd time. And let's see, they are side by side for the lead between the top 2. Everyone's swarming around behind them for 3rd place downwards. Into the S's they go. Coming out on top of them is going to be, that is John Byrne. Here comes Henderson again, slingshotting his way out of the S, looking to the inside line. Byrne says, after you, David, get up the inside line.
Stevens looks to go up the inside of Armstrong there for position. At the very same corner, as it's getting very dicey there. 2 abreast coming out of the Melbourne hairpin as they head on the short blast up to Goddard's. And let's see what's happened. Has there been a change once again at the front of the field?
Yes, there has. So Henderson this time will lead the end of lap 3, but Byrne is going to be a hunter. There's another hunter this time down towards Redgate. Here he goes to the outside line. He'll be side by side again, wheel to wheel on the approach down towards the end of the braking zone to the right-hander. Then those 2 cars on the top, then you don't have brake lights on the back of their cars. When they brake, you can't be to anyone else. The brake lights glow red on the back of the cars, but those 2 have chosen not to run them as they come back through the Craner curves. But look at the lead group. It's now 6, 7, 8, 9 cars snaking their way down through the Craner curves all together in one big train down towards the old hairpin at the bottom of the hill. So it's bigger than that. I think it's more top 10s altogether, actually. So that's a scrap between Henderson all the way down to William Smith, who started on the second with the grid, back in 10th position behind Aaron Head. And Aaron Head, meanwhile, has got the fastest lap of the race. Compare that with his lap record from 4 years ago.
That's just 3/10 off.
Only 3/10 off. So pace is there, and Aaron Head's showing why he's got the lap record, being that close to it. But as we saw in the 270R race, the lap record can come down quite substantially, particularly in the conditions, but especially when it's a dry circuit, but also the circuit's been rubbered in quite substantially with the races and qualifying sessions going on all day. So it's possibly could be a prime opportunity. They all pile their way back into the S's once again at the end of towards the end of lap 4. One car almost skipped over the chicane. I think it might have possibly been Tim Dickens battling away with Richard Ainscoe. Here comes also Matt Higgins up inside 58. And just behind Will Smith and Alexander Kerbel putting himself into it. So it's now an 11-car scrap for the podium places out of the Melbourne Loop. Henderson still leads the way, but stacking up behind a bit of a mischief, possibly a bit of a sluggish exit from Melbourne into Goddard's. After third place has gone Luke Stevens, with Henry Heaston also in there as well in fourth place in the Chrome Blue number 10. Fifth place for Justin Armstrong, sixth for Dickens, seventh place for Higginson, eighth for Ainscoe, and it's Head, Smith, and then Alexander Kerbel. The top 11 all across the line together, and the gap between first to 11th is only 2.6 seconds, so it's that close at the front of it. As we come into Redgate corner once again, and still looks as though I think that Henderson still has the advantage over Byrne exiting Redgate. And the great thing is we've had so much battling here. But the top two are starting to break away a little bit now between the pair of them, and the scrap for third place continues on between Stevens, Heaton and Armstrong, and in through the right-hander, and everyone's just stacking up behind them now as they come up through, and here comes round the outside, that John Byrne trying to steal the lead away on the outside of Stark. He's up towards Shavansky, he's up the inside line if he stays there, but McLean, he's brave enough to go on the outside line on that left-hander, has the inside with the right-hander at the next corner, and he's back into the lead. So John Byrne then back at the front of the field, up towards Coppice now on lap 5 of this first race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7-4 20-yard championship race. Best of the rest behind the top 11. It's actually James Blake Baldwin. He's passed Ross Oliver on that last lap, up to 12th place. His last lap was a 1:42.6, and actually he's lapping, to be fair, he's lapping roughly the same pace as the cars in front. If he can use a bit of clear air, he might possibly start to catch onto the back of this train, start to move up a few more places if he gets a chance.
And there is a slipstream first heading down to Melbourne now, Scott, as we've got the 23 of Armstrong getting stuck in trying to go up the inside of Higginson, and everyone's just trying to jump everybody going into Melbourne.
What it was 2 by 2 by 2 per hour, and these guys, as they come into the hairpin, it was side by side for third and fifth and seventh all the way to the Melbourne Loop. They come back into the hairpin once again, and we'll see the order shake out in a second. So Byrne still leads. It's now Henderson in second place. It's Stevens third. He's in fourth. And Ainscoe, Armstrong, and charging Aaron Head, who's up to what looks like seventh place, to take P6 of Armstrong on the sprint towards Redgate Corner, looking to the outside line. He's got the grip. He's got the place over on the outside. Aaron Head knows exactly how to make a move when he needs to. Still has the fastest lap of the race, 1:40.473. We've got track limits going out for 9, the 90, and also the 52. So the 9 is James Blake Baldwin, the 90 is... I was looking at the wrong one, looks like. The 52 is actually Gary Bates, so looks like he didn't start the race, possibly was... maybe he couldn't see it for some reason, maybe he's out of position. But he did start the race. He lost one car at the start of the race, and that was Paul Brown, who didn't take the start. So 24 cars split the line up, 23 actually took the start of the race. Up towards Coppice, now on lap 6, with just come up to 20 and a half minutes to go. So we're not even a third of the way through this race. There's been plenty of action at the front, and it really is the case where realistically any one of these top 11, 12 cars has got a chance of standing on the podium, in which order is anyone's guess, because it's so action-packed that the top two start to break away. So at the moment it is Byrne and Henderson in a race of their own, with Byrne trying to pull away from the 5, and it's Stevens from Heaton, followed by Ainscoe, and then Aaron Head looking back for another place to get himself into the top 5 at the expense of Ainscoe. See them all stacking up at the bottom end. Armstrong ahead of Higginson, Smith followed by Kerbel now to a couple more spots, followed by just behind them is Tim Dickens, who shuffled down the 9th place. He's now struggling a little bit. James Blake Baldwin actually, he's now up to what looks to be, if I'm seeing that right, looks now up into 10th position, I think. So no, Dickens has dropped down to 12th, my apologies. So it's Smith 10th, Kerbel 11th, Dickens 12th, and in Dickens' and he's now in the sights of James Blake Baldwin, who is up there in 12th position, and he's now trying to chase after him. His last lap was 1:41.454, as John Byrne sets a new fastest lap of the race, and if I'm right, that is a new lap record. So it's 40.131, so it's gone by about a hundredth of a second. So
yeah, 0.015. That's very close indeed.
So just don't tell Aaron Head that, because otherwise he might not be too happy. So though he lost his fastest lap of the race, he's lost his lap record. So you have to push a bit harder to go and get it. And that's even with the fact that's happened without the benefit of a tow, because of course he's in front of David Henderson, and he's the one punching the hole in the air. So he's using the advantage of purely just a clear track and some good grip in his tyres and the setup to be able to pull away a little bit further. So good effort from John Byrne to basically steal away the lap record. But of course there's still plenty of time for everyone else behind him to maybe go a little bit quicker.
Just over 18 minutes and 40 seconds left in this exciting race for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 420 Championship leaders. Now come through the S's, And Byrne looks to have extended the gap ever so slightly, I think, from Henderson, but when we go into the braking zone for Melbourne and put the trio behind, it's 3 abreast, round about sort of the...
And the one that was moving up 3 spots is Will Smith, who went from about 9th to about 6th position in one move. So Will Smith is really the man of the move here. That's 10th to 7th, so he moved up behind Aaron Head now, so cracking move from Will Smith. That's one of the moves of the season, I think, moving up from 10th to 7th in one move. He took 3 cars into the Melbourne Loop with passing up that was standing still. So
has he been trading tips with Daniel Ricciardo by any chance on a late day, on a dive bomb manoeuvre?
He's certainly lit the stamp on that one. So it's still the top 2. Byrne against Henderson, 0.6 of a second between the top 2. Then there's a gap of about almost 3 seconds to Luke Stevens in 3rd place. Heaton 4th, Head is 5th. Now with his lap record gone. 6th place for William Smith, 7th for Armstrong, and Higginson, Ainscoe and Kerbel round out the top 10. And it's Dickens 11th, Blake Baldwin 12th. And just to give shout for the rest of the field, we've got Russ Ollivant in 13th place, Alex Jordan 14th. It's Chris Aubrey 15th place after he started back in 22nd, so good work from him to get further up the order. A few spots is up, 7 spots from where he started. Graham McDonald 16th, then it's Matt Topham, Gary Bates, Harry Kramer, Stuart Calder, and it's Welch, Bates and Thane rounding out the 23 cars that all started the race and are all still running. Exiting out of Coppice now on the approach to the end of lap 8. Still 3rd, 4th and 5th of those to tell. Aaron Head was really tucked under the back of Henry Heaton, who in turn was getting close to the rear of Luke Stevens. There could be a 3-way scrap for 3rd place into the S's. Whether there's any change or not, I think there was for 4th. So there's been a change between Head and Luke Stevens. It's now Henry Heaton up to 3rd place. Here comes Aaron Head trying to leave him with that final podium place down the outside line. He's possibly going to force Heaton to upbrake himself, which he may have done, trying to sneak up the inside line. He can try and pull himself alongside of the exit on the run towards Goddard's. He's got him in his crosshairs up towards Goddard's. Inside line, boom, up into 3rd place. That was exactly the move he was looking for. So Aaron Head racing his way to the front.
Byrne in the meantime has just been given a black and white just then in the number 3s. The leader just sort of being given a little warning there. Still running in the 140s, 140.783 Henderson last time around, 1:40.537. Well, that was a really good move from Head in the number 19 to take 3rd place. Just keeping an eye on Will Smith in the 27 in 6th position. He's still looking there or thereabouts. He's got the seat, sitting down, got the popcorn in hand, waiting to have his chance at getting up into the top 5 again.
And he will. I'm sure he'll get his point at a chance at some point. Lap time wise, Aaron Head's last lap, even though he's battling, was a 1:41.1. 2 cars in front. Well, Aaron Head's not done battling yet because he's now got both Luke Stevens and Henry Heaton giving him headaches through the right-hander at McLean's. William Smith is back up there as well. Head is still 3rd place for the time being. I'm going to try and get him with a different camera so I can try and spot them coming up through Coppice Corner as they go through. I think Head is still there, but Stevens, Heaton and Smith and possibly Armstrong are all stacking up behind him. And it could be a real foray into the S's this time by. It's on lap 9. And they're all together. It's almost 2-3. They're all fanning out into the braking zone towards the S's. But I think it's going to be Heaton will hold on in 3rd place. No, it's not. It's Heaton actually goes for it. Sorry, Heaton ahead of Head. I think Head ahead of Heaton, but it's the other way around now. So Heaton is up to 3rd place, back ahead of Head. And then we've got Armstrong moving across almost a little bit of contact there, nudging with William Smith. But Smith has managed to elbow his way past back into what is now 5th position. Could be 4th in the 2nd because he's trying to out-drag Luke Stevens on the run up towards Goddard's corner. Stevens has got track position. So he'll try and get him back as if he can hold on, but Smith won't hesitate to go around the outside if he can. There's not the grip. But Stevens always showed him the edge of the track there, and that puts Smith under threat from Justin Armstrong. Ainscoe's in the mix as well. And also watch out for the cars moving up very steadily now into 10th place just behind Tim Dickens. James Blake Baldwin, he can see the leaders in front of him because you can see the leading pack. I mean, 3rd and 4th are trying to pull away now. Aaron Head, who's got back past Henry Heaton now. But James Blake Baldwin into 10th place now on the back of Tim Dickens, and possibly with a view to start moving a couple more spots where he started, which is back in 15th place. So not bad for a new boy.
Definitely not. I mean, he's getting a quick measure of these 420Rs as Blake Baldwin, and you said he was going to be one of those people to watch. And I tell you what, coming out of the old hairpin, there was definitely some good old dicing there, and I think Will Smith was definitely in the middle of all of that.
Yeah, that was with Stevens and Armstrong and Ainscoe in there as well. And also, don't count. I think James Blake Baldwin has got past him, Dickens. I think he has. So that's Blake Baldwin up to 9th place. A couple of track limits penalties. One's gone for car 80. The other one is for our race leader John Burns. So John Burns has been given a 5-second penalty. He was warned for track limits, but he didn't respect them anymore. So that means that effectively, in many cases, I'm sorry to say it, but it doesn't really matter what David Henderson does now. You just have to sit there and he will pick up the race victory. All they have to hope now is the gap is... Well, if there's any comfort, the gap at the moment is more between second and third is more than 5 seconds. So that means that at the moment, Byrne will still pick up second place if it stays as it is. They're just got to hope that the cars behind, led by, of all people, Aaron Head and Henry Heaton, don't close that gap up to less than 5 seconds. If they do, it means that possibly Byrne will not only drop to second place, he might drop further back down the order. So he'll see the penalty board as he goes past the pits. Well, he might be so focused on trying to defend penalty, he might not see it, but he'll keep on pushing nonetheless.
As Will Smith now up into 5th position. Looks like Ainscott's trying to get past Armstrong and does so for 7th place, heading on the run down to Redgate.
And just behind them, James Blake-Baldwin was really giving Justin Armstrong a bit of a headache into Redgate corner, stuck right underneath the rear of the roll cage of the 23, trying to make it past for 8th position. Didn't make it stick, but he really did give it a red hot go to put him under pressure. So lots going on better there in that battle for 9th place. So effectively on the road now, we've got the track limits penalty for car. There's one also for car 9 now, so that's a 5-second penalty for track limits. That's gone to James Blake-Baldwin, and also 52, which is Gary Bate. He's also got he's got a black and white flag as a warning. So a couple of track limits penalties coming out. One for James Blake-Baldwin, one also more importantly for the current race leader John Byrne. So that'd be a bit of a swapping around of positions once they all start to get applied. So effectively, it's Byrne leading on the road, but it's Henderson who effectively will lead the race in the result from Aaron Head. Well, he'll still be third at this point in time because the gap between second and third is still more than 5 seconds. It's 6.4 to be exact. So he's got a bit of a cushion there if he can hold on for the time being. Into the hairpin going to the top 2. I think possibly Henderson might have seen the board and be aware of that. His Head now has been in this kind of attack. He might have lost the 3rd place on the run into the S's, but gets it back again into the Melbourne Loop and now towards Goddard. Will try and pull away as much as he can, but he is trying his best to go with him. Further back, there's more scrapping going on between looks like Tim Dickens and Justin Armstrong. Dickens on the outside of the 23 into Goddard's. As our battle for 3rd goes on, there goes Head, there goes Heaton, there goes Smith in 5th position, 6th for Stevens, 7th for Ainscoe, 8th for Higginson, 9th for Armstrong, 10th for Dickens. And the question is, even though he's got a penalty, there's James Blake-Baldwin into the pit lane, car number 9. Now he did have some mechanical problems in qualifying, which put him out on the side of the road in the qualifying session, which saw him only end at 15th. And Ransom would say possibly those technical problems may have reared their ugly head once again, Alex.
Yeah, he's just pulling up now. So pit crew's just having a word with James at the moment. So they've actually got two guys there. They're lifting up the bottom. Yeah, they've just pulled up the bonnet. So they're going to have a look at it. I don't think he's going to be taking any further participation. It's a real shame for James after what was a difficult qualifying session. And now the issues have now reared their head during the race when he was running in the top 10, even though he had a 5-second track limits penalty.
And it wasn't great either with the fact that he got the 5-second penalty, as you said. So of course it was kind of a bit of a downward spiral in some cases, which is a shame. But it was a good run nonetheless. He was up there in the top 10 and certainly giving the regular drivers something to think about. There's a bit of a red exclamation mark also next to Alex Jordan. He appears to have either got a problem of some kind or at least a penalty of some kind. Either way, he's showing us 22nd. There's got that sort of exclamation mark next to it. Scrap for 3rd place continues on between Head and Heaton into the Melbourne Loop. He's the number 19 former double champion in what it was previously referred to as the R300s. James Blake-Baldwin has managed to put his way back out again. So I know he's not actually, he's going very slowly, possibly going to try and. I think he was thinking about going back out again. What is he?
Well,
I think he's pulling to Park Birmingham, so he was going to try and go back out, but that's decided better against it because the problems are too great. So we've now come to 9.5 minutes to go in this race. Battle for 3rd looks pretty much set between Head and Heaton. Smith is now in 5th position. Scrap for 6th is on between Stevens and Ainscoe with Armstrong and Higginson, and then Tim Dickens rounding out the top 10. And also shout out to Graham McDonald. He's up to 13th place now. He's chasing down Ross Ollivant. Yes, he's chasing down Ross Ollivant. There's a few more cars went past which were wrong, a different colour scheme than I expected. So Graham McDonald's up to 13th place now after where he started back in 19th place on the grid. So 6 spots in his 420-yard debut so far. Not too bad. Another track limits penalty. This time it's for Carter, and there's another one for Alex Jordan. He's now not only got a 5, he's got a 10-second penalty now for track limits. So He can only get away with, I think, was it 2 more?
That's his 4th offence. Two more, he gets an instant disqualification from the race.
So he's got to respect track limits for the rest of this 8.5 minutes to go, otherwise he'll find himself disqualified from the results, sadly. But rather than dwell on that, let's focus on the battle still going on. Now, Henderson is keeping Byrne honest. I'm not sure if he totally realises that John Byrne had this 5-second penalty looming over him, but nonetheless, I think he's proving a point here that he is as fast as John Byrne and trying to keep with him at least, so he can stay with him when he gets the checkered flag. The scrap is still going on for 6th position between.
That's where you got Armstrong. Yeah, that's Higginson actually trying to go up the inside of Armstrong there, going into Melbourne.
Yeah, he's behind there, but also trying to get into the bits now. 3 cars behind, which is Dickens, Kerbal, and also Russ Oliver. So that's a scrap that's going on for 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th as they come down it. So, also crucially, what's the gap between 2nd and 3rd? As now Byrne, for what it's worth, sets another new fast lap of the race and lowers the lap record even further. 1 minute 40.103 now. So he's now lowered it again to so it's now he broke it by roughly about 0.04 of a second, so not too much. But crucially, the gap between 2nd and 3rd is still more than 5 seconds, which means that whatever happens, then Byrne will lose the lead, but he will still at least get 2nd place and the points to go with it. So, and also he'll get the point for fastest lap as well in the process. There's also been a black and white track limits warning for Henry Heaton as well in the last couple of laps. So he's been told to be a bit more careful with the track limits. As we now come into the about 7 minutes to go in this race. And just the field turn the way out. 5th, 6th and 7th looking pretty strong. Smith, Stevens and Ainscough, Higginson. That scrap going on for 8th down to 12th looking pretty healthy. That's probably one of the biggest scraps to watch out for, that 5-car battle between Matt Higginson, Justin Armstrong, Tim Dickens, Alexander Kerbal and Russ Ollivant. The next car down the order is Graham McDonald, who in turn I think is actually battling with he's battling at the moment with Alex Jordan on track at least, but of course he's got that penalty. So again, like with this battle at the front of the field, it's not really going to matter what happens with Alex Jordan because he'll drop back anyway. Also, one thing to mention with 6.5 minutes to go, all this black cloud looming overhead, or dark cloud, which means possibly we're going to get a bit of rain. There's been plenty of wind. There's been a bit of a headwind down the pit straight most of the day so far, so that's possibly affecting, becoming a bit of a benefit on the slipstream in some cases. I think Henderson might possibly got the message in some cases. As John Byrne for the record again to prove another point, lowers lap record yet again. It's now gone to a 1 minute 40.087. But again, don't tell Aaron Hent that.
Hang on a second. We've now had a 10-second penalty,
and that's for car 3. That's John Byrne. So that means now that he's gone down. He now sits behind Henry Heaton, who's now for the 3rd place, which means that Heaton will inherit 2nd place. And a 5-second penalty has gone to car 52, which is Gary Bate. There's quite a few penalties to sort out here, but the biggest one, the fact is that Byrne has got that 10 seconds. So to work it out, at the moment, but basically what needs to happen now is Byrne needs to... No, it's not actually, thinking about it. I'm being silly, sorry, I didn't see the overall gap, sorry.
That's right.
So the overall gap is he will still be in 2nd place as long as Pete doesn't close the gap by more than 7/10 of a second. Otherwise, he will be back down to 3rd. So I was reading the individual differences, so I was just being stupid, which happens a lot. Anyway, 5.25 minutes to go. That's right, I can admit it myself.
Oh, don't worry. If we can have a laugh at ourselves at our own expense, that's fine with me. But yeah, I was just doing some actual calculations there that with Byrne, he will end up, if it was to finish as it did now, he'd be 8.595 seconds behind Henderson, and that would put him about close to 6/10 in front of Heaton. So if Heaton closes the gap by 6.5 tenths, he will get 2nd position.
And what's more interesting is that whilst this has all been going on, Henry Heaton has slowly been finding himself walking towards the back of the top 6, because not only has been passed by Heaton, he's been passed by Smith and by Luke Stevens and also by Richard Ainscough. So in fact, he's lost. He's down to 7th actually now. So Head's had a problem or an issue somewhere. In fact, his last lap time, it was 1:43 the lap time before the wing's about to complete. I don't think all's right with that number 19 car because he's off the pace. But his last lap was, what was that? 1:45.7. So he's got a problem or some kind of an issue. I haven't too many errors, but either way, there's some issues going on. More battling going on towards the bottom of the top 10. We've got Higginson scrapping away with Dickens, Kerbal, Armstrong and Ollivant, and Alex Jordan has got past Graham McDonald on the road, but it doesn't matter because he's got the 10-second penalties and still showing the 5-second penalty which 52 of Gary Bates already has. 4 minutes to go in this race, and Byrne at the moment at least would end up 2nd on the road, only just as the gap is now 12 seconds between Byrne and Heaton. So at the moment the gap is I think he realises he's got 10 seconds. He needs to pull away as much as he can. That's the reason why he's pumping in those fastest laps and that records. He realises he has to build the gap up to basically third place as much as he can to at least hold on to second. That's what he needs to do. So, in fact, his last lap was 140.6 compared to 141.3. So he's pulled away 7/10 on Henderson alone. So that's what he's trying to do. Smith, meanwhile, though, actually he's lapping pretty quickly. The 140.9, so he was the second fastest man on track last time by. 3.5 minutes to go.
Oh, hang on a second. Breaking news, Scott. Additional track limits infringement under investigation for Byrne in the number 3.
So if he gets that one, that'd be a 15-second penalty this time.
No, that's a drive-through.
It's a drive-through. So
and one more after that.
It's a qualification. And that's exactly what he doesn't need, particularly when it comes to drop scores in the season, when it comes to deciding the championship in a couple of rounds' time. He's still got Silverstone, he's still got Brands Hatch. He's got 2 more meetings after this one. Bet 5 more races to go, including the one tomorrow. So basically, he cannot afford to have this one caught as being another track limit penalty. If he does, effectively, I think how it works is he'll have to serve it in the race either that or it'll be applied post-race. Either way, he's getting a time penalty whatever happens. So John Byrne's race here, again, these drivers taking just possibly one too many liberties with track limits, but he's pushing as hard as he dares to try and pull the gap out as much as possible. But if he gets a drive-through, it's all going to come to nothing. So it will give David Henderson a much valuable win for him. Henry Heaton will pick up second place as a result of that. Will Smith will get third if that's the case.
And he's currently 7th in the standings. And then you also have to look at Tim Dickens, who's currently leading the standings only by 6 points. But obviously with this new dynamic that's been thrown to us by what's been happening with John Byrne being under investigation for what is his penultimate warning. And yeah, like you say, with about 2 minutes left on the clock to go, they could probably put a 30-second time penalty post-race on him.
And that's looking at where that will push him way down the order. Looking at the gap actually, because the gap 30 seconds will put him down to 12th if that happens. So overall, if they extend it up to a 30-second penalty, either be 30 seconds added on to the 15 teams already got, or would it be 30 seconds in total? I'm trying to think now.
It could. You could be right there, because obviously the thing is he's got a 5-second penalty, but the thing is it's
a 10-second penalty.
It's a 10-second penalty, so obviously the 10 seconds overrides the 5, and then the drive-through. But it just depends on how they decide to parlay it.
Because the penalties don't stack. It's 5 seconds, then it turns into 10 seconds.
Then it turns into
the drive-through, and then it turns into it. So in that case, on that logic, he would turn into a 30-second penalty, which means that if that's the case, he would drop down looking at the gaps down to as far as 12, and that would put him right down the order. And the only comfort would be he would be able to use it as a drop score. In terms of track limits penalties, another one's been applied, this time to Henry Heaton.
Hang on a second. Henry Heaton's got a 5-second penalty now for track limits.
Well, what that now means is that the cars moving behind him, which means that's going to mean that William Smith will move up into what will become second place, Luke Stevens will move into what becomes third place, and also now we could get another drive-through, this time possibly coming up for Alex Jordan, because he's also under investigation for additional track limits. So they really are pushing it in more ways than one. The last lap ball, meanwhile, has gone out, for the record in terms of where everyone is. We've been talking too much about these penalties. Just to reiterate where everyone is then. So Byrne leads the way on the road there, but it's obviously with what's happening, could be far down as far as 12th in the result. So Henderson effectively leads the way technically in the result when it comes up to it. Third place at the moment for William Smith, 4th for Stevens, 5th for Ainscoe. And Heaton, I think his penalty's been applied immediately, I think, because he's now dropped down to 6th, so in the standing. So with John Byrne's penalty has been applied, but up to the final corners, on the road at least, it will be an impressive drive from what was pole position. It may not count for much in the result in the end, but out the final corner, up to the checkered flag, on the road it will be John Byrne, but in the result it will go to from 11th on the grid. What a drive it was for David Henderson, great job. He will get the victory in the end. Second place will end up going to William Smith. Out of the hairpin he will come in a second. Where is he? He's going to be Stevens. Stephen will come through in second place because he passed Will Smith on the last lap. So Stevens gets what will become... that's interesting, because now the penalty's been applied now to John Byrne. So at the moment he's classified as second place. Yeah. Stevens is classified as third. If that additional track limits infringement does get applied, he will drop further down the order. So at the moment, Henderson from Byrne from Stevens, that's the top three as we see it. Then Smith, Ainscoe, Heaton, Head finishing 7th. And Higgs, and Greg McDonald actually went straight on and went across the glass. He's just reappeared off the circuit but just popped into view across the runoff area on what would be the national circuit. So he did a bit of an excursion somewhere on the final lap. He will come across the line. Well, he comes in the pit lane at least. He was back in 19th place. So he's 20th actually. So I think it's safe to say, Alex, quite a few talking points for that 420R race. But
Yes.
I'm going to try and wander down as quick as I can.
There we go. It's been
applied. So it's been applied, so it's been converted to 30 seconds. That's got to be applied as a total 30-second penalty. So that suggests to me now, once that now gets turned into a 30-second penalty, he will now drop down to
12th position.
12th place, which means that should now put the top three as Henderson with the victory, Stevens will move up to second place, and Smith will get the final podium spot in third. That's what it says to me. So I'm going to put plus 30 next to John Byrne's name, and I will put David Henderson as the winner on my sheet before I walk up to the podium. Stevens in second place and Smith in third. But what I'll also do is I'll put that record next to John Byrne, even though it won't mean too much at the moment. It's a small consolation. He gets the fastest lap and a point for that, but of course he loses valuable points on the fact that he did get the penalty. So crucially, main championship contender John Byrne, that's basically gone to, in many cases, advantage Tim Dickens. What it may have done, looking at the results, I think that puts David Henderson possibly in the champion lead, because he's finished ahead of Byrne, ahead of Tim Dickens, who came into the weekend lead in the championship. And what it also means, he's finished ahead of Henry Heaton, who finished 6th. So I think possibly that may give William Smith either David Henderson, that might possibly give him the race victory. If not, it'll bring him very close to Henry Heaton. Either way. Right, I'm going to try and run down and try and make sense of what happened, but I'll put on there, I've put on my sheet plus 30 seconds. If anyone asks, it says that he's been given a 30-second time penalty, which suggests to me that it should be Henderson, Stevens and Smith, but they may well put Byrne on the podium just in case they decide to appeal it. Anyway, rather than talk about it here, I'm going to try and run down to the part further area to the podium, where hopefully we can get a chat to our top three and find out what they thought of that, particularly David Henderson coming from 11th to take the race victory. So, Alex, if you want to run down the results, all yours.
Thank you very much, Scott. So at the moment, obviously, with what we just discussed, I'm going to run down the order as it stands provisionally before any further penalties are applied. So Henderson, David Henderson from Crook in the number 5 takes the win. Obviously, the penalty that's been converted to 30 seconds will put John Byrne down into 12th position. So Luke Stevens will take second place ahead of William Smith in the 27. Then it is, excuse me for just a second, I'm just trying to have a look through the book here. If you want to find it on pages 14 and 15 of your programme. You've then got Richard Ainscough in the 58 ahead of Henry Heaton in the number 10. Aaron Head in the number 19 will take 6th position. Higginson 7th, Alexander Kerbel in 8th ahead of Timothy Dickens in 9th place, with Armstrong in the number 23 running at the top 10. Oliver will be 11th ahead of John Byrne, with the number 45 Chris Bates in 13th. In 14th place will be Chris Aubrey, the number 24, and then rounding out the top 15 will be Matt Topham from Lincoln in the number 14 and 15th position. Number 82, Stuart Calder from Thetford, ended up in 16th ahead of the number 53 of Matthew Welsh, based out of Snetterton, in 17th position. The number 80 of Alex Jordan from Ewhurst in 18th place. As it looks like they're getting the other race underway. Well, looks like they're actually getting the grid for our next race, which is the Avon Tyres Caterham Road Sport Championship. So they're starting to line up the cars before they go onto their formation lap. Just waiting to hear through my headset when Scott has gotten down to the podium. So obviously a lot of talking points, as we both very much magnanimously agreed there about the first Avon Tyres Caterham 7 420R Championship race, and their second one will be race 14 of the meeting, which will be after the lunch break, when we'll also have Scott trying to do the Caterham 7 420R grid walk tomorrow lunchtime. So it looks like we'll have just keeping an eye on who is. They're just trying to put the grid into formation. So I'll try and rattle through the grid before they get race 6 of the meeting. So 21 in total. Just keeping an ear out for Scott at the moment. Hopefully that'll get down to the podium. So Ben Buckley will be on pole position in 42. Stuart Bell in the number 19 will be alongside on the front row with Andrew Murgatroyd in the 84, and Andy Lees in the number 2 on row 2 with Ben Lopez Appleton and Lars Alexander Hoffman in the number 5 and the number 70 on row 3 with Alan Venters and Will Rossetti in 74 and 29 on row 4. The number 9 of Harry Kirk and the number 95 of Tom Power rounding out the top 10. Giuseppe Fillet in the 64 and Dan Clayton in the 73 round out the top 12 positions. Ahead of the 22 of Angelos Albanos, Maxwell Lynn in 16, the 37 of Tom Brown, the 7 of Trevor Conway, the 21 of Andreas Carlton, number 17 of Gary Lapidus, number 53 of Nicholas Smith with Gideon Wilkinson in the 99 rounding out the top 20, with Jonathan Barnett in the 94, the number 11 of Rick Hewland, the number 69 of Charlie Mizon, number 3 of Max Scorn, the number 33 of Ryan Errol, the number 81 of Craig Atkins, the number 32 of Alan Thickett, the number 6 of James Crocker, with Richard Hill in the 66, David Thornton in the 13, Simon White in the 57, and Andrew Sargent in the 32, the number 44, rounding out that particular grid. So they are now, the green flag waves, and they are currently on their formation lap ahead of race 6 of the meeting. The duration will be 20 minutes in total. And I think I hear Scott down in the pit lane. Over to you, Scott.
I get some clarification on the result, I think, because having looked at the result, as we say, it flashed up just after the race finished. I think it's trying to clarify exactly who is on the podium. But again, after the penalty, I have it on my list as David Henderson winning, Luke Stevens second, William Smith third. That's what I have on my list after the penalty in terms of dubbing it. Whether they'll still give it to second place to John Byrne for the time being, because it didn't change over on the results afterwards. So I think we're just waiting for everyone to get into position, and then hopefully they'll be able to get the podium underway fairly quickly. I might cut out a little bit because there are 1 or 2 people around that might possibly get in the way of the signal. So I think we're just for everything to hopefully get underway very shortly. A second. So I'm just going to stand back. So I think it is going to cut slightly into the start. They have got the amended result. So William Smith goes to the third step of the podium and grabs his trophy from Laura Tillett here for Caterham Cars. And she picked it. Second place goes to Luke Stevens. And Luke, that's one of his better results in Caterhams in recent times. Second place. And David Henderson, top step of the podium with his young son, gets his winner's cap and the winner's trophy and the Avon Tyres cap. his little one gets this Avon Tyres cap and he immediately takes it off. So he gets winner's, and that goes to the champagne as well. They'll post for photos in a second, and then I'm sure that they'll have some kind of a celebration, I'm sure, in many cases. So I think if they are going to spray champagne, it'll be just to make sure his son's out of the way. Now the champagne won the nonetheless gets just tags David Henderson. I think the road sport race has just started. So what I might try and just very quickly have a word with, if I can, with David Henderson for a second. Bless him. David, quick word. Well, that was a stellar drive, 11th up to the lead. Of course, I guess, was there any point you knew that John had the penalty?
To be honest, I was changing places with him a few times. And then when I was behind him, he was all over the place. And I thought I might as well just wait. I think there was 21 minutes to go or something like that, and just wait. Just followed him round. I just spent the race watching him pick up track limit penalties, to be honest. And as soon as I kept up with him until there was 5, when he had 5-second penalty. But when he got 10, I just dropped back because there was no point. And then he got 30, I think. And then he got 30.
Yeah, he ended up getting 30 after the race because of another track limits. But that in turn, with everyone else around you, the points, that was a crucial win and crucial points for you for the championship.
Yeah, when I made a mess at qualifying, and I found myself in 11th, that was super pole. That was hard work. And to be honest, I expected John to drive away before I got to the front. And fortunately, I made a good start and a good first lap, and I was with it. I was with it and involved in it straight away, really. So it was all right.
Good stuff. Best of luck for race 2 tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Straight back to you, Alex, for the first couple of laps of the road sport race. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Scott Woodwiss down in the pit lane. But the Caterham Road Sport Championship race, race 6 of the meeting, has gotten underway here at Donington Park. There was a very slow getaway for Giuseppe Felle, who actually nigh on stalled it on the grid, but we are having some great dive bomb action heading into Goddard's, and there is already a change for third position. But leading the way currently at the moment is the number 19, Stuart Bell, started alongside Ben Buckley on pole position. Buckley down in 4th position at the moment and is battling side by side, heading into Redgate alongside Ben Lopez Appleton. Makes the move up the inside. Does he get it done? No, it's still side by side for 3rd position. Make that for 5th and 6th between Lees and Murgatroyd in the 2 and 84 as they head down through Redgate, down into the Craner Curves. And there is an almighty swarm of Caterham Road Sports heading down through the second part of the Craner Curves. And it's getting very, very interesting just to see what's happening at the moment. But Bell, Hoffman at the front of the field. They've come through the old hairpin as they now head through into McLean's and heading up towards the top part of the circuit. And the top 2 have clearly broken away, so Bell and Hoffman look to have made the jump and have definitely got a great lead on the gaggle that are battling behind in the form of the likes of Lopez, Appleton, Buckley, Lees, Murgatroyd. As another plane comes flying over, probably either to land or to take off from East Midlands Airport, so if you're hearing a roar above you, don't worry, it's not cars, it's definitely airplane engines, as the 2 leaders are definitely going at it, and it's not just the 2 leaders who is now, that is Hoffman in the lead in the 70, heading down into Melbourne with Bell and the 19 behind, and then there is then it's everyone else trying to get into 3rd place, and it's 3 abreast at points coming out of the exit of Melbourne hairpin on the short blast up to Goddard's. But I tell you what, Bell is not letting Hoffman get away by any shadow of the imagination. As they come through Goddard's, through the exit they come onto the start-finish straight. Hoffman keeps it planted as there's a couple of positional changes, as looks like the 84 of Murgatroyd has gone up into 4th place. As there's a bit more side-by-side battling a little bit further down the order. Lynn is battling, I think, with Venters for 11th position as the field makes its way into Redgate. So down the hill they come, heading towards the Craner Curves. Hoffman not being let out of sight by Bell. So the number 70 is quite clearly the bullseye on the back of that Caterham Road Sport vehicle. So Bell definitely wanted to, as Hoffman puts in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 51.337. So at the moment, the top 10 at the minute, it is Hoffman, Bell, Lopez Appleton, Murgatroyd, Cook, Buckley, Lees, Power, Alvanos up into 9th now, having started 13th, and that was on the inside of row number 7. So Alvanos quickly getting some pace under the 4 tyres, and has just put in a 1 minute 52.723, but Hoffman is clearly flying at the moment. He's the only driver to go sub 1 minute 52 on a 51.337. As the field has made its way through McLean's up towards the top part of the circuit. Now, it's side by side for the lead. Looks like Hoffman's taking the title line, keeps in front of Bell, who was trying to go towards the outside of the Fog DS's. So Hoffman about 2 car lengths ahead, maybe even a car length and a half, as Bell is closing, heading into the Melbourne hairpin. He's closing up, trying to go around to the outside to get the switch back on the number 70 through. Well, is he going to try and keep it around the outside? No, he won't do so. Whereas you have, I count at least probably 8 to 9 cars battling over what is effectively third position, and that is being led by the number 5, Ben Lopez Appleton. Murgatroyd up into 4th from 6th position. As now, here we go, Bell is going to try and power out of Goddard's, and he's going side by side with Hoffman. The pair are nearly interlocking front wheels, heading up towards Redgate, but Hoffman has the inside line for the corner. And he keeps the position at the moment, but Bell is keeping it round the outside, has to slot back into position. Ben Lopez Appleton still holding on to 3rd place at the moment as they go down the hill towards the Craner curves, and Hoffman is being hustled and being put under immense pressure from Bell and the number 19 in 2nd position thus far. So through the old hairpin. And I tell you what, it's still pretty even Steven between the two at the front of the field. As they go now, it looks like Hoffman's starting to break a little bit away from Bell, who's got Lopez Appleton closing, as is Murgatroyd, and Cook. It looks to be a battle for at least 4 drivers from 2nd to 5th, as Hoffman is starting to break away. But already it's been very dynamic at the front of the field, and I'm just keeping an eye on the leaders thus far. And they are side by side going through into the S's. And, well, Bell's made the move. He's got past Hoffman. But then Lopez Appleton is going to try and go up the inside. Here comes Murgatroyd up into the middle of all of this melee. And Bell's up the inside at the moment. Hoffman being a bit hung out to dry. Lopez Appleton on the inside of the number 70. But the number 70 gets the purchase coming out of Melbourne, heading into the short blast up to Goddard's, and regains 2nd place. But Bell now up into the lead of the race so far as they come through Goddard's to complete lap number 4.
What's also interesting, just behind them as well, you've got the scrap 5th and 6th car, because Harry Cook and Ben Buckley are in this involved. This is why Murgatroyd been shuffled back down to 6th place. He's battling away with Buckley and Cook. He's side by side. The lead now against Hoffman looks to the outside by Stuart Bell. The orange car has to capitulate. Round outside goes Lars Alexander Hoffman, and he's now on the Lars Hoffman. He's on the back of a double win at Spa last time out, where it was very mixed conditions. It was pouring down with rain for race 1, and not much brighter conditions for race 2 a day later. They share the grip with the 270Rs. Looking at the leaders as they come back towards the old hairpin once again, it is Hoffman leads the way. Bell in 2nd place. Lopez Appleton is there in 3rd. And also watch out for the 3 cars behind, that being Buckley, and then Murgatroyd, and then also Harry Cook. Harry Cook's in 4th place now. Murgatroyd 5th, Buckley 6th. Just behind them it's Lee 7th. Alvarez is up to 8th after he qualified back in 12th. Rossetti is now 9th. Alan Ventis down into the top 10. From Tom Power, Tom Brown, Dan Clayfan and Maxwell Lynn, and also Trevor Conway rounds up the top 15 with Gideon Wilkinson ahead of Mizon, Errol, Lapidus and Smith. So the top 20 covered by just under 14 seconds as they make their way down towards the S's now for the 5th time. Fastest lap of the race currently held by Lars Alexander Hoffman. And Lars Hoffman, looking at his lap times compared to the lap record, he's got still 1.3 seconds to find, because the lap record was 150.007, set by Pete Walters back at the Cage Festival 4. And it's now got Gould kicking off the lead, who's now getting into the mix now is Lopez Appleton, and also Buckley, and also Murgatroyd. 5 of them to lead into the hairpin. And coming out on top is now going to be Stuart Bell, side by side the second down between Ben Buckley. He now has the power of the pass on the exit on the run towards Goddard's, trying to get it back on into the hairpin. On the inside line is Lopez Appleton, who does dive up the inside for 2nd place. Hoffman sits back in 4th. Murgatroyd's back in the 5th position. Hoffman goes diving up the inside of the exit, but Buckley's trying to get himself back into a podium position. Buckley tries to fight back with a much better run as he takes another gear on the run down towards Redgate Corner. Side by side 3rd, side by side also 5th. That was between, looked to me as if that was Murgatroyd and Andy Lees in the sort of gold-coloured car in 6th position. But 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th is Cook, who's been shuffled out of the top 6. Alvarez now 8th, with Rossetti and Power rounding up the top 10.
Yeah, so looks like everyone's out for getting in front of everybody else this particular time around, with the brilliant start that we saw a bit earlier on when you were speaking to our race winner from from the 420 yards just a few moments ago, Scott. But yeah, it's just really, I mean, the top four last time around was separated by just over 9 tenths, and it is getting very, very close indeed on who's going to make, well, it's not if, it's going to be when someone makes that move that's going to decide the race. But we still have around about 9 minutes and 35 seconds left to go. I mean, Hoffman was really showing a good turn pace against Bell, but then Lopez Appleton, just doing a really good job starting from 5th on the grid, now up into 2nd position, and last time around was quite comparable with Bell on pace, as Stuart Bell was actually alongside Ben Buckley on the front row. Buckley's now down into 3rd place, but it's still going to be quite... It's now a 5-way scrap for the lead as Hoffman's down in 3rd place, and Murgatroyd's up into 4th now.
Buckley's down to 6th now, he's battling down the lead, so he wasn't on 3rd at one point, he's dropped 3 spots in the process. Now we've got Bell and Zappa trying to get side by side. Hoffman trying to force his way back up the inside of the exit. Murgatroyd's in there as well, as is also Harry Cook in the 9th, with the gold leads on Lotus inspired car, looking down the outside of Murgatroyd to try and get the position back if he can. We're all going to pile into the hairpin together. Bill will come out in front, Lopez Appleton in 2nd place, Hoffman is there in 3rd, squeezes out Harry Cook, which now gives Andrew Murgatroyd the chance to squeeze back up alongside him on the outside line towards Redgate Corner. Cook will have the right line and the track position. Still side by side for the lead. Here comes Lopez Appleton. Can he go down the outside into Redgate Corner? He's going to try, and Bell will try to hang him out to drive as much as he can. Hoffman tries to get the undercut on the exit if it's possible. Let's look at the camera now, looking through the crane of curves. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd all together. Who's it going to be? Is it the orange cobble? We don't know just yet, but Bell is in there. It's 2nd and 3rd place still between Hoffman and Lopez Appleton. I think Hoffman's up to 2nd place now. Lopez Appleton down to 3rd. And for 4th place now, still Murgatroyd in the mix as well. This is now a 7-8 car train for the lead now. Basically, 8 of the 3 won't go. They have to sort themselves out because only 3 cars drivers can stand on the podium, but there's at least 8 drivers all battling for those spots, for those podium spots and those trophies to boot.
Yeah, and Angelo Salvanos up into 8th position from 13th inside of row 3 after the start, so he's making some definitive headway as the number 22.
Just a quick note, Gary Lapidus in the 17 cars in the pit lane, he's shown with the gear next to his icon on the timing screen, so Lapidus appears to be having some kind of mechanical issue or some kind of problem which has forced him to pit lane. So unfortunately there could be a premature end to his race if the mechanical problems persist. We're waiting for the leaders to come up through towards the SE section into the Grand Prix League once again on lap 7. And he's still Stuart Guy now with Hoffman right underneath him on the outside line towards Melbourne Luke. 3rd place, Harry Cook's trying to get the line on Ben Lopez Appleton. Here comes typing up inside everyone. Looks to be, can't quite catch it, is that possibly Tom Power? I think he had a 95 light with one of the light in the Queen decals. As he now tries to pull us out alongside Anthony Leeds. Leeds has the inside line. Buckley, meanwhile, is battling away with Harry Cook. And that will be over 5th and 6th position. And out of the hairpin, it's anyone's guess who could be in the other, because this is the champion this year where literally there has not been one definitive fastest driver in the entire field. That has been the fastest driver and the favourite for every single round. It's always been a different driver that's taken advantage of a different circuit. That's what made it so unpredictable with the road sports. There's going to be a change again for the leaders. Then we see Bell and Hoffman going side by side, possibly on the exit into the crane of curves.
Yeah, Hoffman's got the inside line into the first part of it, and is he going to get the run going down? Yes, he does. That's a nice move from Lars Alexander Hoffman, based out of Neuwied in Germany. But that was a really good move there. He just timed that and just had the run going through Redgate into the first sector of it. But Bell's trying to go up the inside and trying to squeeze the issue. Lopez Appleton ran towards the outside of Hoffman there. So Lopez Appleton, I think, could be just waiting and seeing what Bell and Hoffman do and respond in kind, and maybe say, well, if there's an opportunity where they're going to, make a mistake, the pair of them, not take each other off, so to speak, but to give him that opportunity, that window to get past.
That was a bit cheeky there from Stuart, but he tried to create an opportunity to pry the door open to find a way through past Hoffman, but Lars slammed the door straight in his face when he tried to get out the inside through the kink at Starkey. So he sat back in 2nd place, now has to worry about Lopez Appleton right behind him. When they come down towards the chicane, they're fanning out almost 2-3 abreast, what looks to be 4th or 5th position backwards into the S as they come.
Hoffman's back in 2nd position now as Bell's got back up the inside of him.
He is, but Hoffman goes back to him. So that is contact! Hoffman against the right of Stuart Bell's car. That was, whether or not let's not speculate too much, but Hoffman looked, so he tried to get the inside line, didn't expect Bell to move across as quickly as he did. I don't think there was malice intended by any driver. I think it was simply just 2 cars coming together at the wrong place at the wrong time, and the right rear ring is hanging off the back of the car. That doesn't come loose or drop off. You may well get a black and orange mechanical flag for that one.
It's very true, but I mean that could have been a 50-50 call on that. But yeah, that's going to be flailing along, and that's not going to help the silhouette of his road sport car there. If I'm completely honest, as Hoffman goes towards around the outside of Redgate, and the pair nearly clash there, and they have, and it's spun Bell 180 degrees the right way, and that's caused a pile-up of around another 3 cars behind.
And someone, I'm afraid, went straight into the side, but I really hope he's okay, because that was because on the exit, when you're under acceleration on that part of the corner, I really hope he's okay at that one. I don't think we can get a camera possibly look at the exit. There is 3-4 cars off the road. Oh dear. I think Stuart Bell's car has parked up just on the exit of Redgate Corner. There's one car that's steaming a little bit. I think possibly might have been the car that hit the side of Stuart Bell's car, which has got some front end damage. Now that's going to be at the very least the safety car. Red flag race has been stopped, and given the time left in the race, the chance they might declare that, because there's 4 minutes to go in this race, they may well call that as a result, because what they do is they wind it to the last complete lap, which means that, look at the order, that would mean that Stuart Bell would pick up the victory, and Lars Hoffman in second place, and Lopez Appleton would be third. Now that's interesting, because Stuart Bell wasn't running at the time of the red flag. So that's a bit of a bone of contention, I possibly think.
Yes. I mean, the thing is that because the race has actually gone past 75% race distance, that it can be under the discretion of the clerk of the course to call the race. And obviously they've now got a bit of a clear-up operation on the outside of Redgate to deal with, so that could delay the timetable. Obviously we've been running ahead of schedule thus far.
Which I think means effectively that, because we're looking at the time now, we're coming up to 5 o'clock now. This race, the road sport race, originally was scheduled to start at 16:50, and it was a 20-minute race. So we've actually been fairly ahead of schedule. So we've been ahead of schedule roughly around about 10-15 minutes. We're still ahead of schedule, I think.
They're all being called into the pits now, and everyone looks to be going in towards Parc Fermé, I think, with about 4 or 5 at the end of the pit lane there.
Now there are rescue units. There is also an ambulance on standby. Now I must stress, at the very least, these are purely for precautions, because in any case of an accident, you can never be too careful. So at the very least, in any accident, whether it's a big or small accident, they will always send the recovery vehicles and the medical teams down there just to check all the drivers over, because something may have happened in an accident, even a small accident, that could be underlined, which the chief medical officer might spot afterwards. So obviously we're not suggesting anyone's badly hurt, we're not suggesting anyone's perfectly okay, it's simply just everyone goes down there purely as a precaution to make sure, first and foremost, everyone's safe and okay after that accident. Hopefully Stuart Bell is, because he did get tagged by somebody. I think it was the car that basically, the setup what I saw, there was 2 cars which were in the gravel trap on the exit of Redgate Corner on the outside. One was just past the edge of the curve, parked up on the road with a sort of smoking front end, which I think possibly might have been the car which hit Stuart Bell. And of course, I think Bell's car was a little bit further down the road, parked up on the grass just after the exit of Redgate Corner. So, obviously, without we don't want to speculate too much in terms of their conditions, because also we're not medical experts and we haven't seen the accident in full. So, it's better to simply just say that any medical personnel that are there, at the very least, purely as a precaution, they will do what they need to do. If anything happens, and there is information that we can share which is relevant to that, which is shareable, and of course we'll share it, but of course at the very least, hopefully all 4 of the drivers involved in that are okay, and obviously we'll do that as much as we can. As we say, the result as it stands at the moment, of course, because the red flag basically pulls the result back to the last complete lap, even though he was involved in the accident, Stuart Bell was shown as, at the end of the last complete lap, the leader of the race, ahead of Alexander Hoffman. I know they've changed it now, because Bell was involved in that incident, they pulled him out of it. So I think also
Alvarnos looks to be in I mean, the thing is, we've got several cars there. We've got Power in the 95, Alvarnos in the 22, Venters in the 74, and Playf in the 73.
And they're all shows being with the exclamation mark being in terms of stopped out on the track. So it may well have been 5 cars. The 5th car may have been out of our view, which we didn't see. So it says like there's 5 cars involved. To confirm what Alex just said. So one of them, of course, is Stuart Bell. The other one's the 95 of Tom Power, the 22 of Angelos Alvaros, the 74 of Alan Venters, and the 73 of Dan Clayfan. All of which have been shown as not running at the time of that red flag. They've now, hold on, that's now been corrected again.
Well, I mean, the thing,
the checkered flag, and everyone's been reinstated to where they were, which is a bit confusing.
I think the thing is that with the slight clash between Bell and Hoffman going towards Melbourne, could have been classed maybe as the slightest racing incident, I think. But it's something that we can't decide.
If there's any blame to apportion either way, if that's the case, it's purely down to the clerk of the course and the stewards to decide exactly what the case is. But it looks like, of course, those 5 cars that were involved, as we said, hopefully everyone is okay. I mean, the result did change, which showed all 5 of them not classified, because of course they were not running at the time of the red flag. But now the tyre screws reinstated them into their position, because of course that's where they were when the red flag came out.
Yeah, because it was because on the last amendment, before it went back to what we had, because it was lap 9, they were on lap 10. So they'll go back to the last of the fully completed laps. So
which was lap 8.
Which was lap 8, going on to lap 9 before obviously what happened.
So if we go on this basis, at the moment, if we're including those involved that are in the result, it's showing that Stuart Bell is it basically we're going by what the time screen set shows us. It says that Stuart Bell is still shown as the lead of the race at the end of lap 8, whether or not he will stay as the lead and therefore be declared the winner, it depends, because usually, as you say, if you're not running at the time of the red flag, you know you're not classified. So, in theory, that would give the win to Lars Ekman-Hoffmann. That would be his 3rd win in a row after taking it down the Spa. Obviously not the way he'd want to win the race, but it would give him the points nonetheless.
And it would give him 4 wins this season.
Yeah. Lopez Appleton would take 2nd place, and Murgatroyd would pick up 3rd place. That would be your top 3. If those 5 cars which are involved are then deemed to not be classified due to them not be running, if for reasons which the clerk of the course and stewards decide they are going to keep them in, that would give Bell the win from Hoffman and Lopez Appleton. But again, which order they're in, again, obviously we're not the clerks of the course or stewards to decide it, so it's down to them to decide what the best course of action is. What I might do quickly anyway is I will quickly run down to Park Fairway, because they're still pulling some cars in, so I think there's enough time to possibly have a look. I think they'll probably do a podium anyway. There's going to be some clear up anyway, so I think there'll be a possible time to, once they've all figured it out, maybe do a podium, once they've decided exactly what order it was going to be in. I'll put how it says on the screen right here, so Lopez Appleton is showing as 3rd. What I will do is put it's changed now, because it's gone back in a further lap now, so it's actually the completion of lap 7 they've gone back to. So that means now that would be, if it's shown as it is right now, if we're including Bell, it would be Bell, Hoffman, Lopez Appleton. If we're taking out the 5 cars that are involved, it would be Hoffman, Lopez Appleton and Buckley, is what it's showing us.
So very interesting.
I will put Buckley, who was the main starter on pole, but I'm going to put them in the way it says 4, but I'll put a 3 and a question mark next to him, because it may well be possibly him that picks up victory in question. Anyway, I'm going to quickly sort of have a run down, and if there's a chance to have a chat to any of our top 3, I'll see if I can go and have a look. I don't know if it's impossible if he's down there. Maybe have a chat with Lars if he's around, if he's not too busy or if he's in the mood to talk. So, but either way, I'll have a quick run down, see if I can find out what I can, and if I'm able to have a chat with at least a couple of people down there, then I'll take a chip in and see what I've got. But of course, now we've got to get things ready. Now that result's been declared for the next race, which is the second Caterham Academy race of the weekend, which is for the white group. And then, of course, we've got the 310R race before we get to our qualifying session for the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and SuperSeries. But in the meantime, Mr. Goldschmidt, I'll leave it in your capable hands. I'll run down to the paddock to the Park Fairway and see what's going on.
Yeah, I think with the extensive clear up, it might be just, they've got recovery trucks on the scene. Looks like Stuart's car is now being recovered back to the paddock. But the thing is that we just have to remember that our thoughts mainly are with the drivers involved in that accident, and we're not going to speculate on any results. We will wait for official clarification thereby. So, obviously, with the marshalling team that we have here this weekend at Donington Park, everyone is doing their utmost to get things back to normal running. Local time now 7:05, as one of the sweeper tracks is now on its way towards Redgate. So, a pretty extensive clear up there for all involved. So basically, when we have any idea of any sort of updates that we can provide with you that we are able to share via not just here but also on the if you're looking at the timing at home at TSL timing, and we'll give you updates as and when we can. If not, if we don't have any updates before the close of the commentary provision today here at Donington Park, we will do hopefully at some point tomorrow. But the main thing is that obviously medical checks will have to be carried out on those involved, including Stuart. So the main thing is our thoughts are, just hoping that everything's all okay, and just waiting to hear what the eventual clarification is. But Scott is making his way down to the Caterham pit lane and Park for May, just to see if he can speak to anybody. But yeah, we do have 2 races to go this afternoon, so we'll have the only race of the Whites Group for Caterham Academy this afternoon, with the last race of today's action, race 8 out of 21 for the meeting, the Santander Caterham 310R Championship. And then to curtail the action here at Donington Park for the BRSCC, the British Racing and Sports Car Club Caterham Race Weekend, on the 17th and 18th of August 2019, we will have a 20-minute qualifying session for the British Racing and Sports Car Club Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and SuperSeries. And then we get joined by the Teekay Couplings Production GTI Championship tomorrow morning for their first bit of action. They will have 2 races in the afternoon, but they will have their qualifying session at around about 9:10 tomorrow morning, for around 15 minutes. So once the extensive clean-up operation still underway just off the exit of Redgate, heading towards down the hill towards the Craner Curves. So there'll be a little bit of a delay, but I'm just waiting for Scott to... should be there very, very soon, I would imagine. So we'll just wait to hear from him, if he's managed to speak to anybody down there. So for those wanting to... so with regards to the Caterham Academy Championship, it'll be to turn to your programmes once again, to pages 6 and 7. So I'll just go silent for just a couple of moments while I wait for Scott to make his way down to the pits, as the track is being swept at the moment. So bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, whilst the fantastic marshalling team we have here this weekend at Donington Park do respond very, very quickly. Everyone has responded, including the medical crews. We're very grateful for them to be on site with us as well. So as soon as we have any further updates, and once I hear that Scott is down in the pit lane, I'll hand it over to him very shortly.
The nose code's looking a bit worse. There's just some more damage off the back of the car as well. So that car's just about. There'll be a couple of easier things they can probably fix pretty simply. But the main thing is, from what we understand, all 5 cars have been able to... drivers got out of the cars relatively swiftly. Now, as we say, we've got Lars Hoppen and Ben Lopez-Appleton down here. And I might possibly find out what the order might be now that everything's been cleared up. Oh, that'll get some T-cut, that'll buff out, that'll be fine. So, to be fair, that car has only got a little bit of light damage on the front end, just a replacement headlight and nose cone and some internal work. It might be a bit more, I'm not sure, but we'll wait and see. Haven't had a definitive decision yet as to who's finished where. I'm still wondering, because the last time we saw the timing screen, it showed that Stuart Bell was still the winner, and then from Hoffman and then from Ben Lopez-Appleton, whether or not... It's the question of whether Bell will still be classified, because he wasn't running at the time of the red flag. So we're still umming and ahhing as to exactly what the result is, and hopefully we will hear very shortly what the final decision might be. But we are still waiting down here at Parc Fermé. And see what happens. I see we've got at least the guys in what is showing at the moment, as in sure to be on the podium. I might have a quick word maybe with Ben, if I can, just to offset this conversation. Ben, quick word. Obviously you were around what was going on. What did you see take place? We looked at some of the pictures just now from one of the photographers. It looked as though that possibly a bit of a squeeze to the lead. What did you see?
Yeah, so humbly holding back from the two leaders at the front fighting. It looks as though the guy, at which point Stu went into a bit of a spin, was literally side on, managed to move to the left and go to the grass and miss it. Unfortunately, that was as much as I saw. Fortunately, that was as much as I saw before the carnage kind of unfolded behind me.
But up until that point, I mean, you're running pretty strongly. It looks as though you'll be on the podium in one position, but up until that point, it was a pretty strong race from where you were on the grid.
Yeah, pretty strong, pretty steady. The cars in front were battling quite heavily, so just enabled me to sort of poodle behind them and sit in their tow as they were trying to outrace each other and take it fairly steady.
Yeah, well, I think it was silverware nonetheless, so it's not the way you want to get it, but even so, well done, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Let's obviously have a quick chat with Lars, I think, possibly, to see how he found that one. I think he was involved with it. Quick word. Obviously, you were in the mix with the you were in the mix of the battle. Did you kind of was there any contact between you guys, just to ask, or was it simply just Stuart getting a bit sideways? What was your view on what happened?
At the first corner, I let a contact with Stu. Then he span. Yeah. Then I didn't see what happens after it.
Yeah. But even then, you've had some good form recently. You took 2 wins at Spa. You were in good form here. I think we should decide exactly where you might be on the podium for this race. So you've had some really strong form recently.
Well, we will see what happens in the championship. So yeah.
So I think we're going to get to the podium. I think so. We'll quickly run you guys over here. I think we've got a declaration of who is going to finish where. So at the very least, we'll tell you who comes where if the microphone stretches. So we'll be able to give you the top 3 in a second. So I think we're going to get an announcement of who's where now. So we're going to get a confirmation of the result now, I think, for the road sport race. So Ben Buckley gets 3rd, which means that it's been decided that because Stuart Bell wasn't running, he is off the podium, which means that it's then Ben Buckley who gets 3rd place after starting on pole. So well done to Ben. 2nd place for Ben Lopez-Appleton, who jumps up onto the podium. I know the White Group Academy guys are going out in a second. And race winner is Lars Hoffman. So that's his 3rd win in a row after 2 at Spa and then a win. And of course, give it a red flag. It's not exactly the way you want to grab it, but a win's a win, points are points, and that will certainly help him out in the championship going forward. So we've had a chat with our top 2 and 3. I'm going to run out of the way before the champagne starts spraying, so I'm going to quickly run back to the commentary box where I'm sure, Alex, you've got grid for the 2nd Caterham Academy race of the weekend, this time for the White Group.
Thank you very much, Scott. Good to hear from Ben Lopez-Anderson and Lars Alexander Hoffman as we've just had the podium. But yes, we're getting pretty much underway with our White Group race for the Caterham Academy Championship in 2019. A big thank you to all the marshalling team. That was a fantastic, very well executed clean-up. But your grid is as follows as they're getting into formation. Tom Willis and Blair McConaughey on the front row. James Fowler and Darryl Cresswell on row 2. Peter Wells and Adam West on row 3. Ahead of Nick Albones, Carl Jones, Christopher McMahon, Harry Eyre, about to get the racing underway. Red lights on the starting gantry for the white group for the Caterham Academy Championship, and we go lights out. And I have to say, there's an absolutely brilliant start there for that. Looked to be probably Carl Jones, who's already made his way up into 4th position as the entire field makes its way down to Redgate for the very first time of asking. And it could be that Tom Willis has already got the whole shot. Down the hill they come. Oh, we've already got 2, maybe 3, maybe even make that 4 off at Redgate, as everyone has actually managed to get out of the gravel and continue circulating. So obviously, with what happened in the previous race just now in the Road Sport Championship, if there were any fluids drops, that could have caused a little bit of difficulty for some of the drivers. Might have been caught out there, maybe, but everyone is still circulating up into McLean's, now into and then up towards the top of the hill towards Coppice. So a little bit of tricky circumstances post-race, but in the first lap of this race, but looks to be that the lead is being contested by at least 2 cars, and just keeping an eye out as they head down towards the S's. So leading the way is the number 34. And it is Blair McConaughey who has now got the lead going up into Melbourne. So lead is pretty hotly contested between 4 cars. You could probably maybe even make that 8 as the whole field is sort of coming together a bit closer as we've got the number 81 of Tom Willis hot on the heels of Blair McConaughey going through Goddard's. So the 2 at the front of the field, level on points, and they are side by side coming out of the exit of Goddard's, and a great slingshot from Tom Willis to get past, and then also comes James Fowler going around the outside of Blair McConaughey, and he's going to go towards the outside line heading into Redgate with Willis having the lead. McConaughey up in the inside of that was very close because Fowler had to put the brakes on there through Redgate. So down the hill into the Craner curves once again. So Willis looks to have broken away from both McConaughey and Fowler, who are battling over 2nd and 3rd position respectively. And it's the number 11 of Carl Jones, who got an electric start from the outside of row number 4. He's now up into 4th position. Darryl Cresswell, down into 5th in the number 33.
I think it was okay, apparently. Speaking to John Elsie, apparently.
So, other positional increases, McMahon in the number 10. That's Christopher McMahon, started on the inside of row number 5, now up into 8th place, past the number 52. Peter Wales has actually dropped down into 9th from 5th on the grid.
He tried to back off a little bit in spun, and he got hit twice, once to the side, once in the front.
So,
but everyone got out. So.
The main thing is that the drivers are now making their way through towards the S's. So it's still between Willis and McConaughey, but Willis has got the initial advantage. They come through now, and it's not just a 2-way scrap as Willis continues to lead ahead of McConaughey, so it's basically the 2 on the front row that started. So Fowler and Jones look to be in 3rd and 4th position heading into Melbourne, and closing on them looks to be Cresswell, West, Allbones, McMahon, Wales, and also Hay up into is actually still in is up into 10th position, so still keeping good pace there. But now the top 3 really starting to break away now as Willis, McConaughey and Fowler lead the top 3. They've got a clear gap between themselves and Jones to the tune of 1.2 seconds. West just was put in the fastest lap of the race for 1 minute 55.851 as they go on to lap number 3. And McConaughey looking to go towards the inside of Willis, going down Redgate into the Craner curves. Looking very close, nearly side by side between the pair, but Willis has got the advantage thus far. Fowler's closing on the back bumper of McConaughey through the bottom part of the Craner curves, down towards the old hairpin. And the top 3 so far separated by just over 5.5 tenths. With the top 13 separated by just over 9.1 seconds thus far. 15 minutes, 18 seconds still to go. But Willis, McConaughey and Fowler clearly pulling a gap, Scott, and it looks like they're going to be battling amongst themselves, but whether Jones, Cresswell, West, Allbones, McMahon could come into this a little bit later on in the race.
Well, one thing to note is that Adam West has the fastest lap of the race, 1:55.851. They're off the lap record pace by about 2 seconds because Daniel Halstead has the Academy lap record that was set again at the Caterham Festival 2 years ago here on the Grand Prix circuit. So a bit more pace to find before the end of the race. It's a 20-minute race. We've gone past the 5-minute mark, so still 15 minutes still to go. And Tom Willis, I think, still leads the way. Blair McConaughey in second place. It's now Fowler under attack from Jones and also Cresswell. And West is in there too as well. And Cresswell is at the back of that train now because West has got past him. So Cresswell is now down to 6th position. West is up to P5. 4th place now for car number 11, which is Jones and then Fowler in 3rd position. Rest of the top 10 seats, Allbones running in 7th place, McMahon in 8th. And then in 9th place has been a change, so George Hay is up 1 spot, so he's up from 10th to 9th, so up another place for George. So he's now going to make up more spots. His next target, lacking pretty strongly, but his last lap was a 57.0, and his next target is going to be McMahon. He was actually 4 tenths quicker than him, so lap time wise, he's just inside a second and a half behind the number 10 of McMahon. He could pick up another spot if he's possible. But try and make up more spots if he can. New fastest lap of the race is coming from Adam West again, 1:55.362, so he's now inside 2 seconds of to take another half a second off the fastest lap, so he's now a second and a half away from the lap record. But Willis has the lead now by almost 1.1 seconds, with Fowler a further quarter of a second back in 3rd. So they make their way up through Starkey's, up through Schwantz, and now on towards McLean's, what is now lap 4 of this 20-minute race.
Yeah, so Willis definitely pushing the envelope and was very comparable with Adam West on pace. I mean, West has put in a 1:55.362. Tom Willis put in a 1:55.529. So if he's keeping up that pace, he could actually bridge a further gap between himself and Blair McConaughey for the lead of the race, but more importantly, the lead of the championship after this particular race itself. So it's still also playful. McConaughey has got time, about just under 13 minutes left to go, but it looks like McConaughey is actually closing the gap. That is definitely decimated by the number 34.
He is, right on the tail of it now. A chance for 3rd place is up the inside, goes Jones, and the inside Fowler into the middle of the loop. So up into a podium position goes the number 11 of Jones. To 5th position now, it's a little slow on the exits. Now going to bring Fowler a chance to pull back on the exit on the run towards Goldschmidt's corner. Swings to the inside line to try and get the inside dive, and he goes for it. Tries to make that move. Here he goes up the inside line. Is he back into 3rd place with Fowler? The answer is yes, it is. It's a good move. So a nice bit of switch back there in the last couple of corners. Looking back further on, 5th place now for Adam West, is closing into the back of Jones now for 4th position. 6th place now for Allbones. He's got past, looks like, Allbones and McMahon. And then it's George Hay in 9th position. His last lap was a 55.9, so he's actually lapping quicker than the next couple of cars in front of him, so he's actually quicker than both Allbones and McMahon on this lap. So the gap between 8th and 9th is now, 1.2 seconds, so he's got some time to try and close that back in now as we go towards the second half of the race.
Blair McConaughey, in the meantime, is just under 4/10 of a second away from the all-time lap record.
Oh, really?
0.362. He's just done a 1:54.257. Best, the lap record is Daniel Halstead of a 1:53.895.
And on his tail, he took a very wide arc into the apex of McLean's. Yellow flag, and there's a car in the barrier on the exit of, that's Goddard's to 59. That's a Fairclough, so cars off the road is James Fairclough from Teddington. His car is backwards into the tyre barrier. He hasn't been able to get that car restarted, so didn't quite a slow corner. And now he has. The car's been fired back up again, and the way he goes, he's back at the tail of the field now in 20th position. So away he goes, and ironically, he's in the AA sponsored car, so probably should have called them before he got going. Anyway, back to the leaders.
Well, he can't have a mobile phone in his car, can he?
No, he can't. What has happened, though, in the meantime, is possibly a change for the lead, because I think possibly McConaughey's got past Willis, and the answer is no, he hasn't. But what has happened now is about the 2nd place has gone Fowler past McConaughey, and they're all stacking up behind him. McConaughey goes trying back up the inside to try and repass Fowler into the Melbourne Loop hairpin. Tries to get his throttle down as quickly as he can, and now when he winds up next, it's only going to give McConaughey the chance to pull back alongside and get some stones in front just before they start to get the braking zone for Goddard. Also in the mix now appears to be both the 11 of Jones and the 93 of West. Into the Goddard 10 they go. Next group backwards see 63, 10 and 21 altogether, so that's now going to be Allbones, McMahon and Hay. 7th, 8th and 9th. Side by side, the second place, we see Fowler now attacking McConaughey on the outside line. Also keep an eye on Jones and West behind the black and green cars in 4th and 5th position. 6th place now for Cresswell, who's keeping pace. And line is down for 7th, 8th and 9th. It is Allbones, McMahon and Hay, with Wales rounding out the top 10. Into Redgate corner. Possible position change, I think, going on between, looks to me, that's Wales and Lovett. I think Lovett was in the inside of Wales to get himself into the top 10. Leaders are already making their way into and out of the old hairpin. And now Tom Willis, now he's managed to pull away from the battle, is sailing up the road. The gap was 1.3 seconds across the line. Visibly though, Alex, looking at the gap now, it's much more than that.
Yes, that's definitely true. I mean, the thing is now that Fowler, McConaughey, Jones and West are going to be battling hard.
Oh, and sorry, that's just behind them. It's changed for 4th. It looks to be that's Jones up the inside of what looks to be, I think that is Fowler. Because McConaughey's back into 2nd place, so that's a change now for 3rd position, I think. That's now Jones on the inside of the number 40. West is still 5th, and Cresswell's keeping pace of them in the white, blue and pink car in 6th position, car number 33.
It's very true. I mean, obviously now McConaughey really needs to get a motor on. He's only just under 4/10 off of that lap record, and if you can put the pace in to try and close the gap on Tom Willis, there is still 9 minutes of this race left to remain.
Oops, and just that's the car's gone for a spin. That's possibly the 11 of Jones, I think, had a spin across the gravel track and gets going again. He's lost 1, 2, 3, 4 spots. He's lost out to McConaughey as well as Fowler and West and Cresswell. So he's down from what was up as high as 2nd place down to 6th. Just behind him, the battle goes on to 7th, 8th and 9th. This is still going on between Allbones, McMahon and May. And George Hay, get the surnames right. George Hay on the back now, actually possibly flashing headlights on the back of McMahon number 10. So he's going up the inside, making a dive for position, going up the inside, looks like he's made it stick. Comes back into view on the exit, got asked, is he up to 8th position? Yes, he is, up to P8. It's a great move from George, so up another spot, although it looks as though that I think McMahon might try and get him back on the exit. He's going to stick in the slipstream down towards Redgate corner. Which way is he going to go, inside or outside? He looks to the inside line. I think George, rather than fight it too much, is going to let him have the place to try and get the undercut on the exit and get the better line off on the run to the Craney curve. So he slots back in behind him for the time being, but I think that's a warning shot because McMahon knows that George is there and he will try and attack him later on around the race, still with less than 7-8 minutes to go in this Academy White Group race here at Donington.
And now Tom Willis has a huge lead. It's gone up to 3.58 seconds over Blair McConaughey. And in terms of the lap times, Tom Willis is just pushing that gap further and further forward. He's just done a 1 minute 54.6.
Which is a personal best.
Which is a personal best, but that's only 3.5 tenths off of Blair McConaughey's efforts, which is 0.362 seconds off of Daniel Houster's record from July 2017.
Yeah.
So we know what, I mean, the funny thing is that let's just have a look at the pole positions. We know that Tom Willis has got pace in that car, and he did a 1 minute 54.177. Blair McConaughey's time was a 1 minute 55.394 in qualifying, and that is an absolutely huge gap. That's over 1.2 seconds. So I think there is still pace to come from Tom Willis, and is he going to, now that he's got that gap, we've seen this before where drivers have got in front, they started to check out, but they've also wanted to get a lap record, and we've seen at least one lap record broken this very day.
Well, you've got to find another 4 tenths to get the fastest lap of the race, and then find another 4 tenths at least to build. He's got to find 8 tenths per second. Hasn't got the benefit of tow. He's got clear track, granted, but without the benefit of tow, might struggle a little bit. But we've seen drivers get that far up the order. I think there was a change going on between Cresswell, I think maybe West and Jones.
Change for second. Fowler's got up the inside of McConaughey through guards, and it looks like Jones might have made the move on West there for position 2.
Sorry, other way around. Sorry, it was West has got past Jones. In fact, maybe Jones got past Cresswell in the order.
Yeah.
Then it's Allbones from McMahon, and then it's still with George Hay chasing him down in 9th position. Wales is in the final top 10 spot at the moment. Top 10 is covered by 15.8 seconds. It was a new personal best last time by for Fowler at 154.7. He's still half a second off the current fastest lap of the race. There's a black and white flag is out for track limits. That's for car 17. That's the man in 15th position. Car 17 is Jeremy Haynes, the man from Twickenham. So he's been given one too many warnings now. If he gets one more, he will get a 5-second penalty. And someone sideways on the exit of the old hairpin. I couldn't quite catch exactly who it was. I think it was someone around possibly 5th or 6th position, because Willis still leads. Now then, who was that we lost?
That looks to could have been Jones maybe in the 11.
It possibly could have been.
Because he had the issue coming out of the Fogarty S's coming down towards the Melbourne Loop.
Well, let's wait for him to come past us at the S's to find out exactly who it is in the order, because the CCTV cameras only zoom in so close for us to see that. So we'll wait and see what the order is when they come back into our view. But still Tom Woodwiss is now spread eagling the field at 3.6 seconds at the moment in the lead of the race. And he has a gap over the battle for second place between Fowler and McConaughey, with Fowler last time by only about a tenth of a bit ahead of McConaughey. So Woodwiss still leads. There goes now Fowler ahead of McConaughey in second and third place. Fourth place is now, who have we got in fourth place? That is now Jones. It's not West, I don't think. I think it was West. It was West. So West was the one that had the spin. He dropped back a couple of spots and he's down to what's now 8th and 9th position now. So a couple more spots made up by the cars around him. So that means now up to fourth place has gone Jones. Fifth place has gone Prescott. Sixth is now Allbone. Seventh is McMahon. Eighth is now George Hay as a result of that. But West is now just behind him in ninth. And in 10th place now on his tail is the 52 of Wales. So could be a couple of position changes here. As now Cresswell goes wide on the exit and he loses 1, 2, 3 spots, and George Hay was very careful not to make contact with it. That's another spot gain for him. So that's 5. He's got 6 spots now because Cresswell's mistakes. Because Cresswell's mistake has cost him 6 places as a result of that. So he was as high as what was it? Those 5 spots he's lost because he was 6th, dropped down to 11th place. He was 10th across the line, lost 1 more spot to Lovett. So the top 10 as it stands now across the line, as the 23 has had a bit of an escapade as well off the road somewhere. Woodwiss leads the way now with just under 4 minutes to go. Fowler in second place with McConaughey on his tail by about 3/4 of a second. Fourth place is now Jones, and then in the 11th. Fifth place is now Allbane. Sixth is McMahon. Seventh is Main. He's only about 0.6 of a second behind. So I'm sure there'll be plenty of jumping up and down shouting for him to try and get a couple more spots, I'm sure, as they come up through Coppice and McLean's. Leaders coming up through first, second, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh are all together as they turn their way through the right-handers. There's some battling going on just ahead. I'm not sure maybe if West has made up another spot in the result in that shuffle. We come back out through Coppice Corner with 3.25 minutes to go.
Gap now between Woodwiss and Fowler last time around was just under 4.1 seconds. Then it's the further just over 7/10 to Blair McConaughey.
See what is happening now. Possible change for second place of the chicane. Vegas Blair McConaughey charging past Fowler back towards the hairpin. Fowler might try and get it back on the inside line, diving up into the hairpin as McConaughey shuts the door firmly in Fowler's face.
So the cutback's happening now as Fowler's got a good run on McConaughey coming through the exit of Melbourne, but now McConaughey's going to have the inside line going through into Goddard's, and he's kept ahead there thus far. So Fowler's going to have to try and power out of the corner coming out of Goddard's, which he's got a really good run on McConaughey. Down the start-finish line, the start-finish straight they go. Fowler's now alongside McConaughey on the approach to Redgate, going towards the outside, side by side between the pair of them. So McConaughey's going to get the inside run. Fowler takes a bit of a wider line to carry the momentum through. Now, can he potentially have that chance of getting through past McConaughey through Craners?
Just meanwhile, looking at the inside line for P6 goes George Hay on the inside of McMahon. Does he get through? Yes, up another spot to P6. So a good drive so far from what was originally on the grid for George Hay. 11th place, up 5 spots where he started. So they come through the Craner curves now on what's now, I think, the penultimate lap of the race. The next task is if he can close in now on... Well, actually, he's not too far away 5th position, so there could be a chance he could even get P5. A top 5 finish for him would be pretty strong if he can manage that one. So Woodwiss still leads the way by 5.7 seconds. He put in the personal best lap, which is only about 200ths off the fastest lap of the race, set by Blair McConaughey. Fowler is still 3rd, Jones is 4th, Alburn's 5th. It's now Hay into 6th position, with McMahon 7th, and it's Wales, West and Lovett rounding out the top 10. Whereabouts are the leaders right now? I think they're just coming up through Coppice down on the back straight, so I think 1st, 2nd and 3rd are making their way towards the exit for the penultimate time.
I saw that McConaughey actually had the better run on Fowler, so Fowler had to back out of that move through Redgate and through Craners, so just sort of winding up for another attack, but it looks like McConaughey's got a bit more stretch of the legs on the number 34. In second place with Fowler, trying to close up again, but doesn't decide to go for anything to make a mistake in the braking.
And whilst that's happened, another position change, another place made up for George Hay. He's up now to 5th position in the top 5, or is he? Because now the inside comes back in, now comes to 63 of all those, diving at the inside line. Hay lets him have the place to try and get the cutback on the exit if he can. There's yellow flags on the approach to the hairpin.
Double weight
yellows, and that was one of our back markers that had a spin. Across the line they go to start the last lap of the race. Thankfully the yellow flags have been withdrawn, but the fight for 5th, 6th and 7th continues on. So Woodwiss leads the way now by 6 seconds. But the thing is, McConaughey will only lose 1 point because he got the fastest lap of the race, which is an extra point, which means it'll now be Woodwiss in the lead of the points as far as I can tell, of course, before we get any drop scores into play. by 1 point from McConaughey, which gets it very close for the final 2 races. Meanwhile, change on for 6th as now George Hay loses the position to McMahon up the inside into Redgate Corner. So what was up as high as 5th, now goes down to 7th in 2 corners. But I'm sure he'll fight back as much as he can in the last the last lap of the race here. The clock has hit 0 now. So Willis now whereabouts? He's already up into McLean's corner for the final time. Still knows the tail for 2nd and 3rd. There's a good 9-second gap back to Jones in 4th position. 5th place for all. And the scrap for 5th continues to go on. 5th, 6th and 7th now between what looks to be... Yeah, here they come now. 5th, 6th and 7th all together. I thought there was a large gap, so I wanted something had happened. But it's one of the back marks, which is just ahead of Jones in 4th position. 5th, 6th and 7th together. Allbones is pulling away in 5th position. McMahon hasn't really gotten that far away from Hay, who is there. And the pair of them are starting to close up a little bit now in the fight for 5th position. Up towards the final couple of the corners for the last time comes Tom Willis, who gets another victory. I think this will be breaking the deadlock for him as he turns into the hairpin for the final time. 2nd and 3rd looks on paper settled. Looks then McConaughey, he's got a couple of the car lengths now on Fowler into the hairpin for the final time. For 4th position, there goes the 11 of Jones, and then Allbones, Hay and McMahon seems to have dropped back a bit. But Hay's actually got a bit lost momentum. He's going to lose a couple of places here, so we've got a bit of
Wales
off the...
I think Wales has just gone up the inside.
Oh, big lock up for Wales. That didn't really work out, and George just said, see you then, next stage left. And away he goes. Meanwhile, checker flag is taken by Tom Willis, who wins another race in the Caterham Academy White Group. 2nd place goes to Blair McConaughey. 3rd goes to Fowler, who snatches the fastest lap on the last lap of the race. 1:54.038. And then that was only 2/10 off the fastest the next in the lap record, which is pretty impressive. It's now 4th place for Jones, 5th place for Albans and West. And oh no, George Hayes lost it on the last corner. Whatever's happened to him, I'm not sure. He was as high as 5th at one point, and he comes across the fucking 13th.
Oh dear.
So whatever happened in the last couple of corners, whether it was a mechanical problem or some kind, he was a bit slow off the S's on the run down towards the hairpin. I wasn't sure if it was he had a bit of a shaky exit or not, but whatever's happened, whether it was a spin or not, we got a bit over exuberant, but it just shows he's got pace, but dropped us down to 13th, so they'll be gutted about that, but he'll be pleased with the pace he showed anyway. So Willis, McConaughey and Fowler, the top 3.
Fowler was actually just done some calculations, 0.143 seconds off of Daniel House's record. That's a pretty good showing, I have to say.
It's pretty impressive. Right, I'm going to have another wander down to Parc Ferme, so I can have a chat with possibly with the top 3 if we can. We've only got one more race today, which is the Santander Caterham 7-310R Championship, and then we're qualifying for the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup and the SuperSeries that are racing on the same grid together. So let's see what our freshman drivers of the Caterham Academy from the White Group have to say about themselves after that race. I think particularly Tom Willis, who now carries possibly a 2-point advantage now, because if I'm correct, depending on how many cars are, I think it's 25 points for win, 23 for 2nd place. So another 2 points gain, but of course how that works with the drop scores, we'll have to find out. So I'm going to quickly have a wander down to the Parc Ferme and see what we thought about that.
No worries, and I'll take everyone through the running order. Thank you very much, Scott. So at the end of it all, Tom Willis now takes the lead in the championship, having broken the deadlock between himself and Blair McConaughey from a provisional standing, and takes the win over the number 34 by 5.798 seconds. Then the number 40 of James Fowler, based out of Woking, where McLaren F1 is currently based. And then we got the number 11 of Cole Jones from Northampton, and then the number 63 of Nick Allbones from Boston, rounding out the top 5. Then it's the number 10 of Christopher McMahon, based out of Edinburgh, in 6th position. The number 93 of Adam West from Gravesend in 7th, ahead of the number 52 of Peter Wales, based out of Northampton. And then the number 89 of Mark Lovett from Southam. And then the number 12 of Neil Henderson from Southampton, completing the top 10. And then the number 38 in 11th position was Wes Payne from Warwick. Then the number 33 of Darryl Cresswell, based out of the UK capital of London. And then John George Hay from Droitwich in the number 21, ending what could have been a very, very promising race, ending up in 13th position, ahead of the number 78 of Andrew Freeman. Then the number 64 of Paul Herndon in 15th position. The number 17 of Jeremy Hames from Twickenham, rounding out the top 16. Then the number 23 of Andrew Duncan
the number 53 of Tim Steele, and the number 59 of James Fairclough in 19th position, with the number 55 of Harry Eyre from in that car not actually making it, with Fairclough actually opting to cross the line, but finished a lap down off of the leaders. So that is it for both for this weekend, for the white and green groups, for the 2019 Caterham Academy Championship this weekend. So a big thank you to all the competitors for having taken part here at Donington Park. Really good to see some very interesting racing, as there is a bit of a clean-up operation off of the Fogarty S's, as we did have a double-waved yellow situation. So it hasn't been easy for some of the drivers out there. We have seen some go into the gravel. So just the course cars making their routine checks around here just post race. So we do have one final race before we have our what is effectively our penultimate qualifying session of the weekend to close off the racing action here at Donington Park for the British Racing and Sports Car Club Caterham race weekend here at Donington Park on the full Grand Prix circuit. So just waiting for Scott Woodwiss to let me, well, when I hear it in my ears, before we get the Santander Caterham 310R Championship, race 8 of 21 here this weekend. And this will be the first of 2 races here at Donington Park. So whilst I get an opportunity to run you through the grid before the formation lap, because we'll probably find that when Scott is doing his interviews, it might curtail over, it might sort of cross over with regards to the beginning of the race. So Gordon Sawyer in the 77 and Matt Topham in the 27 are on row 1, with Jay McCormack in the 25 and Donald Henschel in the number 19 on row 2. Tom Grensinger in the 48 and Pete Walters in the 88 are on row 3, ahead of the 91 of Lee Bristow, the number 30 of Ben Gillies, the number 28 of Harry Senior, with Andrew Perry in the number 11 rounding out the top 10. Completing the top 20 is the 66 of Jake Swan Dixon, 29 of Tim Child, the number 67 of Douglas Christie, the number 47 of James Wingfield, the number 18 of Dave Bullock, the number 8 of Simon Sharrock, with Martin Pratt in the 52, Richard Lambert in the number 6, and David Yates in the 15, and Mark Roberts in the 53, rounding out the top 20. And completing the 34-strong grid is Harry Landy in the 21, appropriately in 21st position on the grid, Nathan Bell in the 79, John Chiverill in the 10, Jeff Price in the 38, John Styring in the number 4, Gary Curtis in the 22, Michael O'Reilly in the 13, Caroline Everett in the number 9, Aman Upal in the number 94, Mark Davies in the number 5, Greg Hyatt in the 50, Chris Welch in the 68, Andrew Hughes in the 55, and Surhid Chatterjee in the number 33, being the last of the 34 competitors as they all get into line, with Chatterjee just taking the grid position. So they're about 60 seconds away from getting the formation lap for this 8th and final race of the day, but not the final race of the weekend. But it will close the racing action before we have the MX-5 SuperCup and SuperSeries qualifying session, which will take place over 20 minutes. Local time is now fast approaching 10 to 6. So we're actually slightly ahead of schedule. A big thanks to the whole team behind the British Racing and Sports Car Club, the marshalling team here, the emergency crews here that we've got here on site this weekend. A big thank you to everyone that has done a really fantastic job so far and keeping us ahead of schedule. So as soon as I hear from Scott, we'll hear from Scott very, very shortly.
So they're just getting the way. 3rd place in the white group goes to James Fowler, so he'll pick up his trophy. And 3rd place out from Avon Tyres and the champagne as well. 2nd place goes to Blair McConaughey. who jumps up and picks up another valuable result towards his championship charge. He jumps up onto the second step of the podium. But another victory for Tom Willis, who once again remains at the top of the standings. I think he should have at least a point advantage over Blair McConaughey going to the last couple of rounds at Silverstone and then the finale at Donington Park. So all the drivers on the top step together. And I think as soon as pitches are done, I think the next part is certainly going to be the one everyone needs to run from, which is the champagne. And another round of applause for the top three. Possibly try and dive in and have a word at least with our race winner. So we can maybe have a word with race winner. We could just quickly jump in for a sec. Tom, jump down a sec. Here we go. That's another race win, and I'm not going to.
Had a good battle with James and Blair at the beginning, first few laps, and then they started squabbling themselves, managed to pull a gap. I was going for the fastest lap, which I didn't get, apparently. So I was trying in vain. But yeah, still managed to win by a good gap, so I'm happy.
You've got 2 rounds to go. You're in a good position in the championship. You've got to start thinking about the crown at the end now.
Yeah, I have to say I'm thinking about it. I know professionals, maybe you take one race at a time, but no, I am thinking advantage over Blair, so it's all to play for, really. Anything can happen, especially Silverstone National. So could be a crash fest.
Looking forward to it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Good, man. We'll see you there. Well done.
Cheers, mate.
Good stuff. That's our top 3 done for Caterham Academy. Next up, the final Caterham race of the day. 310 already on their way. Alex, over to you.
Thank you very much, Scott. Last 3 to 5 cars getting in position for race 8 of the meeting. The Santander Caterham 310R Championship gets underway here well and truly at Donington Park. Everyone now getting into formation. Green flag waves at the back. 5-second board is out. Red lights now will go on the starting gantry one final time here this afternoon on Saturday. And we go lights out, heading down towards red gate for the very first time. It is 2, maybe even 3 abreast. You could even call that nigh on 5 abreast in the lower part of the top 10, as I can see an absolute deluge of brake lights heading to red gate for the very first time. They head down the hill. All very clean thus far. No one getting into trouble on the outside of the corner as they head down into the Craner curves. So it looks like that Gordon Sawyer might have the initial lead here. And there was a big lock-up from around about the lower part of the top 10, heading into the second part of the Craner curves. So one driver already compromised, having gone through the first 2 to 3 corners. So drivers still making their way. One looks to be going a little bit slowly, coming out of the old hairpin, as they now go through McLean's, heading up the back part of the circuit into Coppice. So they now make their way down and head towards the Fogarty S's. And there is a fight for the lead, definitely very clearly from what I can see on the CCTV here at Donington as they start feeling their way through. And it's definitely elbows out at the moment as the number 27 of Matt Topham is having a great battle with Gordon Sawyer, but it was 3 abreast going into the Melbourne Loop. But there is an absolute swarm of cars, and I cannot even make out whether it's let alone the top 4, as at the minute Gordon Sawyer trying to go around the outside into Goddard's. But leading the way, it is the number 25 of Jay McCormack, who's looking to extend his 22-point lead in the standings after this particular race. So just waiting for the timer just to update itself, and also the timing too. So I definitely know that McCormack is in the lead of the race thus far, as we've completed 1 lap. So 27 minutes and 44 seconds to go on the clock here in the final race today. So field now going through into McLean's, up towards Coppice. Doesn't look like McCormack's going to have it all his own way at the front of the field. And it's side by side for third position, third and fourth. As they come down towards the Fogarty S's again on lap number 2, 26 minutes and 58 seconds left on the clock here. This final race of the day. So McCormack leads. And in second, that is the 27 of Matt Topham. So Topham not letting McCormack out of his sight. McCormack goes ultra defensive there. And it's not just, I cannot believe how many cars I am seeing line of sight. In third, it's Gordon Sawyer, the pole setter. Donald Henschel still running in fourth position at the moment. And Henschel was looking to go up the inside into third place through Goddard's, through the exit, as the number 77 of Sawyer really going to battle. Battle lines have clearly been drawn between him and the 27 of Topham. But Henschel still clearly in there. Looks to have got up into third. Make that second. Going into Redgate, I believe. I'm not too sure. So McCormack looks to have got away a little bit going through Craners. Through into the old hairpin. So just waiting for the timing screens to fully update at the moment. 25 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in this final race of the afternoon. Final race of the day for the conclusion of the first day of the BRSCC Caterham race weekend. So they've gone through McLean's, up through Coppice. Going to come back down and start heading their way to the Fogarty S's. So it'll be pretty close between, well, not just the top 4, but maybe even more than that. Maybe even make that close to at least the top 10 by my reckoning. And at the moment, well, McCormack's not in the lead anymore because it looks to be Topham's got. Well, that's great work from McCormack there. Absolutely nails it past the number 27 heading into Melbourne. And it's nearly 3 abreast coming out of the corner, but McCormack's got the advantage over Topham. And in third position, it is the number 19 of Donald Henschel, who started on the outside of row number 2 from fourth position. It's the 19 up into third place as the leaders now come round to complete another lap. Looks to be on to lap number 4 we go, Scott.
Tell you what, look at the pace of Lee Bristow, who last time I said, well, actually, I'm about to say anything, scrap that, because we already have, in this third lap, a brand new lap record, because we've now got a new lap record set by Matt Topham, 146.457. He smashed the lap record set by Alexander Kerr 2 years ago, yet again on the Grand Prix loop, on the Caterham Festival a couple of years ago. He's smashed it by about roughly 5.5 tenths or so.
0.56.
0.56.
That's spot on there, my friend.
I was in the range. Anyway,
you and I are spot on as far as I'm concerned.
So, top 3 heading out of Old Hairpin up towards Starkey. Still, McCormack leads the way. Topham in second place. Henschel third. The key thing is that Sawyer, his main championship rival for McCormack, is back in fourth. He's battling away with what looks to be Lee Bristow and Tom Grensinger. Grensinger has lost out to Bristow in the process. 7th place is the all-black car, Pete Walters. Tim Charles having a strong run so far in 8th, ahead of Ben Gilliass in 9th, and then it's got Harry Senior in 10th, and it's car 11 in position 11 with Andrew Perry. Then Lambert, Yates, Swan Dixon, Wingfield, Chiverill, Christie, Roberts, Sharrock and Pratt rounding out the top 20. Cars get into the S's now for the 4th time. And there's a possible change on from the lead here. Looks like Jay McCormack's getting defensive into the S's on the exit. Who's going to be in the lead of the race? It is the still 25. Topham's down looking to the outside line. He squeezes the outside line. Henschel is charging up the outside, possibly making it 3 abreast, diving from the second place, going for the lead into the Melbourne Loop. Tries to hold on, tries to bring it out around the outside, but he has taken the second position. He's done it around the outside line. Cracking move from Don Henschel to get second place. That really should have been possible around the outside line, but no one told Don Henschel that because he poled his way through. And into P2, up down to P3 goes Matt Topham, the man who now holds the current lap record. Whether that will change or not, we'll wait and see. We've still got plenty of time to go in this race for that to change. Gordon Sawyer is 4th. 5th place for Lee Bristow, 6th for Tom Grensinger. Nobody fastest lap this time by. 7th place for Walters, 8th for Child, then Pirri and Yates round out the top 10.
Grensinger's going up the inside of Bristow into Redgate, but I cannot believe how hard Henschel put his foot in to get past Topham, to go up the inside into the, just round the outside. That was very, very cheeky, but well timed, I think. He had the run coming out of the S's, didn't he?
And the top 4 were almost 2 by 2 up towards the Craner curve and into the old hairpin. Coming out of it, the order appears to be to come back towards the square. I think McCormack is still in the lead. Yes, he is. In 2nd place is now, well, it's almost the lead now, as Matt Topham trying to squeeze up the inside line into what is now Schwarzkopf. He's got the outside line for McLean's. You can pass around, that's going to be brave enough, but he's going for it. It's going to be side by side on the sprint now towards the right hand at the top of the hill at Coppice Corner. Whether or not it's going to be either McCormack or Topham coming out on top, who's going to be? McCormack has the inside line. Topham runs wide, that might put him under pressure from Henschel and Sawyer and Bristow and Grensinger all behind him. They charge now onto the back straight now, what is only the 5th time. And incredibly, we haven't even got to 3rd distance yet. We've still got 21.5 minutes to go in this race, and there's still plenty of time for this to really work itself out. They all spread out on the braking zone into the S's, into the left and right they go. And through all of it, somehow still, Jay McCormack is leading. Gordon Sawyer, importantly, is up to 2nd place now. Grensinger's up to 3rd. He was effectively, in some cases, the teammate to Jay McCormack. Looking at the inside for 3rd. And then Grensinger's getting assaulted from both sides. He's got Henschel to his inside, Topham to his outside. He's squeezed in the middle.
Oh, that's close.
A little bit of contact, I think, a little bit of tie rubbing between the two of them. Topham may have possibly sustained a bit of damage or backed off a little bit as a result of that. Into the hairpin come the top 2. A big dive also further back, possibly from
that's looking up there as well.
Tim Child, I think, was making a bit of a dive on Topham there. He's lost 3, 4, 5 spots in that shuffle. And that is the 29 Tim Child and the ex-Alex Jordan car snapping over Topham in the Rising Sun livery. Meanwhile, from the lead at the front of the field, it is Sawyer looking round the outside line of James McCormack, looking for the position, but the Irishman holds on to the place with Sawyer in the mix. But of course, remember, these are the top 2 of the championship. There might be a 22-point gap, but it's as close as anything on the track, and there is no love lost between these two, I can tell you that.
It is definitely an all-out Caterham 310R war there between those two, Scott. Like you said, there's only a 22-point deficit to Sawyer at the moment between him and McCormack, but McCormack really is just trying to control. We're going into the last 3 weekends of the season for this championship. McCormack just wants to stretch that advantage. Okay, it might be a minimal advantage in addition to the 22 points lead that he's already got, but he's got to just start controlling it now. And if he does, he can put Sawyer under more pressure as a direct result of that.
Definitely not wrong as they come through into the right hand at Coppice and onto the back straight.
That's a 7-way battle for the lead at the very least.
It is, and McCormack is holding on for the moment because I saw that whoever was in 2nd place, whether it was either Henschel or Sawyer, was just moving out, and I think they're 3, nearly 4 abreast up towards the braking zone. This is a pretty incredible race. They certainly have saved the best until last of the Caterham races so far.
McCormack's down in 3rd place now.
Yeah,
77 of Sawyer's up in front.
And it could be 4 abreast because you've now got only Grensinger in there, Topham, Walters, and Bristow all together battling. Big dive bomb from Topham up the inside for what could be 4th place on Grensinger. They almost lean on each other like they did a couple of laps ago. Exited the head, and McCormack's making himself back down the outside line to try and repass Henschel for 2nd place. Sawyer's trying to clear up the road. Up the inside for 2nd place goes McCormack, diving up the inside of Henschel into Goddard's hairpin, gets his nose in front and gets the position made up into P2. 4th for Grensinger, 5th for Topham, 6th for Walters, 7th for Bristow, then Charles, then Don Henschel. David Yates is down in 9th place, and rounding out the top 10 is Andrew Perry. So the top 10 covered by 3.7 seconds. This race is by far not done at all. It's gone past 19 minutes to go, so plenty of time to the left to sort this one out.
I think there's definitely a call maybe for us to have a defibrillator on standby in the commentary box if it gets even more exciting than what it already has done.
Well, I've never needed that for a Caterham race, so I think we might be safe in some cases. They're exciting, but I don't think we need a defibrillator, not quite yet. Not yet, anyway.
No, not yet. I'm just waiting for tomorrow to come
If it's championship weekend at Brands Hatch, yes, I might need one if there's some big championship development, but we'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, for the lead, diving up the inside and Gordon Sawyer up at McLean's goes James McCormack. They're going to go side by side on the exit. Sawyer gets squeezed out. Here comes Henschel up the inside to try and reclaim 2nd place. They come up towards Coppice now once again. Into the right hand they go at the top of the hill. I think McCormack has got it. Now side by side with Henschel up the inside of Sawyer as they run onto the back straight now for what is now the 7th time. It was a personal best also last time by for Tom Grensinger, 147.199. But of course everyone's now going to try and beat, and he has another lap record that's been smashed. Of course now because Matt Topham destroyed it by about 6/10 of a second, 146.4. And he's currently sat at the moment in 5th position. It's now Henschel now leads the way from McCormack in 2nd place, Sawyer in 3rd. Topham's back up to 4th ahead of Grensinger and Bristow. Walters is 7th, Tim Charles is 8th. There's a switch on for 9th going on just behind them, and that will possibly be between, I think, David Yates and Perrier, I think, is going on between those two.
McCormack's actually lost out to 3rd place now, will be approaching to Goddard's as Sawyer gets past and actually went round towards the outside line into Goddard's, past the number 25.
Yep, so that is Sawyer up to 2nd place, McCormack down to 3rd. Immediately look at the amount of the tone he gets from Leader Hedgel. Already he's gone up the 9 corner, but he's passed him on the inside line. So in 2 corners, Gordon Sawyer, who has won 6 races so far this season, has gone from 3rd to 1st in the space of literally a corner and 1 straight. One car that's heading to the pit lane that's faltering is the number 8. So that is Simon Sharrett that's in the pit lane with problems. So he'll have to go and possibly regroup and come back tomorrow after issues for him. The top 7 now are all together as they come out of the old hairpin. The second sort of part of that group is just tacking on behind them. Side by side for these. Now Don Henschel's coming back at Gordon Sawyer now up into McLean's corner, trying to go around the outside, and Gordon thinks, hold on, that's my move, don't you try and use it against me. Also now we've got the 2 teammates in effect, McCormack and Grensinger, are just behind each other in 3rd and 4th position. Exiting out of Coppice now on lap 8. Top 7 are all together. This is now Henschel, Sawyer, McCormack, Topham, Grensinger, Bristow and Walters. In which order we don't quite know yet because they keep changing every single corner. On the run down towards the S's now, and again they're side by side. I think Sawyer has to go defensive to fend off any attack from Henschel. Again they're getting very scrappy into the S's. A few more position changes. Sawyer's trying to escape up the road side by side between now McCormack. It's 3-4 rest behind about for 2nd place. We've now got Topham and Walters and Bristow and also Grensinger in the mix as well. They're all battling over 4th place. 2 by 2 into the Melbourne Loop. And a few more cars stacking up behind them as well. This scrap for the podium places. Now McCormack's going to try and get himself back in front of Henschel and then start to chase after leader Sawyer. We've seen this before from Gordon. If you give him a chance to charge up into the lead of the race, he will pull away at a canter. He has done it a few times before this year in rather un-Caterham-like fashion. McCormack now sees it's his turn to attack Henschel on the inside line into Redgate. He pulls to the inside and moves the number 25 car back into 2nd place, exactly where he needs to be to try and start chasing after Gordon Sawyer for the lead. And the gap across the line between the top 3, we'll cover all of them, was 1.2 seconds, with Sawyer in the lead by just over a second now on lap 9.
I was just keeping an eye a little bit further down towards the bottom part of the top 6, and Bristow was trying to get the run on Grensinger coming out of Goddard's and heading down into Redgate. But Scott, the top 15 separated by just over 9.5 seconds from front to back. And I have to say, I'm incredibly impressed as by just the amount of, they're going very, very hard at it, but they're actually doing some great, some great moves here in the 310s. And I'm suitably impressed. Just what a way for it to sort of like end of the day in terms of the racing action before we go into the MX5 SuperCup and SuperSeries in just a few moments.
The camera's zooming in anticipation of when the Caterhams at the chicane, the exit chicane, head their way through. So there's quite a bit of gravel on the exit of the second part. Someone's kicked up a bit of gravel on there, so that could be a bit of a factor as they come zooming into shot past the camera. So what's interesting now is Jay McCormack, not only is he better to pull over Henschel, he really has started to reel in Gordon Sawyer. So into the hairpin they go. Henschel, it's a massive dive from way back into the hairpin. Just about anchored it up in time. It's a big puff of smoke from the number 15 car, the number 19 car, but he's somehow got it anchored up in time. What it enables them, that's possibly spooked Gordon Sawyer a bit, because now Jay McCormack's right on his tail. Another big dive defending on the inside lines. We see Topham trying to go around the outside for 3rd place, but McCormack is right where he needs to be, right on the tail of Gordon Sawyer. He's close enough to start making a charge. If this Sawyer's car might not be the quickest in a straight line, at least we've got someone behind him. Here comes McCormack. Oh, he dummies up the inside line. Beautiful move from the Irishman up into the inside line. That was a perfect textbook dummy up the inside of the Redgate corner. He certainly sold that one to absolute perfection. Great move from Jay McCormack. You can tell with the moves he's making, he is dead serious. He is fed up of coming 2nd and 3rd in so many races. He wants this first win of the season to prove that it's not just all the 2nd and 3rds he can get. He proves he's still a race winner.
It just solidifies that point. But I've just noticed on the outside of Goddard's there is a little bit of debris on the exit with a corner.
There's a nose cone.
Yeah, the driver's going to have to be on their, have their wits about them just to make sure that they don't hit that, because that could possibly cause a problem with one of the Avon ZZS tyres that they've got.
Not only has McCormack taken the lead, he's also gone ahead and lowered the lap record even further, because he's now taken it down to a astonishing 1:45.899. That is about 1.2 seconds better than 1.1 seconds roughly than what it was this time 2 years ago, when it was initially set by Alexander Kerbel. So good effort from J2. Not only, and he did it whilst he was passing, he set the lap record and then pulled off the dummy. So he wants it to be a pretty classy race win. He's certainly going the right way about it. Throughout the chicane they go. This isn't the right way. He's going to let Sawyer go down the outside line. They're going to be side by side again. Sawyer almost leans on him on the run down towards the braking zone. Topham closes in. Got Grenzinger in fourth, trying to go around the outside. Looks to be Henschel. Bristow's in there in the mix as well. And side by side for sixth on the sprint at the corner. We've got Walters trying to move across and just squeeze Bristow out. I think he does. And Matt Topham, that was very impressive. Not only diving up down the outside to squeeze Sawyer out for second place, he then started to make designs on taking the lead away from Jay McCormack. The scrapping for fourth place, with Henschel now. Grenzinger's possibly missed the shift or some kind of an issue. He's got back to speed now. I think he's missed the shift. He's dropped a couple of spots now. You see Sawyer trying to go the inside line, but Jay was like, what are you doing? Get out my century.
Hang on, is that Sawyer going around the outside of the...
No, that's Topham going around the outside of Sawyer again.
Crazy.
So
that's ridiculous.
No, actually, sorry, correct myself. You might be right. There might be Sawyer going back round the outside, and they're still side by side for second place.
And it's a five-way scrap for the lead. The top seven, so you've got Grenzinger and Bristow battling over sixth and seventh, and with the top five battling the way they are split by 1.3 seconds, there or thereabouts. But I think the way things are at the moment, it's getting a bit dicey.
Here comes Topham down the outside line into McLean's, and McCormack has to capitulate, has to let him go, but he's got better traction on the exit pulls, level on the run up towards Coppice now.
Sawyer looks like he's gone up the inside of Topham there.
We'll look on the exit now of Coppice on the CCTV camera, see who exactly comes out on top. It might well be, but they're all stacking up on the apex because they're all trying to hold each other up. Now it's 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 8 cars battling over the lead. Basically, look through your fingers for this next one, because they're all going to head down towards the chicane together. I hope this ends well, because they're all over each other into the chicane. Who comes out on top? The answer is still McCormack, but there's damage on the front of that Topham's car. He's got the front nose cone. He's lost that. It's not the nose cone that's at the Goddard's hairpin. They're scoring. Then it was Ben Guinness got close off by Andrew Perry there for the mix. They're all locking up behind them. There's a big 11-12 car bounce. Someone's got a bit straight on, almost made contact with the car at the back of that group, 11-12 cars. And it's still sorts out the order now. So McCormack leads at the moment. Sawyer second. Henschel's back up to third. Pete Waltz has come from somewhere up to fourth place. So where he's come from, I've no idea. So fifth place is now Grenzinger. Sixth is now Tim Childs. One of his better races he's had in his career, I'm sure. He's missing a left rear wing. Here comes Henschel trying to relieve him of that position. Sawyer, meanwhile, back to the outside line. I think we're looking for...
But Topham is outside of the top 10. He's dropped. He's dropped big time.
Yeah, contact.
So he had a bit. I think he had a barge from behind.
Yeah. Just Simon in amplification is telling us that he looks like he's hit the back of Grenzinger's car, and that's dislodged front bumper. One car is pulled off just on the outside of Goddard against the barrier. It's missing a rear wing. See who's going down the timing screen. I think it's Nathan Bell, 79, because his car's going down the timing screen. So he's missing the left rear. It's not his nose cone that's gone missing, because that's still missing from somebody else around the field.
I've been trying to keep my eyes peeled on whose nose cone that is.
Meanwhile, they've been changed for the lead yet again, because Gordon Sawyer has got ahead of Jay McCormack. Meanwhile, I think Topham's going to, or at least Walters has lost out to a couple more spots, I think to Henschel and to Grenzinger on the sprint up towards Coppice. So everything's, to a certain extent, a little bit more civilised, briefly. Car 28, which is... Who's car 28? Someone's got a black and white flag with track limits. Car 28 is Harry Senior, so he gets a warning. I guess that's possibly Nathan Bell's car that's gone into the pit lane with problems. And as we come up now to just under 9 minutes to go, and now McCormack got back in front, but not for long. He hasn't, because back up the inside into the hairpin goes Gordon Sawyer. And these two seem to be just carrying fighting for everything because they come through the hairpin.
Bit of a lock-up from Sawyer there, it looks like, from the right-hand side going into Melbourne. So that's allowed McCormack to sort of start striking back at the 77. But has got a run going into Goddard's.
And for third, here comes Don Henschel trying to steam up the inside of Tom Grenzinger. He wants to get himself a podium if he can. There's more battling going on behind. Pete Walters turns in fifth position. Tim Child holding very well in sixth position. Seventh place for Don Henschel. Eighth for Perry. Ninth for Lee Bristow. And 10th is Ben Gillias, the former Academy champ. Of course, he was here 3 years ago that he won in the wet on the last lap of the race, the Academy White Group Championship. He couldn't quite believe it. I'm sure he's pretty happy with the fact that he's up there in the leading group, battling with the first ever 310R champion, Lee Bristow. So doing everything he needs to keep himself in the top 10. Top two continuing to run away at the front of the field in their own private battle.
And the number 52 of Pratt has just come in with a very dislodged front nose cone.
And also number 4 is in, and number 4 is Styring. Styring. So John Styring was in the pit lane as well with some problems. So that's not helpful with what's happening to the front of that car. I think he's certainly overcooked it by the looks of things, or split something. Either way, it's not looking pretty. But we'll get that repaired for race 2, and we'll be as good as new for tomorrow. Leaders haven't already. Oh, someone had a spin up at the top of McLean's. Now, so we can switch around the camera and see who that is.
Might be contact.
Might have got. There's 2 cars. Might have been contact. One of them's a blue car. We can tell you that much. The other one was a black car. Might be. Maybe Pete Walters or Andrew Perry, maybe one of the 2. Oh, another black car's Matt Topham. Top 2 are unaffected. We've still got Gordon Sawyer's nose cone has been dislodged. So it's up in the air. There's Pete Walters. So it's Matt Topham that's the one that's gone around. But it's not actually. No, he's dropped back. So I apologise, I'll correct that. So because Topham's further down, wherever he's got to. So wherever it's fun. Well, basically, what we'll do is we'll wait until we come back past and we'll see the cars coming down the timing screen.
But Sawyer is still keeping.
Oh, red flag! Red flag's been declared.
Oh.
And that's because of the 2 cars that have stopped at the top of the circuit. And what's gutting is it's past 5%, and McCormack had just passed Gordon Sawyer. But they're going to have to go back to a lap for the last lap they completed, which means that even though McCormack finished on the road, frustratingly, I don't think he's going to hit the picture because the red flag was out before he crossed the line to end lap 13. So, agonisingly, Jay McCormack will have to miss out yet again on another race victory. He must be thinking, what do I have to do to get in a situation where I can actually win a race? He must be thinking,
it's sort of like, hang on, this means Gordon gets 7, and I'm still. Well, I'll still be leading the championship, but where's my win? Is the first thing he'll say when he gets out of the cockpit.
Yeah, that's very, very true. And he won't appreciate it. He doesn't really appreciate it. I think, jokingly, he doesn't really appreciate the fact that I keep reminding him every single time he hasn't won a race yet. So if we're going back by what we're thinking, now the 2 cars, I'm trying to look at the 2 cars that possibly have stopped because it's not showing anything on the screen.
Well, there's Bell. Well, we got Topham.
Well, no, because Bell and Sharrock are the 2 cars in the pit lane. Matt Topham disappeared somewhere we don't know. So the 2 cars that have stopped, we're trying to work out exactly who they are because we know about 1 car, if it's any consolation. 1 car is almost a chrome, like a bright blue colour. The other one appears to be like a dark colour, almost black. But that's all we can really see. I'm going to try and scroll through on this. Okay, well the second cameras have been made temporarily available, I think, just for good reason. Mm-hmm. So that is unfortunately the second red flag for the Caterhams we've had this afternoon. What it does mean is that looking at the times, we should be able to very easily get some kind of silver lining. Is that we should be able to get the
qualifying for the MX5 SuperCup and SuperSeries. But obviously it depends on how long it takes to clear up off of McLean's and Coppice. But that shouldn't be too long because obviously if they can just get them out of the gravel and get them recovered to the pit lane, that should be a fairly swift clear up.
And then, of course, means that they'll be able to get out there and be able to get the qualification in before at least with the curfew.
Because because effectively we hit 77% of race time.
What we'll be able to determine is obviously all the cars will come into the pit lane, but what will show is that because any cars do come into the pit lane, we'll show them as having come in and there'll be numbers next to them. Yeah. So what that will show is possibly that it might be able to determine which 2 cars were involved. Because all we can really see, because the circuit cameras have been temporarily disabled whilst they're clearing up the incident, I guess for privacy reasons, to make sure nothing untoward going on.
Well, they've changed it.
Yeah, well, they've changed it, but that's actually concluded that the lap actually they finished the race, finishing 13th. No, they've changed it back now. So it was 13, now it's gone back to 12. So it's still showing us Gordon Sawyer taking what will be his 7th win of the season.
Well, we've got 2 here. We've got Styring and Pratt down in 20. If they've got a gear next to them, it means that they're in the pit lane. Yeah.
So Bell and Sharrock are in the pit lane, Styring's in the pit lane, so they're not the ones involved in the incident. In terms of the ones that are coming in, because basically any driver looking on our timing screen now that doesn't get a 0 next to it is to put, now then, 1 car that hasn't had one pop up, unless he does come in the pit lane. Oh no, Grensinger, I thought it was Grensinger, but Grensinger's appeared on the timing screen. Now David Yates is there now, because they're all coming through in different orders in the pit lane. So everyone, it appears so far, like James Wingfield, he hasn't come through in the pit lane yet, or registered as being coming in. Who else is also coming in? There's a few more cars coming in the pit lane as well.
Just think the number 9 of Everett actually be the last car that's actually just come to the pits.
Yeah, Caroline Everett is in the pit lane, so So again, this is another situation like we had with the Academy race, where we've got to decide with the Road Sport race, we've got to decide effectively what the end result is. Hold on, this is interesting. Now they've taken it back another lap now, and it now shows McCormack as the leader. So is it maybe finally time that McCormack is the one that actually wins it now?
Who knows?
Well, who knows? But effectively, they're still trying to determine exactly what the order is. Apologies if we sound a bit confused. We're just trying to work out exactly what we've got on our timing screen right now.
I think I'm going to make a slight declaration here in the fact that probably by the time you go down to the podium, you'll find out exactly who is where.
That is very true, although we were sort of waiting around for 5-10 minutes for the clerks to decide exactly what the order was, in many cases. But considering that they did go back, it was, I think, possibly... They went back a couple of laps, didn't they, for the Road Sport race?
They did.
And they went a couple of laps, and that gave the victory to Lars Alexander Hoffman.
Yeah.
So if they've done that for this one, that may well be the saving grace for Jay McCormack. Maybe, because it means that even though because when the red flag came out, he was in front, but of course the last complete lap he was behind Sawyer. So that we want to watch out for. That seemed one of the trackside cameras just picked up one of the photographer or a camera person just to watch that's tracking the cars Mr. Chicane, so we're sort of keeping glimpse on him. Now the checker flag has been shown as being gone out, and nothing else is changing on the timing screen, which would possibly just be Aaron. That's where Matt Topham's car got to. His car pulled off with mechanical problems of some kind, so he dropped out of the race sadly just a couple of laps before that one. Mm-hmm. So effectively, if we're getting to this conclusion, this all says to me now that now we've got this result coming up as the result being declared after 11 laps. This is now telling me, I don't want to get too excited too quickly, prematurely, but it is now telling me that Jay McCormack has been shown as effectively, at the moment, as being declared the race winner at this point. He's shown as now in P1 on the timing screen. Second place is Gordon Sawyer, and third is Don Henschel, which would be a popular podium because Don has gotten better and better in leaps and bounds. So that may possibly, we think, might be Jay McCormack's first win of the season, which is a long time coming because he's been looking for that ever since the start of the season. Every time he's got into a position where he possibly could have, he's either had a problem, or he's dropped back, or his tyres have gone off, or he's just been overhauled in the last few laps. Finally looks as though Donington has been his circuit where it's come together. So I'm going to brave myself down towards the paddock once again.
Yes. And
I'm going to see if what I have on my bit of paper here is exactly what the result's going to be, because that's what the timing screen's showing me. So, I shall venture down there and see what's what, as they can say.
No worries, Scott.